Hello there, and welcome back to another stream on the channel, guys. This is where the stream begins and where the fun begins.
This is where the fun begins.
Whoa, I don't even know if that really worked because I saw Wicket's face, but it was literally not the video that I clicked. So, whatever, disregard that. Happy to be here, guys. We're going to be talking toys again and talking about how we're feeling lately. I've been feeling pretty decent, and I got to tell you, it's always, a challenge when it comes to Star Wars and collecting and all that, but overall, I'm feeling pretty good per usual. And I do feel really good about the guests that I have coming on today. All of them are fantastic supporters of this collecting hobby and Star Wars in general. All really great people that I truly appreciate. And let's bring in some of our guests. Why don't we? So first up, we have Blitz Transmissions.
Whoa, hello there. How we doing, everybody?
Doing good, man. You had a little cutout there, a little cutout. You know what
Did
that
I?
means?
Can you hear me now?
Invasion. You're good now. You're totally good.
Okay.
You're totally good.
Yeah, I'm having computer issues today, I guess.
Nah, it's a droid invasion. I hope your
It is,
clones
yeah.
back there are ready to go.
They are, all 7,000 of them, with 1 million more well on the way.
Heck yeah, dude. Heck yeah. Right on. And our next guest, first time on the stream and a huge supporter of the channel and just TVC in general. It is Rob, my Star Wars guys.
What's happening,
What's up,
gentlemen?
man? Happy to have you here, dude.
Appreciate it.
Right on. And then we have not Finn. He's a little bit late. He might pop in at some point, but somehow, just like Palpatine, Evan returned with the horrible knees.
Yeah.
What's
Hey,
going on,
what's
dude?
up?
Glad to have you back.
It's good to be here. Thanks for letting me hop on last minute. I appreciate you.
Heck yeah, dude. Always happy to have you around. Always. Seems like we got some pretty lively chat going on. See what
Yeah.
we got going on here. Darth Moocher, good evening. Peak Obi-Wan, how's it going, man? Hello there. B-Sum75, what's up, everyone? Of course, Howlrunner Base. What's going on, dude? What's going on? Who else we got up in here? A slap in the face to collectors. Oh no.
Oof.
Dewana Wonga. Oof. Got all sorts of fighting words going on. Somehow Mile High is also in the chat, but here
Whoa.
possibly an Ewok took over your account. It's over there
Surprise.
sending messages. William Rodriguez, what's up, man? Glad you could catch us on the live. It's also got Night Rex 92. Woot. Oh man, Riley Bob, thank you very much for the being a member for 14 months, dude. Great dude.
Whoa.
Love Riley Bob.
Yeah.
Awesome dude. Liam Ryan, what's up? But yeah, man. Happy to be here. As I mentioned before, Star Wars collecting and Star Wars in general always adds a lot of feelings and stuff like that. But as I put on the thumbnail, I wanted to know how we're all feeling. So,
How feel you?
I don't know. Is the video not coming through?
No, it's
That's so weird. That's so weird. Well,
an audio book.
but then it comes at the
Yeah.
end.
Yeah. Hey, the audio was all we needed. It was
That's all you
It's good.
needed. It's all good. That's so weird, but yeah, man. How feel you? How feel you guys? How's it going with everything?
I feel great.
I know we just came out of that San Diego Comic-Con chaos, if you want to call it. There were definitely some feelings and stuff like that, but overall I felt pretty good.
Yeah, I'd say
Yeah.
I feel pretty good myself.
Nice.
I have a good list of figures right here that I'm ready to go buy.
Yep.
Heck yeah. And while we're even talking about it, I might as well just put that shit on the stream. So
Yes.
let's pull that up. Let's just get into it, man. Let's just get into it.
Let's get into it. Yeah.
I will say just after those reveals, my reaction was into exile I must go.
I know. I really feel like it kind of like shook everything up, and then yeah, there's been all sorts of stuff going on, packaging talk and all sorts of. I gotta say. All right, so right off the bat, when San Diego Comic-Con was going on, I had a bunch of other life stuff happening, so I was just like not on my phone at all that day. I was like doing a bunch of like actual like manual labor and cleaning up some stuff.
It's
So
probably for
I
the
missed
best.
like it was nice because I missed all of like the triggering moments that were just happening to people in live time where I hopped in and was like, oh cool, Anakin. Oh cool, this thing. What? That's a weird X-wing. What the heck? And everyone is just kind of like raging. I was like, damn. The feelings are going like pretty heavy. So I gotta say, maybe like it's best to just stay away from your phone when we
Yeah.
reveal stuff sometimes. Yeah,
Hey,
because I was just like, yeah, that
Yep.
makes sense.
Yeah. Before we get too far into it, I do want to point out that it was amazing that they used one of your photos in the conversation.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. I mean,
Well
that
done.
was like some of the first messages that I saw from people just being like, hey, they shared your photo. And I was like, what? This is so, where am I? What's going on? People are upset, but then there's like good things happening. And like I said, like on my like reveals video, like that was awesome. Like, thank you again for even sharing that photo. I was also pretty hyped that it was a Maul Shadow Lord like picture, just because like as Evan knows, it was a really good time. Like just streaming and talking about figures, actually having them in hand while that show was on. That was
Yeah.
like probably peak point of the year so far for me. It was a really good time.
Yeah. And I mean, I I look at photos like that and it's just like, dude, look at how hype TVC can be when it's included in what's relevant, what's exciting, what's new, getting
More
stuff
on
we've never had before. So
Yes. And I also do thank them just for sharing not only my photo, but other photos from people within the community. I think that's just like a really good move to like show like, look, this scale has some really creative people in it and also some really amazing figures that you could be creative with as well. And that's another thing I think they've just been doing pretty decent like work with recently. It's just like staging more photos for like
Yeah.
their packaging and stuff, especially with Geonosis actually. I know there was like tough like when the campaign was happening and I was like, will you show some photos of this thing like in action? You know, we were all calling for it. We're like, come on, man, let's see a poster, let's see something. But as we've gotten like more and more stuff like revealed or like pre-orders going up, like it's been nice to see like pictures of like the array and just like more of like the poster and stuff like that. Yeah, so I think they've been doing a good job of like actually showing the benefits or like nice qualities that TVC can bring to like actual photography and stuff like that.
I think we really started seeing that a lot with I think it was the Veers and Poggle Wave.
Yeah.
And then I remember when the Mando and Grogu stuff dropped, they did some environmental photos for that too. And yeah, it's kind of a game changer. It's way better than some of the awkward, like, oh, hey, the person who did this product photo has never touched an action figure before, obviously.
Oh man. Yeah, some of the let's just say some of the quote unquote posing on some of the older reveals was just like a little rough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially for out of date repacks. I was just like,
Yeah.
I know that thing's hard to pose and oof,
Oh,
it looks
yeah.
like you had a rough time too.
I still think fondly of the axe woves like falling, like to show him flying, but it's like he's just kind of like, eh.
Yeah, that was a
And
good
the
one.
thing says, product does not actually fly. Oh, thanks.
Doesn't look like he could fly anyway. But yeah, man. How do we feel about Anakin?
I feel great. I'm really
Yeah.
excited about it because
Yeah.
let me, if I may, let me know
Yeah.
if my feel free to interrupt me if my connection goes in and out again.
Okay.
But to give a little bit of perspective on this Attack of the Clones wave, obviously, if you are not familiar with me, I am definitely newer to the TVC community, and that is because before the Republic Gunship HasLab last year, I really only collected clone troopers from TVC. I barely dabbled in the line at all beyond that, and then this thing came out and got revealed that was literally the most exciting thing that I've ever seen get revealed from any action figure line ever for me, and I just dove headfirst into the line. Thankfully, I got in with cool people in the community like Toys and SWTVC and everyone else. So I didn't get in with people who hated their lives and hated collecting.
Hold on now.
Don't speak too soon. But since then, this year, like I found that I wasn't the only one that felt that way. I've talked to just myself hundreds of other collectors. My dad who had been out of collecting for 15 years, got back into collecting because of the gunship and has been collecting TVC all year long. I have plenty of friends who are still for the most part, exclusively Black Series collectors who have been regularly this year going, oh, I just pre-ordered this from TVC. Oh, I just picked this up. Oh, I went out to the store and I found this figure.
Awesome.
So a lot of that has to do with just the good character selection this year in general. But when they chose to fill out this particular scene for the Battle of Geonosis, I know some people were disappointed that they redid the three main characters instead of doing other new characters and stuff. But for people like me, who has only been in this community for about a year, this was great. This was exactly the way to complete, quote unquote, or at least feel a lot more complete with that scene. Get a new Anakin, new Obi-Wan, and an awesome Padme. Not to jump ahead, but this just I want to get it out of the way now because I'm going to have the same thoughts on the next couple reveals. But yeah, this for me was just an example of that. I'm really excited to get a modern Anakin on the modern articulation, and he looks great. He has an alt hand. I can't complain. And I know a ton of Black Series collectors that got into this that messaged me in the last week or two saying, yeah, I don't buy TVC at all. So I picked up this whole wave from TVC, and I was like, wow. And that just goes to show that character selection is a big deal when you're trying to bring new people in. So I'll shut up now. I'll try not to babble too much, but yeah, that's just my thoughts on that.
Well,
and
Black
also
Series.
think about those characters, the Obi-Wan, the Anakin, that are coming out. When they came out before, they didn't come out with the best face recognition painting that they have now, and that extra push for photography like myself. I'm very excited to get those so that they can actually, I can take a picture and they look like somebody. You know, they don't look like a little melted face in the background that I'm blurring out because it's not really him. So I'm stoked for him.
You know, Black Series wise, Tommy, I'm sure you're also thrilled to finally have an Attack of the Clones Anakin whose costume is complete. Because I know the Black Series version, they forgot to include the skirt. And that was 2020 at this point.
He came out about 2019, yeah.
Yeah.
Really doesn't have the skirt?
Yeah, and when they were called on it, they were just like, oh well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
He just has the tabards. That's all.
Yeah.
Anakin caught with his skirt down.
Yeah. I speaking to that, with like the photography aspect and the character selection, I think that's huge. You know, and by we, I'll just speak for myself. I'm not going to speak for anyone. Personally, you know, I know I talk to a lot of folks who advocate for new before redo. You know, sometimes the constant cycle of redo isn't as exciting as it could be. But I am that person that's very much on the make the mains kind of thing, where I always want my main characters, my main heroes, my main villains, and like a trooper or the most prominent troopers to be at the modern definitive format. So, you know, getting Revenge of the Sith Anakin and being like, oh, that's just a quick jump to the Attack of the Clones one, you know, getting these updates of the prequel mains is huge to me. And I think it's great to actually see it in practice be like what I think it's going to be like, and it will be enticing to new folks to the line, as well as exciting as a definitive solid update asterisk on most of these characters for, you know, these characters. So that photo that you've got on screen, the one to the left with the non-ignited lightsaber, that looks so good. That looks really so good. I think, you know, I'm going to reserve judgment on the face until I see it in person in hand, because I think it does look he looks a little pouty and the hair's a little tall, but I'm very excited to get it in hand because many of these figures look impeccable in person on my shelf close up, more so than they do in some of these promo photos or depending on how the camera treats the sculpt. So
yeah, I agree. And I'll say the other thing is like you were mentioning, Evan, like the photography, and both you too, Rob, is just like, I think, all right, so going back to even some of the first March Madnesses, some of the main characters that I was putting on there that I wanted redone were like the A New Hope mains, because everything we had was garbage, and I never would take photos of them, especially with like you guys having monthly events of like, this will be a New Hope day, like let's do photography for that. And I was like, well, our Luke looks not like, he looks more insane than Luke. Okay?
Yeah.
So, like, that's not gonna work. And like, yeah, in terms of articulation, we don't even have to go there. It was literally a bunch of bantha fodder. So once those started getting those figures, I was like, oh, cool. It's actually nice to have a Luke that's worth taking a photo of.
Yeah.
And the same thing is now going for like the prequel trilogy figures. And that's why like probably one of my most wanted updates is the Phantom Menace Obi-Wan, because that
Yes.
figure is just absolutely bad.
And
The face,
Qui-Gon.
yeah, and Qui-Gon. But like
Mhm.
Obi-Wan especially, that face, you couldn't blur that thing enough to save a photo.
No.
It is
No.
awful. So bad. And I really hope they do that figure justice. And for you, Evan, go back and do those knees proper as well.
Yeah. I'm not saying much about it, but
I know,
yeah.
I know. I just want to put
I
it
will
out
if you
there,
want me
like,
to, but I
I just want to put it more out there into the energy of the force. Like, yeah, let's get those knees done proper for that Phantom Menace Anakin
yeah,
or Obi-Wan. But yeah,
for sure.
this figure also made so much sense because it's like the sculpt is pretty like still new and relevant. I'm sure it's like in the factory and being used for, potentially something else. So it made sense for them just to be like, knock this one out.
Yeah. I will say my one thing that I did, I think Evan, you pointed it out on the day it was revealed. I would have liked to have seen the green lightsaber,
Yes.
because he uses that when he duels Dooku. So I would have liked to have seen the dual wield lightsabers included.
I'm frustrated by that across Anakin and Obi-Wan here.
Mm-hmm.
That Steve has said that they chose that intentionally to do their main lightsabers from the film, which would be all well and good. But let's look at it here. They're done as part of the Battle of Geonosis subset or brand story. They're in all of the Battle of Geonosis story materials. They're designed to complement the gunship. The card backs that they use, Obi-Wan is on Geonosis, Anakin is an edited still from On the Lat. Their lightsabers are conveniently trimmed out of the frame, but in all of that stuff, including all of the action, really, it's like the last 30-45 minutes of the film, Anakin uses that green lightsaber, Obi-Wan uses that blue lightsaber, and Anakin then uses that blue lightsaber. It's what they use in the lightsaber duel, in all the key action, and in all of that material. And also the wave itself is very reuse heavy. So it was like the tooling for those lightsabers already exist via Coleman Trevor and Shaq T, at least approximate enough. Why couldn't these characters have been packed in with the second lightsabers to make them even more, perceived value? The alt hands are nice, but did they come at the cost of, the accessories that make them useful for this brand story that they were made to complement, for this photography we want to have? If you want to give Anakin the accurate lightsaber, well, you better hope you got the HasLab Coleman Trevor, because that's where you get the lightsaber for that. So
Yeah,
it's frustrating to me, but
I had the lightsabers that came with the giant, like, old Attack of the Clones creature set.
yeah,
This one?
It was in there. Yeah,
Yeah.
that one. I'm pretty sure the two sabers are in there. I haven't looked at the hilt.
Yeah, they are.
They're accurate.
yeah, they are.
Okay,
They
cool.
are.
Mhm.
So like, I'm fortunate for that, but I see what Steve is also trying to say. Like, it makes sense. Like, say if a casual collector just really wanted this Attack of the Clones Anakin,
Yeah,
most likely they would want to have the blue lightsaber.
Yeah.
for sure.
So I can get that, but I also have heard Steve, they want to pack in as much value as they can. So while we're getting the extra hands, sure, I also still at the same time I'm like, would one lightsaber really kill it? Could we just toss in like two lightsabers in there, the green one and the blue?
That would have put these over the top for me if they had both
Yeah.
of their lightsabers they use for the film. I would have
I think that would have been really a nice move, and just like I think people seeing that kind of appreciation and just giving you here's another cracker. Like I think everyone would be like, "Dang, cool! Thanks for giving me two sabers for $20."
It's awesome that they included the hands. I'm real like especially Obi-Wan having two.
Yeah.
But for me, it's like I would say like yes and like I want that, and in this case, like the other lightsaber would be cool. I honestly wouldn't even care if the other sabers had like just the hilt version. Like I would just want the ignited one for like those other sabers. So really, it would just be one extra piece. But as they stand, I'm still really happy with this Anakin, and I'm so excited. I pre-ordered one. My dad also pre-ordered one. So
Cool.
super excited for him.
Yeah, I have some Attack of the Clone shots that I had done. I was going to share later in the stream, but I was looking at the shot that I had of the duel between Anakin and Dooku, and it's a really lovely shot that I took. But like when I kind of like examined the Anakin, and then look at this one. I'm like, ooh, this one does look really nice. It makes me want to like redo that shot.
Yep.
That
Yeah.
old Anakin wasn't terrible, but like this is really nice.
It also
Yeah.
makes me really want that SDCC set even more than I already
Yeah.
do.
Yes.
It's like I'm itching for it now, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
People have been having fun with that so far too.
Yeah.
So really cool. Shout out to Pork Dameron. Loved his post. Loved all the stuff he
so
did with that.
cool.
Yeah.
So good. So good. But yeah, this Anakin, it just makes sense too. It's like Battle Geonosis. I'm glad that they're kind of like checking off those mains too. And then hopefully we can support it with some of the more background like Jedi and stuff like that.
Yeah.
For sure.
As we carry on. But yeah, then we got the battle droid. Again,
Oh,
We needed
makes
it.
sense.
Yep.
Makes sense.
Totally.
yeah. I was on Sith Lord 229's channel this afternoon and we were going over these and I brought one of these guys out from the 4-pack and somehow I ended up talking about how amazing I think they are for like almost 10 minutes because just the little improvements that they made. I literally refused to buy any previous 3 3/4 battle droid because my main thing was that the wrist doesn't swivel and isn't positioned in a way to hold the blaster in two hands. That was like my personal weird little thing about it. But with these new ones having the swivel wrists and then like they have so much more, and I've been finding myself saying this so much this year especially, where like this battle droid is way better than the Black Series battle droid. And I've been telling like
Really?
everyone I know because this guy has ball joints at the hips where the Black Series just has swivels. This guy has swivels at the knees where the Black Series does not have swivels at the knees.
Oh,
The
interesting.
Black Series only has a hinge and just a lateral swivel for the ankles, whereas this guy has a forward-facing pin and a swivel. So you can get these new TVC battle droids into such a that you could really plant their feet, I guess is what I
Yeah.
want to say. So like
Yeah.
I have mine all lined up on a shelf right now, the ones I've bought so far, with like kneeling poses, running poses, one-legged poses, like and they balance so much better than Black Series battle droids. So like as I know they're still like spindly and they fall over pretty easily, but in comparison to like this Black Series battle droids, these are like night and day, so much better, these new TVC
mean,
ones.
right
So
back
like I
at ya.
was so I was
This
like
is the
so
old gummy one, which
Let's never talk about the old one
his
again.
knee just like cannot hold, man. Like grabbing
Oh.
at him just do not work. This Gumby thing can
Yeah.
get the heck out of here. But this
My
new thing
local
is
Will's
just
about
like,
to get a handful of those. So
Yeah, so I straight up I pre-ordered 2 of these and then my dad got one as well. Let's keep repainting this in my opinion. I'm super happy with this new battle droid.
Yeah, I
hoping
gotta
we
tell
can
you.
fix the head a little bit. Just it doesn't quite get out of the way sometimes.
Like it's too like the neck is too short.
Yeah, or just maybe if we can get the neck to move a little bit, maybe put one
Yeah.
more articulation right there to get it forward when you try
Yeah.
to bend it over and do those other things that they do. It could use a little bit of work. What
Have
it is,
you-
I'll
Yeah.
fix it all day long.
When I pulled my 4-pack out of the box, I was like, dude, the neck is so short. Then I realized you could
Yeah.
actually pull the neck up a little bit.
yeah.
Right.
That does help, but I get what you're saying. I still feel like they're just a tad, like the neck is like too short, just a tad.
When you put the bigger backpack on, that's where you experience it battles.
Yeah.
with it.
yeah.
Yeah. The
They-
head could use a little bit of work.
Mhm.
The one thing that I stuck out to me, and it shows how much attention I've paid to this battle droid sculpt. One, the torso, it's a repaint, right? But then looking at some of the finer details on it, it's like it almost looks like they weirdly made an almost identical new
I think
sculpt.
they did. Yes,
Yeah,
I
which
think
is-
they did.
They didn't
It's
need
odd.
to. That's a weird one to me. I'm not gonna dive too deep onto that. But the torso itself, like where the like right under the chest onto the little spindly bit,
Yeah.
I think it would really have put it over the edge if that was an articulated part there too, so
Yeah.
that the torso could spin around. I think that's the one
Same.
nitpick I have with this, but otherwise incredible droid sculpt.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
was something I kind of said in like my review, was like I would have loved to see that point of articulation, because they kind of do have a little flex to them when you see them in like Phantom Menace and like the other prequel movies. And I'm pretty sure the Black Series has that point of articulation, right?
The torso spins
Yeah, like
a little bit.
of
Yeah.
torso spin. Yeah.
Yeah.
A little bit.
And
yeah.
again, like Evan was mentioning, like they do. It does seem like they did a very similar upper body, but it's like new. And the only
For
thing I
no
could-
reason.
The only thing I could think of is maybe something about the arm socket required something new there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, odd. If you're gonna do that, it would have been nice to add that little point of articulation at the waist as well. But yeah, Tommy, going back to what you were saying about the legs with that like swivel at the like thigh, like knee area, that is really
Yeah.
helpful for posing these. And,
Yes.
I'm really glad they added that. That was something we couldn't tell like on the reveal photos when they gave us the Phantom Menace color wave, but like yeah, once I got them in hand, I was like, oh wow, that's a really helpful point of articulation. So
Yeah.
they have put a lot of like thought and care into this based on a lot of feedback because I used to leave comments all over the place like,
Yeah.
you guys need to do this battle droid proper, and I will finally buy a bunch.
Yeah.
Of them.
That's
Yeah.
where I'm at. Yeah.
The battle droid of Theseus. It's like the scout trooper where they incremental updates until finally, but yeah.
I mean, it's one of those like the clone troopers where like you need tons of them, and there's so many
Mhm.
different ones from the Clone Wars and the
Mhm.
different movies, and just like
Yeah.
all sorts of paint variants and like video games and stuff that you could do
Oh.
with this figure. So
Yeah.
Shout out to Conrad Pad on Instagram. He made me this Denal.
Oh,
Oh, that's cool.
heck yes.
Yeah, shout out to him. He reached out to me and he was like, "Hey, I want to send you this," and I was like, "No way!" That's one of my favorite
Dude,
Glup Shido clones. So
nice. That's
yeah, but
awesome,
so
man.
just to confirm, because I'm like psyching myself out, and I know we've already talked about it. The other Battle Droid 4-pack is on an older sculpt
Mhm.
altogether. It's
Yeah.
the legs are new,
The-
but the upper torso is not, right?
Correct.
Okay. So I still don't want to pick
Yeah,
that
because
up.
it can't.
You don't
It doesn't have any rotation, so they can't hold the blaster with two hands.
And that was my big thing. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank
the
you.
arms are the same cruddy arms from this gummy guy. So like,
Yeah.
Okay.
they're bad. You don't want that.
so. That's
Unfortunate. Very
it's-
unfortunate.
I know I saw in the comments people are like, oh, so many repaints and taking up slots. Part of me is wondering, with the battle droid being a high mileage sculpt, what if the battle droid, is a way for them they can pack that in and cost out some other things if they were to down the line be like, hey, we want to make a droidica. How do we make it worth our money? We could charge more for it by throwing in a couple battle droids that cost us nothing more to make. So that's how you get the TPM versions of them, or
Mhm.
pack them in with like a Jedi or a Qui-Gon or a Jedi General from the Clone Wars
Yeah.
to go with them. So I think they can be this is a useful evergreen sort of thing that could maybe
Yeah.
be used to pad out like a multi-pack or a 2-pack or something to one get a different deco that we also want while costing out and making something that might require all new or more new tooling so that it's more of a no-brainer for Hasbro. So we know how they look
for
to
sure.
do that.
Yeah, for me, I think that it's like you may view it as a repaint, but for me, as a prequel kid, as a Clone Wars kid, that's kind of how I've always collected. Is like
Yeah.
I grew up with lots of repaints for battle droids and clones, but for me, it's not a repaint. It's a new character. It's a new look. It's a new unit. So like it makes me want I get excited every time I see something as simple as a repaint, because for me it's a new unit or character to have on my shelf in my pictures that I'm going to take and everything like that. So
Yeah.
Completely agree.
I do want to point out on this comment, it's also nice to have it all mains in one wave. If you're a casual collector, it's going to be a lot more tempting to get the whole crew at once.
yeah,
And I do think that was kind of nice to see like a themed wave. We haven't really had
Dude,
that in a
yeah,
while. So yeah, that is a really good point as well.
yeah. And that's like I said, I saw so many Black Series collectors messaging me over the last couple weeks saying exactly that. Like, dude, I don't even collect TVC. I just pre-ordered this entire wave because I get all 3 of the mains. So
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie though, I was a little shocked that these guys weren't like a 3-pack, because since we just got Padme in a mainline wave at the beginning of the year, it was interesting, and that this was a mainline wave as well. Like at stores is going to be a 5-figure wave of Attack of the Clones figures. Not knocking it, that's great. I mean, I know that the prequel crowd, there's that power there, but I was a little surprised that it was not one kind of efficient release, and it was mainline slots. So
Maybe
I
they
do-
wanna
I
just
do
test the
agree with you.
waters
I
and
think
just,
yeah, I think a
And-
3-pack would have been good.
and I think if it was a 3-pack, we could have seen things like the extra lightsabers for if it was a Geonosis pack, because they're all Padme's ripped up, and Anakin and Obi-Wan clearly based there. But we know they love to reuse stuff, so fingers crossed
Yeah.
if they do any minor updates to these characters, like Obi-Wan is going to need some. We'll talk about it, I'm sure. that they, do consider doing a version, be it in a repack. It doesn't have to be a carded figure. It could be in a multi-pack, something that has that accessory that we're also asking for.
Maybe a battle pack, you guys.
Mm.
Maybe something.
Yes.
A
That'd be
large
cool.
window, one of those world building battle packs from back in the day, since everyone's talking about changing up packaging.
Oh boy.
Don't say that.
No, but like
Canceled.
in all seriousness, I do think like battle packs would be kind of a fun thing to like kind of bring back. They do
I
have
do too.
decent shelf presence, and that'd be a good way to get the figure back out there again, get some of us happy with that accessory, and maybe just like bring some people in to like I don't know, more world building on shelf. Because I do think that's like one thing that holds TVC back sometimes is they always talk about how it's special with the world building, but then I don't see any world building on a shelf.
Yeah.
At retail.
No.
I see figures, and it's like, okay, that figure would be great if there was something to accompany it too that made that person kind of like with Hammond Collection. You see the dinosaurs, and then you see a character, and you're like, oh, those go together. Let me buy both of those things. Where it's like, this is like, okay, the figure, I could get it. Do I need it? I don't know. Like, I don't know. There's just something there, I think.
Yeah.
So what I'm hearing you saying is Hasbro should put that Kenner repaint X-Wing in stores, right? In bulk too. Every store should get 20 of it.
You mean
With
the
a million
best
more on
thing
the
that's
way.
ever been made?
The thing that healed the world and everybody loves unequivocally.
We'll get there. We'll get there. Oh,
Well,
man.
what they used to do back in the day was, which I thought was great, was let's say they come out with a new speeder bike or something along that line. When they released it, they would release it with one with this clone and one with a different clone. It's the same ship, but it had all these different chase clones with it, all different paints. You're going to buy every one of them. And then we're getting more characters, even though it's the same sculpt.
Yep.
Yeah.
They recently, and by recently, I mean, what was that, 2023? They kind of did that approximately with the new speeder bike. They did the Return of the Jedi version and then the Mandalorian Remnant version in a relatively short time span. And I liked that. That was fun to get that. So, yes,
Yeah, and
agreed.
If you had a
Totally
case
agree.
and it had those assortments in it,
Mhm.
it shows up at the store, if it ever showed up at a store, you would be able to see all of those different variants on the shelf at the same time. I think it's money left on the table.
I think that speaks to an issue that I have too when I walk into the stores, where it's like, deluxe figures, and luckily they've now made the cases of the deluxe figures, I think, are only 4 figures, so it's not like 8 to 16 of one character on a peg. I think waves, and I don't think waves are, it's boring seeing only the same 4 or 5 figures for months over and over again, where it's just like, how exciting it would be if it was even just 8 all new characters in one go, or all new figures in one go, and then like an assortment of like 2 or 3 medium vehicles, so that there's variety. I think that's where we kind of get stuck is, the shelf presence of, there's TVC here, but it's 4 of the same character, and then maybe 1 or 2 of some that are sitting around since 2021. You kind of remind me of something with that, Evan. It's like there's always been a character or two like back in the day that would just hang there, Shout out to Yarna. Shout out to some of those random obscure aliens that like some people love, and then some people are like, I don't want that. I want the thing with the blaster. But I think nowadays, since we're limited to like one peg, that's really challenging, because it's like, okay, whoever is going to be at the front of the peg that day is really the ambassador to TVC for whoever's coming by. Exactly.
And it's like, if that figure ain't hitting, that person's not going to pay any attention. Where it's like, if you have at least 3 pegs and you have 3 options there between like, a battle droid, an Obi-Wan, and like a trooper, you got a little variety there, and whatever speaks to you in that moment could help promote a sale, along with like having like an actual like complimentary world building item with it too.
Like a Rada.
Yeah, like a Rada.
Like a Rada.
That's something I noticed the other day when I was at Target. It was like at least like 3 pegs for like Black Series, so you could see a little variety there. But with TVC, it was literally the 1 peg right now, and the Stranger's front and center. And while I love the Stranger, I don't know if he's going to speak to everyone. And then Zeb, because now they have a deluxe peg. But it's like, oof.
No, but if you take 2 steps to the right in that same aisle, you see all the Jurassic Park with a variety of different things, all types of world building. So if they can do it, Why can't we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not how you grow the line. That's all I'm going to say. You can't grow the line if it's not hanging on the pegs. That's another conversation for another day.
Fair.
It really is. It really is. Speaking of world building,
Love it.
Ooh.
I was not surprised to see this, and I thought it was pretty cool. I thought the execution of all of it looks great. I am happy that they're checking off more Mando and Grogu stuff. So that's fantastic. And I did really love that this guy has soft goods and all that. So this is cool.
Yep.
This is cool.
Yeah.
Do I think this guy would really jump out at retail? I don't know.
No.
I think it's a cool item, but it's like it's different if it's like Mando and like a vehicle or like something. But like the overweight jerk warlord guy, he's speaking to a certain crowd,
he has a name and it's Commander Barro. Okay, don't get it messed up, dude.
He's the jerk warlord.
Yeah,
who left his people behind too, like a coward.
Well, I'm happy we got him. I mean, here having a bad guy coming out. It's kind of far and few between sometimes to get somebody like that, and the payout on that shit,
dude. Seriously,
that was nice.
Yep.
Yeah,
that actually reminded me of the Imperial hover tank.
Yeah, totally.
Back when they were like really going in with like some paint apps and nice detail and stuff like that. Same thing with the troop transport. Both of those were really nice mid-sized small vehicles that got like proper treatment. And it's been kind of hit or miss since there, and it's a lot of up for debate in terms of like the pricing and how they justify the end price of like the product or whatever. But this, like, I think they came pretty correct. It's nice that like the officer sculpt is really doing its work and probably helped us get those soft goods and stuff like that too.
Yeah. It's a new torso though. It's a heavier, so there's some variety. So if they can do it like they did the Imperials, where they can kind of like they have different fronts of that torso that they can assemble on, it just further expands what we can get in terms of Imperials in the future with minimal overhead for Hasbro, which I know, again, that's what they like to hear. How can we do it for as cheap as possible? But yeah, I didn't think we were going to get this guy. I'm glad we did somehow, because I mean, if it wasn't now, it was going to be never, because he's not going to be a hot seller on his own. Just look at the Black Series version.
Oh, that one's going to peg warm target till 2032, dude.
Oh, it's going to be there forever. And it's really nice. It's just not an essential. I have a lot of things above this guy on my wish list from Mando and Grogu, but it makes sense. He comes with the vehicle that he goes with from the scene that he's in. There's stuff that goes with them, and they did a really nice job with it. So you know what? Overall, hell yeah.
And you can take this body, and you still have the opportunity to go to Andor, because we had a heavier set Imperial in there. You can go to Bad Batch, where they had a really quality heavy set Imperial officer there. You can go back to Rebels, where they had the thin and heavy set. All of those
episode 1
with this same sculpt, so they can make their money back if they're strategic about how they're doing it.
Yeah,
totally.
I got to say, this was like really my moment where I was like, damn, I picked up almost everything that's come out this year, because I saw this, and this on paper, this would never have been something I would order even like beginning of this year. But when I saw like the detail, and like especially when I saw Chris open it up during those interviews, like I have to say, like, I got to give props. Like, in my opinion, Victoria had one of the best interviews out of. I thought her questions were like really good, and she just like bounced from topic to topic. It was very good. But when he showed the inside of the interior with all that sculpted detail, that was where I was like, wow. Like, and honestly, I gotta say, I feel like personally, like $51.99 is a really solid price for a vehicle with a figure. Like, I really was excited, and this is and honestly, I'm really happy with, like, you get like the whole first 10 minutes of the movie now, because you have Mando, you have the ATRT, you have the the AT-AT drivers that he fights, the snowtroopers that he fights. We've got like this character now. You could literally, if you do photography, if you're into like the world building, you could really build out the entire opening sequence of the movie. So I, for one, am like super stoked about this whole set, and I'm definitely going to pick this up.
Imagine how cool this would have been though if this was revealed when the movie was like still about to come out, because this was the scene. This was the scene that they showed on Disney Plus before the movie came out, and you already saw it get destroyed.
It was
before
on
you
Fortnite.
even went to the and it's really cool. But like that would have been hype. Like that's just where I go. It's like what was there to be gained?
Smart
from
marketing.
holding this back?
reveal this
Yeah.
thing while an actual like movie trailer's out.
Yeah.
I would immediately bought it because I was like, cool, the thing from the
Yeah.
trailer. Right on.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Hyped up, long-time collectors, as well as like long-time fans, as well as those that are just, excited to get new toys and see a new Star Wars. So
Right.
Also going
Yeah.
back to what one of you guys said, if we didn't get him now, we wouldn't have got him maybe ever. And that
Yeah.
just makes me think client,
yeah,
Bro,
Yeah.
you need the client. That's
Yep.
all I gotta say.
unfortunately.
yeah,
Like, The Mandalorian has really become a hefty chunk of like the TVC line overall, and even my collection. It takes up a lot of space. We've
Yeah.
gotten a lot of stuff from it. But like to like sit back here and just be like, man, I don't have one of the dudes from the first episode.
Yeah.
I saw
main
that
dude.
clip at Celebration 2019, saying like, oh my
Wow.
God, that's Werner Herzog in that. And it's like, that's so cool. And then to never get him ever, and to get everything else that goes, including the cantina that he goes in. It's like, what are we doing? Like,
We're gonna get him. Don't you worry. We're gonna get him one day.
It'll
there's a lot
happen.
from 2019 we didn't get though. Main villain of a movie.
Way to
Yeah,
be positive.
yeah,
Yeah,
It's all
and
good.
if we're talking about the Mandalorian line in general, I mean, when I go through and we're looking at like 8 basic figures, we have one beast, we have a vehicle, and then with the 4-packs, I think if we just came out with one more droid gacha with all the miscellaneous V1s,
Oh yeah.
yeah.
and honestly, when I look at everything that's in there, and again, there could be something else I'm missing. The only thing we need to have them make is the droid security head to be able to do all the mismatches we need to make that happen. So there's
Yeah.
not a lot of extra things that they need to pay to build. It's already there for you.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
Yeah.
And also a Grogu with his little armor would be nice too. But
Fair.
and
Yep.
the Anzellan ship and the Anzellans, those are all little things that could just be one,
You know,
$40
maybe,
thing.
maybe TVC could do the thing right instead of just pissing everyone off like it did with Black Series, where they could do the dog with the
Yeah.
Anzellans with their little truck that they drive around
Yes.
in. That would be a great little just accessory kit. And Grogu with his armor. Boom.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Done.
they-
I would pay
I
$20 for that.
I'd pay more than
Yeah.
$20 for that. I would go nuts for that kind of thing. That'd be dope.
I mean, I paid $20 for the little kitty thing that I could spray
Yeah.
paint and weather up, and
I was gonna say,
you're
you painted that one, right?
I did.
And-
God,
and
that looks great.
Yeah, it looks solid. Looks good.
honestly, it was like some of my favorite part of the movie. It was amazing.
Yeah.
The Anzellans are hilarious. The fact that they had that little ship, and then Grogu trying to take Din back to that, and he's like,
Yeah.
"I don't fit in that. Come on." And just
Dude.
like it was like all feels from there out, and I was like, man, I have got to get one of those.
There was
And,
so
like,
Yeah.
much in that movie that, like, on paper, I would have been like, "Nah, that's cringe. That's
Yeah.
I don't want to watch 3 fat slugs fight in a
Yeah.
palace." And then I was watching the movie, and I'm like cheesing ear to
Popcorn.
ear.
Go get 'em,
Yeah.
This is the best thing I've ever seen.
I did laugh. I saw it with some buddies and their partners, and they don't keep up with much. I think the last thing that they saw was probably season 2 of Mandalorian.
Yeah,
And so we were watching, they haven't seen Clone Wars and stuff. And we went and they leaned over a couple times. They were just like, what's happened? Who's that? What is that? Why are we doing this? It's like, I don't know what to tell you. This is fun. They're like, oh yeah, no, it's fun. But like, what is this? So
yeah.
Yeah, that little Anzellan speeder car would be so cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also,
I
Grogu
agree.
with his like pauldron and just like his bandolier, like I need that.
I think that's pretty essential. I mean, it's one of the title characters, Grogu, in his, major adventure outfit. And it would just be a lot of fun because that is a highlight for the movie for a lot of folks. And, they've already got base stuff for the, no, you pulled up the image and I don't know where I'm going. with anything anymore. It's all good. And this is where I log off. See ya.
Jeez, I could like
Scratch.
I could interrogate you real easy with that photo.
Oh, yeah, dude. I'll admit to anything. Dude.
He's done.
Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. You're good. I wasn't going anywhere with that other than just give me the Anzellans and Grogu. I need that.
I agree.
I will say I definitely want that Grogu. Like he's pretty essential. I feel like
Yeah.
he's gonna have to get packed in at some point. I
Yeah.
mean, he's just always that accessory that we have like hundreds of for some reason. But
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's another one that, the target by me is just drowning in because they got like the solid box of 12 of the
Yeah,
little mini Grogu
same.
pack for Black
Yeah.
Series. which okay, neat. I know that that's paying homage. Oh, we've got nostalgia for 6 years ago when they released Grogu for the first time. It's really nice, but it's like, again, this is something that should have been on shelves in March before the movie came out. It's just like, who cares now? I know they're getting ready for like the digital release happened. They're getting ready for the Disney Plus stuff, but not like who cares, but it's striking while the iron's hot is a major recurring problem we've all talked about many times.
Yeah, I will say I took a look at that little Black Series Grogu, and I was like holding him up next to Zeb in the store, and I was like, "This is scale. Could I actually convince myself to buy this?" And then I was like, "Looks a little off. Oh my gosh, this thing's like what, $10 or whatever it was?
$12.
$12. And I was like, that little dude, nah."
Yeah, Pulse for some reason charged 12, but everyone else was charging 10. Whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, not that I bought it, but I spent an extra $2 on it allegedly if I did. So
he looked. I mean, it's cool looking. It's got the fish in there and the stick and his little water canteen. So I was like,
it's cool.
Like,
it's a cool set. I like it. And
Tommy,
it would be nice if TVC got a new Grogu that's not impaled like the one we got with the deluxe.
Yeah. Tommy, I think this year, in the past couple of years, like our collecting paths have kind of like
intersected.
Just kind of intersected because I picked up a lot more Black Series this year with all the saber wielders than I have in a while.
I gotta say though, I keep saying it. I keep going. TVC did it better. TVC did it better.
Oh, the TVC ones are better when or if they make them.
Another one is this guy. This dude. The TVC of this is amazing. But whenever I turn his head, it just pops off. You can't on the Black Series one. You can't turn his head. So he's just like stuck looking. You can't make him look up. You can't make him look down. His head just pops off. So like that's disappointing, and that's not an issue that I have with the Black Series or the TVC one. So once again, I keep finding myself saying, TVC did it better.
It did, and I have the TVC Maroc and the Black Series Maroc from the Ahsoka release. The TVC one, of course, it's better because guess what? It's got the thigh cut. I talked about it before. That Black Series thigh cut drop just kills these things for me.
Does that one not have the thigh cut?
No, it was one of the
started it.
Yeah, like 2023 was when they started cutting that out.
It sucks because he poses so well, but if he had that thigh cut, it would just take it that extra step. And like, I seriously think that Marok and 11th Brother are like two of the best figures of this year, like for TVC. Like they are just so amazing.
Easily.
I can get them into poses like so effortlessly. Like I'll be like in my head, like, okay, I'm gonna do this pose, and then while I'm trying to figure out that pose, like I'm like, oh, I'll just do this because this also looks good.
Those dudes were really fun to pose, review, and take photos of.
Oh yeah,
I was having a blast during all of them.
That's why they featured your photo, dog.
Yeah,
heck yes, heck yes.
Yeah, dude.
But going to things that are less enjoyable. Sorry.
All right, guys, I'm gonna leave.
Got it.
See ya later. This was the first thing when like I mentioned, I was like away all day. I come back and I was just like seeing the flood of just like anger, just like flooding in. I was like,
you didn't see any anger from me because I left our group chat.
You was out. I saw one story from you and it was sad, and I was like, oh, poor Evan.
Yeah,
it's like,
dude, the second I saw this, I almost choked to death on my coffee. I straight up thought, no way. There is no way they did this. There is no way they did this. And then the excuse was that they developed it at the same time as the Revenge of the Sith one.
Yeah.
But again, there's no reason. These two figures, the Revenge of the Sith, Attack of the Clones figures, there's no reason that these legs that they designed should have ever made it anywhere near production. Nowhere. Like, just trash. The second, I know Steve said, and they haven't updated it, the Attack of the Clones version there. Oh, we slapped some paint on the joint to make it look a little better. No, it doesn't look better. And if you move it, it's going to look even weirder.
Sorry, Sam, that doesn't quite work.
And then they said, well, our mistake was that we put the joint disc in a 2-color area. And it's like, great, but have you looked at a picture of his anatomy and like his costume, and that his knee is not anywhere near that 2-color area? You put it in the wrong spot. The second that someone was like, oh, hey, we need to cut into the boot to put the knee in, you should have heard the record scratch, the brakes slam, and everyone be like, oh, we got something wrong. We need to put these legs back on the drawing board and fix this because this is wrong. Unbelievable.
I saw your picture where you actually showed like Ewan's like knee, like an actual photo of it compared to the photo of this.
It's like, have they ever seen the movie? Have they ever seen a picture of the character? What's happening?
I also feel so bad for you because this is like every Obi-Wan figure that they've kind of done. His knee, for some reason, is just so low on his body. And I gotta tell you, Obi-Wan
looks like crap.
And you, Evan, just kind of remind me of that Curb episode where the Jets. The effing Jets, Larry. You're gonna bring up the Jets in my house. This is your Jets right here.
Yeah. It's such a bummer. I mean, Obi-Wan's my favorite character. I know I'm heated about this, embarrassingly so. I get it. It sucks watching.
You care about the character. That's why you want it done right. And
it just sucks too because
we made so much like noise for like a prequel trilogy Obi-Wan because we needed one desperately.
Yeah.
And for us to really just miss the finish line on the Revenge of the Sith one, especially coming out of like an anniversary where we didn't see anything on the anniversary.
Yeah.
Then wait so long, get the thing. It's a beautiful 2-pack. It's a beautiful figure too, but then just like that shortcoming, which is actually very, very, it's like that red dot again with a Seinfeld reference. It's just like you cannot notice it. It's very odd. I think it's worse on this figure because
it is way worse on this
color
figure.
disparity. Yeah.
And then the paint's going to look goofy too, and it's just like, you know, they can't reuse these pieces. That's what sucks. They spend a lot of time, you know, telling us over and over again about how small our line is and why we can't have stuff, and you know how we need to pick and choose either or. So it makes these sting extra bad when we get what should be a definitive update, and there's a colossal problem with it. I mean, I haven't even touched on the fact that the sleeves on this sculpt are too long and render the wrists and hands almost useless. It's just, now we have to choose. Okay, do we want them to fix it? And then that comes at the expense of maybe something new or other tooling. And they wasted precious tooling dollars on legs that they didn't even need to make because the Master Saul and Yord legs fit perfectly on these hips. That's the same exact size ball for the hips on these. And those are like the thighs from those figures were perfect for this. All they had to do was tool up lower legs. They didn't need to do this.
I think they just wanted to get like the baggier pants look.
And that baggy look is terrible.
Like I appreciate them trying that. I appreciate them trying that and like wanting to like do an all new. I guess what I'm saying is like I appreciate them going the extra mile to be like, let's give him like new legs. Let's not just like reuse something. But then like there were oversights here which kind of suck. And I do want to pull up this comment from Howlrunner where it's a toy though and they're trying. And I totally understand and agree with this because I deal in my own day-to-day life with custom designed things that get manufactured and delivered to clients. And I got to tell you, sometimes I understand where Hasbro's coming from. It's hard to find cheap, good help these days. And there are a lot of things that just get overlooked and bum out your client in the end. And we're constantly, you know, giving Hasbro like a lot of heat. And I get it. And I know that, you know, their lead times and stuff like that, they're always going quick. They also don't like interact with these figures as much as you and I do. Like all of us probably come home daily and pick up something and like analyze it and we're like, oh yeah, maybe they should have done that a little differently, you know? So like I can understand like missing stuff, and like I think this one was just like a really unfortunate thing where it's like they tried to get the best out of that sculpt and be like, we can knock out both the Revenge of the Sith and the Attack of the Clones version. Oof, they didn't like those legs, guys. Yeah. They're not going to be happy when they see this, but we'll try to damage control the best that we can.
I will say, I'll give it to them that specifically Steve Evans. I'm one of my biggest frustrations with this hobby, building off what Evan said, is like they'll screw stuff up and then just not say anything and ignore any kind of feedback from the community.
You can't do that.
And then we end up with like figure after figure after figure, and it's like, here we go again, like dealing with this. I really do give Steve Evans props for coming out and saying it on his page. I think it was that day or like the very next morning. Like it might have even been that same day.
It was
he
that
gave
day.
Like a very lengthy explanation And while I'm still not happy that it looks like this, I will say, okay, thank you for at least explaining to me how this ended up this way. Because now at least I have some sort of reasoning as to why things are the way they are. Ultimately, I still pre-ordered the figure. My dad also still pre-ordered the figure. This is one of those, though, that when I inevitably do a review on the figure, that is my opportunity as the content creator to really point that out, talk about it, and like Evan does, we're sitting here, we're talking about it, but also saying you could have done this, and in the future you can do this instead. Not just because I get frustrated when like we just like say, oh, this is stupid and wrong, and then we leave the conversation there. It's great when we can have a constructive conversation and give the feedback as the consumer and say like I, from my point of view, this is just as simple as there is no reason to have the hinge extend to the front because he's not a character that hyperextends his leg. So to me, it's literally, unless it wasn't he's an alien all of a sudden, this might be like Terminator Obi-Wan and we just don't know it yet. And that's coming out in Ahsoka season 2. We'll get like Obi-Wan distorted with like a hyperextending knees. But other than that, like aside from that, I am really happy that this character got made. And I did see someone in chat mention something about the face. I think it was it John Miko that showed a really close up of the prototype at San Diego Comic-Con, and the face does look better than the weirdly lit. It's like the lighting on these shots is very weird.
They're very soft and fuzzy looking.
Yeah, it does look better in the San Diego Comic-Con like sample they had.
Well, and if I may, you know, Tommy, you mentioned too, like it's not productive for any of us to just be like, oh, let's bitch about this and then only do that. I think that's why this stung extra hard for me, because it's been since when did they reveal the Revenge of the Sith one? I've been bending over backwards to be productive. I think it was like December, November, like January, November, December, somewhere in there. I've been bending over backwards trying to be as, you know, proactive and having these discussions and trying to make sure, you know, tagging in, you know, Steve and Brandon to try to look at these things and asking questions, providing ideas of, you know, how they can reuse stuff. I did that whole Looney Tunics breakdown, which took forever. And we've talked about it many times. And I've given them a lot of benefit of the doubt. And I've, you know, I still bought the Obi-Wan figure, obviously. I still have a lot of good stuff to say about what Hasbro's doing. It was just, this is just, was such just a very pointed, it felt like a stab to my heart after all of the energy and time and passion. And, you know, it's like, it sucks when I care about something that seems pretty obvious more than the people who make it can be bothered to care about it. And I understand things happen, mistakes happen. I'd feel better about this if the line was a little bigger, being like, okay, well then on the next release of this, they'll correct it. But this requires some more new tooling that could come at the expense of something new. And I don't know. It's not the Hasbro of old that's going to be like, oh, they're just going to repack this Obi-Wan and update this Obi-Wan every year for us. It's like these could be our only shot at a lot of these things at this point. So, you know, if it's not done right the first time, it's not because they're trying to nickel and dime us to get us on the next release. There might not be a next release. So not because the line's ending, but just because
take it slow,
shifting priorities.
And QC, please QC, and make sure you have someone QCing it who, I don't know, just like test drives a little bit more. Frequently.
Or has like seen the Obi-Wan character before via photos or, you know, the iconic media.
It doesn't help when they talk about the line like it's the elderly family dog that needs put down. Like I hate when they talk about the line like it's on life support. Because it's not. And this year has really been evidence of, in my opinion, a lot of new people. Well, it's not my opinion. It's the truth. A lot of new people came into TVC this year. And I'm going to be real, like this, I hope this is encouraging to you, that a lot of Black Series collectors that picked up this wave and also bought the Revenge of the Sith Obi-Wan were like, they hear, you know, the community talk about the knees and they're like, oh, cool. Like, I see that. That's really wrong. Oh well, it's still better than the Black Series Obi-Wan.
Really?
The Attack of the Clones Obi-Wan has the pinned double jointed legs. For Black Series, so like this still for people is a huge step up. Cool. So yeah, that's for a lot of people, they don't really care as much.
And I mean, I'm not trying to be disingenuous here. Where it's like that's what's I get extra frustrated because this is a really nice figure overall. Like the Attack of the Clones, Obi-Wan, Revenge of the Sith, overall they're really great in so many ways, and I think that's what makes it even more crushing in the ways that they're let down are so egregious. You know, I Toys, as you were saying, I appreciate them trying the saggy knee thing. Obi-Wan was not the character to do it on. He never has saggy knees, and it obviously doesn't work at this scale because the very design of that like low knee that they do shifts the whole thigh piece down where they put the disc for the knee way lower than it should be. So I never want to see that again. And that sucks that, you know, some of our precious tooling dollars were wasted on pieces that should not, and let me be clear, should never be reused for anything ever again. I cannot think of a reason to reuse these pieces unless they're making a really tall character with those thighs and longer lower legs. But
it's so sad because I've heard you say this before in the past about the other Obi-Wan figures and just like don't use those legs. Like you got
for years since 2022 I was saying just make new legs for prequel Obi-Wan. The Wandering Jedi thighs are terrible, never reuse them. And they're like, gotcha, Chief, but then the monkey's paw curled and they made worse legs.
Could you imagine if they were sitting there and they're like, yeah, I'll show him not to ask for new legs.
I mean, I'm not going to lie, guys. I know I've had a crash. I've been pretty vocal, passionate about that. It really has caused me to take a pause in how I collect a lot of this stuff. You know, how involved do I want to be in this stuff? How much energy do I want to put in to talking about this stuff? You know, it really did put a big old damper on my enjoyment of the hobby. Maybe temporary, we'll see. It was nice to be able to take stock of this stuff, but this one hurt, and I'm really bummed because I would never wish this on anybody for their favorite character to not just once, but every iteration of them get messed up in a completely avoidable and weird way.
What if it was Deb Nolly?
Yeah.
Even if it was Deb Nolly, you wouldn't wish it upon?
You know, I don't think I would. I don't think I would because I don't want to see a re-release of Deb Nolly to get it right.
I don't know.
I think I need a gunship that has Klieg Lars in the ball turret, and we have Coleman Trevor as the hood ornament, and then inside the gunship piloting it, we have Deb Nolly and I totally lost. Oh, the client. That would be my that's my best gunship I can put.
Perfect.
Finn, how do you feel about Deb Nolly?
Is he not everyone else's favorite? No.
Master Deb Nolly,
Jedi Master Deb Nolly,
CT Deb Nolly,
CT Deb Nolly, yeah,
TK Deb Nolly.
It's like he has a clone helmet, but they like take the fin off the top because he's bald.
Dude, that's just what happens when you have too much like stress on
aura, dude.
You start losing your hair, the growth.
They knew he would be too powerful if he had hair.
Yeah, that's what I think my dad said on when we did our last podcast. He said something like, "Some of you collectors look like Deb Nolly, and that's why you want him as your selfie series."
Yeah. I saw your dad say that. Your dad was in rare form on that stream. Your dad's hilarious.
That's why I only invite him on once in a blue moon, because whenever I do, you know, it's gonna be, yeah.
Oh geez, Lorena, if they do Satine ever and they don't do her right, I would be sad as well.
She needs low knees to match Obi-Wan.
I was about to say they give her saggy knees.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
And you know what? But here's the thing: is Hera and Padme, both Padmes, they also have fallen victim to this kind of angled low knee thing. Yeah. Granted, those characters they don't have a color change where that happens.
Yeah.
So it's a little easier to look over. Or to overlook, and proportionately they don't seem as wacky when they're posed. It's these Obi-Wans, just because the knee is just so low, it does make him look wacky. Like I really am bummed. I don't like posing Jedi Legend Obi-Wan or Showdown Obi-Wan with bent knee poses, because it's like that's not how a knee goes. And I was just on Figures of the Forces show. He just launched a show, and I was lucky enough to be a guest there. But it was like from here on Human Anatomy, like here to here, from my elbow to the tip of my fingers is shorter than, you know, my bent knee to the bottom of my foot. On this Showdown Obi-Wan and the Legend Obi-Wan, the forearm to finger is much longer, way longer than the knee to the bottom of the foot on these characters. So it's off.
See, you're getting me though, Evan, because I almost failed anatomy in high school. So now
Yeah.
you're starting to lose me here. But
Oh yeah, no.
but
No, that's not
will,
anatomy. That's just using your eyes, dog. Did you fail a vision test?
I was falling asleep in class. That was my problem.
Dude, you're sending me, dude.
So
no,
anyway,
I
that's
just
my
think-
crash out. Thank you guys. I'm so sorry to everybody watching for taking up way too much
Evan,
time.
Is it because
whining.
of Obi-Wan?
Was
It's because of Obi-Wan. My
Because of
feelings.
Obi-Wan?
There hurts. Yes.
Damn.
Oh, and look at that
Does anyone
lightsaber
else-
hilt hidden.
Does anyone else think that his eyes look a little weird too?
He looks
like
a
they're
little
very
goofy
dark.
in some of
Yeah,
these
it's the
pictures.
lighting on the promo photos is
Yep.
super.
I hate
like,
to be
dark
that person with the
eyes.
Seinfeld references, but this is another bad lighting where it's like you don't know which
Yeah.
Obi-Wan you're getting. Depending on
Yeah.
the lighting you see.
Oh, I wanted to bring this up. The knee thing. I feel like this was like an intentional choice. Not just for Obi-Wan. You brought up like Padme and stuff. Black
Yeah.
Series has been doing that the last few years for like
They
characters that
have.
wear pants because and their explanation was they're trying to hide the joint. So they do these
That worked great.
they do these thighs that like curve over the front of the joint so that when they
Yeah.
bend the legs. And I sit there and I'm like,
Interesting.
but it doesn't really work because
They're-
then
they're
when
not
you bend the
accounting.
knees, it's still showing. It luckily for Black Series though, it hasn't really like ruined a figure. You know what I mean? Like it's a weird design choice that they've made across the board.
Well, and
Yeah.
it's smart in a couple areas. I mean, again, we brought up Ahsoka, but also I think that the Stranger was the same thing. He's got the baggy pants. Well,
Mhm.
you can make that happen a little bit better, but then you
Yeah.
can't start taking everybody else's pants and say, well, everybody now has baggy pants, so we can hide this hinge. That's going the wrong direction.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think the Tuscan Boba Fett also has the same deal going on
Yeah.
Correct.
with the baggy thing hanging over his knee.
Yep.
Yeah,
They did it
and
well.
they look great because those are baggy pants on those characters. Whereas,
Yeah,
Yeah.
you know, Obi-Wan doesn't have super baggy pants that hang over his boot at all, ever.
Yeah.
Maybe he should. Maybe he should be rocking some Jinkos in the Jedi Temple.
Yeah, right.
Jedi
Yeah.
Jinkos.
I mean, they are
Parachute
early
pants.
2000s movies. So
Hey,
Oh man,
parachute pants are back in the Jedi Temple. We just
Yeah.
missed it.
bro,
Oh
Obi-Wan
man.
be killing it.
Oh,
I
don't
will
hurt him
say
now,
a
Obi-Wan.
positive here, like we mentioned earlier, though. I do love that they actually gave us more than one like Force hand.
Yes.
That is
Okay.
Yeah.
That's great.
Now-
That's great.
Now the
one
irony.
more thing.
Oh no, Evan's gonna say it.
Go,
He's gonna
Evan.
say the thing.
No, go for it. What were you going to say?
I was gonna say the irony of them giving him his two finger pose when
Yes!
he didn't
I
use Sorisu in
Yeah.
Attack of the Clones. He used
That
it.
hand should have come with this figure.
That's
Yeah.
their way of saying sorry we didn't include it because
No.
that was a critique.
That was a
No.
hey, we messed up and we're trying to fix it. Hope that
No.
this makes up for the
Because they developed them
fact
at
that
the
these
same
knees are
time.
shit.
That's how we ended up with the messed up knees on both because they made them at the
Wait,
same time.
You don't remember the iconic scene where Obi-Wan gives Jango Fett the peace sign as he's leaving?
Well, now that's how I'm
going
going to display it. So thank you for the idea. But like,
Dude, I now want to Photoshop some Jinkos on him. Sign on my Camino wedding day.
yeah, is
Yeah,
someone
you
out there like
remember-
really good
Ugh.
at soft goods? Can they tailor up some jeans for my Obi-Wans?
Yeah,
So-
do you remember that time
Yo,
on
hide the
Camino?
knees.
You remember that time on Camino whenever Obi-Wan and Jango Fett were fighting and then Obi-Wan hit him with one of these. Whoop!
Yeah.
And like
Three
Pakistan.
scenes is that.
right in the visor.
Oh, now they need to include a hand like that for Django to block the.
Whoop!
Amazing. I mean, at least we got the hand.
Right, exactly. Well,
Yeah.
in that way of thinking, if we get the two fingers in this one for a different figure, that would say that the Ahsoka Anakin that comes out, the Ghost Anakin, he might come with the green lightsaber. So, let's,
Yeah.
True.
Yeah, include the
Yeah.
wrong. Yeah, include the wrong accessory later in a different release. It'll be fine.
Throw it in there.
Of
You never
course,
know
of
what you're
course.
getting, man.
Yeah, it's
I
It's
will say,
fine.
what
So
people have
again,
been finding,
apologies.
like the Revenge of the Sith or Obi-Wan, like on sale in Targets and stuff like that. Like Tyler just got a few.
Yep.
I have a couple extras myself that I haven't gotten like a discount or whatever. But my plan is like basically like it's still a good figure, and if I ever
Mhm.
we ever do get a better version, I'll probably just swap out the old ones for like custom Jedis and stuff like that. Just
I-
because like a random backgrounder, he could take those bad knees.
Yeah.
I picked them up, and it's like these knees. Like I think the upper legs they may have used on the old Ben as well. I think that maybe is where I Obviously, my rage has
I
blinded
think you're
me.
right. I think you're right.
And it's more hidden under that because it's got the longer tunic. However, they reused the old Ben body full stop for Luke. And you can kind of see in some of the poses where they have him in an action pose that the knees look kind of awkward and low, like his thighs are just too long. It's unfortunate. It's not a deal breaker on things like that. And if that's how we get some of these cool background or like obscure niche EU figures, fine. I did pick up a couple extras of this Obi-Wan set because it's like $24, or Tyler found it for 15.
Yeah.
And I've been taking it apart because I've been getting into customizing more. Confession time, I still have not opened a single one of the Airborne clones, and I have like 6 now.
They're so cool.
Out of here.
Oh man.
Yeah.
So
Get
cool.
out of here.
Yeah, I still need to pick up that set. I need to check my Walmarts around here, see if they still have them.
Oh,
Yeah.
dude, it's a great set.
It is.
Yeah,
It is.
I heard that the knees are like the highlight though.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
dude,
great.
they're revolutionary. Yeah.
Yeah. You know Kenobi, best knees in the game.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Well,
yep,
they
yep.
call him Oni-Wan Kaloni. You know that? You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Yeah, that's
Colonies.
his name. Kaloni.
Colonies.
So
Yeah.
that's how they were just honoring Dave Filoni.
Oh,
Oh,
right, it's an
yeah.
homage. Yes.
I'll save
uh,
myself out. Same way I came
dude.
in. Gotcha.
Dude, oh man, so this
Dropping
has been
knives
like
in the- dropping the mic.
5D chess the whole time. And we just didn't get it. Oh.
So Filoni did ruin Star Wars, is what I'm hearing.
I knew
Uh,
it. I
It's all
knew it.
Filoni.
Star Wars was ruined a long time ago. It wasn't even.
Yeah.
Star Wars has been ruined
Been
since May
ruined.
25th, 1977.
I'll go ahead and say it. I'll go ahead and say it. It should have been Plo Koon at the end of season 2. He had to go and screw it up, make it Luke,
Yep.
ruin the whole thing.
Nobody wants to see Luke.
Yeah,
Yeah,
who cares about
because Luke has a skirt on his tunic, and that's wrong.
Oh man, you gotta love being a Star Wars fan.
Oh man. So I guess I missed crapping on the Kenner Colors X-wing. Did I miss
Nope.
that?
No, not yet.
No,
Yeah,
dude.
No,
Oh!
we
Made
saved
it
the
there
best
yet.
for last. How
How do you
many
get
are you
it?
buying?
Can I list a negative number? Is that a thing? Can
Yeah.
I
Don't
You're donating
lie.
some. That's so nice of you. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're gonna pay them to
You're
not
donating-
ship them from the factory
Yeah,
here.
you were late because you were at the bank trying to secure a loan to get a
right. Yeah. I mean,
Because you need to prove that Kenner sells better than anything else, and you know,
Yeah.
that's just of
I'm
course.
gonna put in the special request area that like I will give you money to not ship these to other people. Please.
I'm going to
do
use
not.
my house as collateral.
Tommy, you know what Hal Rudder's talking about? The inventory, man.
Inventory. Yeah, I collect for inventory, not for the passion of the hobby or because I actually like Star Wars.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me just
Mm.
buy
be fair-
more garbage.
One of
I
my
collect
co-
because I have mental illness. That's what.
Yeah,
I
oh, there's
I
no
mean-
other reason to. Yeah. I collect because Prozac is just not strong enough.
Crazy.
My coworker was asking me today, was like, so like, I just don't understand buying things if they don't serve a purpose. And I was like, hey man, so like, are you telling me that just liking to occasionally walk by a shelf and staring at something for like 5 minutes, maybe a couple times a month, is that not a purpose enough? And he was just like, well, does it bring you joy? And I was like, sometimes, but not really.
Sometimes.
Just kidding. It brings a lot of joy. I love it.
Actually, has brought me some pretty white fury rage recently.
Yeah.
God.
It's fun. It's fun. It makes me yell at my friends and, you know, spend money that I shouldn't
Makes
spend.
you question if people are your friends, you know?
Yeah.
But, you know,
Yeah.
that is what it is to feel and be alive.
It's like,
you
yeah,
know?
I used to go to Thanksgiving, but that guy likes Kenobi's knees, so I can't.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yep. I
can't
haven't
not
spoken
go
to my
there.
uncle in 6 years.
I haven't spoken to
Yeah.
him. He's a Coloni. I don't talk to
He's a
him.
Coloni. Yeah, it really tore our family apart.
I was
Yeah.
examining the quality control of that turkey, and I was just like, that turkey knee is just way too low, man. I can't even eat this.
Start
You got
having
any tofu?
flashbacks,
I'm not
dude.
gonna eat that real turkey. Get out of
I
here.
need to go I need to go over to Morocco or something and get some experimental knee lowering surgery so I could look like my favorite character.
You should cosplay as a lower knee Obi-Wan.
Yeah,
Oh my God.
unfortunately, my insurance is not good enough to pay for the medical bills that would ensue from having to shatter my legs like that.
Ugh.
So what you're saying is you don't have real money.
Correct.
Because that's another line I've been hearing the last couple weeks that none of us have
an
real
inventory
money.
of collectors. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if we want
I
to get
have
real,
real money, just not much of it.
existential- if we want to get real existential with it, what is real?
Yeah, for sure.
What's money,
Hey,
bro?
listen, guys.
Yeah,
We're
everything's
all in the
ma-
world between worlds right now, just floating around
Yeah.
space stuff.
It's
Yeah,
all on the
like
blockchain.
Listen, everything's made up, and the points don't matter. Like,
Yeah.
everything that we have and everything that we do was made up at some point.
You know, I mean, I use crypto to buy my figures. You use war bonds. There's, you
Yeah.
know, it's all the same at the end of the day.
Yep.
I sell my kidneys on the black market, and that's how I get mine.
Listen, man.
Listen,
Hey,
Get it how you
Republic
get
credits
it.
don't work out here,
Collect-
man.
collecting is
Only
collecting.
money.
Only money.
Only money.
Oh, dude.
Speaking of
Padme.
actual wonderful things, yeah.
So,
Padme.
so Padme.
Something wonderful has happened.
Stunning.
Okay, I got a question. How do you guys feel about the wrists?
Yeah, what is the wrist equivalent to cankles? I just
Frists. Frist. Yeah,
Like,
100%.
I like that they're, listening to the criticism, and they're trying to figure out a way to give us that like wrist articulation that we've been talking about. Because I mean, yeah, there's some characters that are very limited by not having hinged wrists. Those characters would be people that like usually hold a lightsaber. In my opinion, I don't really think Padme was one who desperately needed a hinge at the wrist.
I don't know.
Trying because
So I'm-
like I always like them to push the envelope the best that they can. And
Yeah.
here, I do think it's not a bad idea because posing with a blaster rifle, it allows her to kind of like do a little bit better
Yes.
of a sniper shot or whatever.
I agree.
I also appreciate them trying on Padme because she's actually one of the smaller characters in general. So like compared to maybe Hera's height, she's a bit shorter, which means it's even harder to achieve that on this character. So the fact they were able to like kind of test the waters and see if this works is a little nice to see.
I think it was a perfect figure as well because if you don't like it, then we already have the other Padme that was
Exactly.
released earlier
Yeah.
this year with the swivel
Yep.
wrists that are
True.
proportionally better. And I agree with you, Toys, that this is because she has a blaster rifle. I like when there's the hinge because you can
Yes.
get those two-handed poses much better. And I gotta say, this figure was one that when we got the first Padme beginning of the year, I was like, okay, so they're not doing, battle damage Padme. And so when I saw this, I was like, no way. This was like a huge, very awesome surprise for me
Yeah.
as a collector. Yeah.
Going
Oh,
I
go
was
for
just
it.
gonna say real quick, going back to what you were saying, if you like don't like those wrists and you could swap them out. I bought like some extras of these just because like I love seeing the figure, but I did make like a custom like Jedi Leia with it. And
that's
one thing that
cool.
was bothering me is like, she can't really mess with that saber the way I want her to.
Yeah.
So worst comes to worst, I could always take it from this Padme if I don't like it and give it to this custom as well, which is
Yeah.
it's nice to see them just like grow the line in the tooling library. And this is something Evan and the gang have always been talking about since the beginning. It's like the more things that we kind of get in there, the better and like more flex they have to like do experimental stuff. And
isn't it always
kinda here
nice?
for that?
I love it when you can when you get a reveal and then all the Black Series collectors go, "Man, I want that!" Like it's just an extra. How often does that happen? And I have to say
Not
too,
often.
the beginning of the year when the first Padme came out, I really like that quilted scarf piece.
Yeah.
But ultimately, I was like, I'm not going to pose her with it because I want the Geonosis arena look for her. And as soon as I saw this revealed, I went and dug up the scarf, put it back on my current Padme, and I was like, all right, you could ban Darth Moocher. We'll just get him out of here. We'll just get rid of him now.
And I'm hoping when she's in hand, maybe they'll look as big as they do, on this screen. Once you start using it, once you mess with it. I mean, even Han Solo, to me, I don't quite think about it like I did when he first came out.
Even Chimeras look a little weird, but as soon as you start posing him, like, he looks great,
Yep.
Yeah, and I think Cal's as well are similar. It is that in hand thing too. It kind of there's that separation of the screen from these things that kind of makes you hyper focus on some of the things that are maybe not as bad. I like you guys said, I do appreciate them trying on this. I don't think it actually looks as bad as I thought it would.
I agree.
Same.
I think though I'm still pretty confident in being glad that they didn't try it on Devon with how small that figure is and how small her wrists are. But that's a whole different thing of wishing they just gave her a neutral hand instead of the pointy hand on that, but whatever, it's fine.
I think if
Yeah.
they were to try it with Devon, it might end up looking like Hammond collection figures, which really have chunky wrists.
Yes, yes.
Mattel's articulation and some of their sculpting is just, again, this goes back to like Hasbro, as frustrating as they can be or whatever, is still top notch when it comes to making good action figures, especially 3751 ones, like for humans and anything. I mean,
But
there's no denying that the figures we get these days are hands down the best thing you've ever seen in a 375.
Oh yeah, it's all timer after all timer, and I mean, Steve just what was it? I'm sure we'll talk about it. I don't want to get too far ahead. The poll that Steve had put out last week about best figures, but it gets hard to choose with how many great figures there are just from the last couple of years.
This year has been so across the board, like so consistent with the quality. In my opinion, I'm new, so I don't really.
Hey, you know what? It's allowed. It's allowed to be new. The gates are open. Come on in, my friend.
That's not what I've been told the last couple of weeks. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh,
yeah. The dichotomy of TVC collectors.
Oh, man.
Yeah, we need to grow the line, but man, get that guy out of here.
Be gone.
I said something on the Figures of the Force show that was whether you've been collecting TVC for a week or you've been doing it your whole life, doesn't matter. Whether you like one Star Wars movie and hate the rest, or you like all the Star Wars, or there's some you like, some you don't, doesn't matter. You're still a Star Wars fan. You're still someone who likes and wants to support and buy TVC product. That's the commonality for all of us. And I think that's what should be focused on as much as possible.
100%.
Very, very well said, dude. Very well said.
And I'm going to echo Tyler here for just a quick moment. And I'm thrilled that we have a little bit of a different hair design.
Yes.
On the
Yes.
That's cool.
Yeah. I like the variation. I'm also assuming that the cuts on her back will be painted when she ships, because it's not.
Bold assumption.
Yeah, bold assumption, Finn, but they're not, because
I gotta say,
the in-hand samples were not painted.
Chris even said so.
Oh man.
Yeah, he said they're not going to be, but I mean, I would rather them not be and be able to do it and make it look good yourself than like what realistically, what are they going to do? They're going to paint 3 big red lines across her back, and everyone's going to go, this looks really weird, you know. So
it's not even really that noticeable to me either.
Really
I'm okay.
I was cool with it. I'm kind of curious if it was also like, this is like too violent of an action figure or something like that.
The no blood rule.
No blood rule or something
the
like
only I don't think it would have bothered me, but it's just you can see like the texture on the skin where there is a cut.
I mean, I appreciate them actually sculpting that, then rather not putting any scratches on her back. That would have been lame.
Right. So that's the only reason why I'm like, I maybe would have wanted that detail on there, that paint hit.
She got a quick force heal. Nobody saw it.
Yeah.
It's quick.
Pablo Jill walked over to her and just like zapped her real quick.
I thought it was Boltar Swan.
Yeah.
It was actually Coleman Trebor hit her real quick with that force heal and then jumped onto the balcony.
In his last dying moments before he died, before seeing Peak come from the sky, he was able to force heal Padme. Yeah,
he fell off the balcony, and as he was falling, he walked by and went, "Hang on a second."
Yeah.
Oh my god. She was like,
this is where we're going to find out where Grogu has been this whole time. When he was a young Jedi, he was just in somebody's pocket, and they would hold him up.
They'd go pocket Grogu, and they would throw him at them.
Grogu was actually at the Battle of Geonosis.
I'm just picturing the lamest, like pocket sand. Pocket Grogu.
I'm just picturing like the Jedi walking around with like Polly Pockets, and they just pull out and it's like Grogu.
Look, I got Grogu, but no. It fully sent me the display at San Diego Comic-Con where they've got the whole Battle of Geonosis set up, and this fully brand new, all new sculpted like Jedi figure is just laying down dead in the corner. Corner.
But you know why they did that? So that they could give Anakin the correct lightsaber.
Right.
Oh man, 2 problems with 1 solution. Let's go.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, man, he's gonna be the hood ornament on one of my gunships when
you just getting some yarn, tying him on there.
He's gonna be tied back on it like that. Yeah.
Like all super season, like Spider-Man 2 style, like on the subway.
Yeah.
Also, feeling like a hero, I just gotta pat myself on the back. So, when, my SWTVC teammate John, the Vintage Concepts, makes incredible card back mock-ups. Is just a master. You can show him any character, any background frame, and he'll be able to pinpoint when it's from, like the timestamp, like a real nerd. And when the Anakin card back, he was like, "Oh, I'm not sure where that Anakin card back came up." And within like a minute, I had hit him with the exact screen cap from the point of the movie that it was from and what they had airbrushed out. And he was just like, "Oh yeah, you're right." And I was like, "Is this what it feels like to be God? Is this what it's like? This is too much power." It drove me mad. It was wonderful.
Did you
So
start
highly
growing a
recommend.
mustache all of a sudden? You started,
Dude,
like...
I would if I could, man. I grow facial hair about as well as like an 8-year-old girl, and it's not great. So, yeah.
Oh my god.
Amazing.
Oh, look at that beautiful boy.
I'm ready for this.
He's his
Another
own
one
man,
that's better
man.
than Black Series. Another one that's better than Black Series. I'll say.
So-
Ooh, do you think so?
I do.
Yeah, I'm curious. I'd like to know
I would-
why, because John
Dave,
Miko
Dave.
had said something that he was really impressed with the Black Series version when I was chatting with him the other day.
So my big thing is, so there's one that I can speak to myself, and then there's one that he was in the chat earlier. I want to give a shout out to my co-host on Sarlacc Digest Toy Chest, Alexander Storm, because Alex was at SDCC and got to actually handle both of the Radas. So my thing is, the Black Series doesn't have that extra little abdomen joint at the midsection there. It only is like the top half and the bottom half. A big thing with Rada in the movie is that he ground pounds people.
Yeah,
and he
yeah.
will roll. And that, I feel like you can get a lot closer to that movement with the TVC, whereas Black Series you can't even get close because it's just that one ball joint below the chest, and then the rest of the body is one solid piece. Alex told me when he went to SDCC and got to handle the Radas. First of all, the TVC bendy wire tail actually has more range than the Black Series one does, so that's it's got that going for it.
Let's go.
And then on top of that too, the material for the rubbery overlay for the Black Series one is the same concept and material as the Maximum Hulk for Marvel Legends. And if you're not familiar, that material degraded and started cracking already, and people have only had that figure in hand for like 7-8 months. So that's happening with the Black Series, with the Maximum Hulk, and it's that same. They even said to Alex, like, yeah, it's the same material, same concept, blah blah blah. He said that when he was handling the TVC figure, it felt thicker and felt like sturdier, like that rubbery piece at the bottom. He said it reminded him more of the Marvel Legends Gargantos, which is the big star creature from their Gamerverse line that has the same text. So he actually said he ended up pre-ordering the TVC and not the Black Series because he said he's more confident that this will hold up to the test of time much better than the Black Series one will. And it's just got better articulation. So like, once again, I feel like this is another instance where TVC not only just keeps up with Black Series in quality, but actually exceeds it. So
this comment of disintegrating in the tropics. So I live in the high plains in the Rocky Mountains, and it's absurdly dry here. So like O-ring Joes, like O-ring figures, those O-rings disintegrate pretty quick out here with how dry it is. So I'm worried about it in where I live, but I'm trying to be optimistic, and I do feel a little more confident based on what you guys have shared for it. I dabble in Marvel Legends every once in a while, and I almost got some of the Maximum figures, but when I think it was even like the day that Hulk had released, I think within like a week, people were showing photos of them trying to pose him in the Sonic clap or whatever.
Yeah.
Not the disease, but the action, and and his shoulders were ripped. So it was a bummer.
Oh my gosh! No, see, all we need is Evan to make like a video, like for all of the people who live in like dry areas, how to oil your slug. Now this is how you keep your slug. This is how you keep your slug from cracking and getting dry.
We'll do SWTVC nights again, and I'll just be really oiling up my
skincare routine for my TVC Rada. Yeah.
Now it's going to look a little green, but that's good.
I will say people.
You want to get a nice glisten on.
You want to iron him? Iron the
iron the slug. Yeah.
Dude, I've always gotten comments from people about the Shadows of the Dark Side Jabba. How that one was like rubber and like has disintegrated on people. I've never had that problem. It's still sitting over there on a shelf. Kind of like I don't know what to do with it because I have better Jabbas now. but like it's never been a problem for me. So
That's because you're God's favorite.
Yeah.
Thank
Yeah,
you,
he
Mortis.
told me when he spoke to me.
Heck yeah,
You were the chosen one.
I did something right.
Yeah.
But no, I kind of wanted to link that to like when I did that recent Dewback custom from the Power to Force 2 version. That was like my original one that I had a kid, and it was like left up in the attic in extreme heat for a long time. So when I got that thing, I was like, oh gosh, it's like that terrible stickiness, you know? And I tried everything I could to like clean it and like get it better. But once I decided to actually paint it and then I sealed it with like a clear coat matte, it's no longer like sticky at all. Like nothing.
Nice.
Oh dang.
So like I'm kind of
Huh.
curious sometimes if like you could maybe get away with hitting this thing with like a matte clear coat to like help prevent that or just like stop some of the degradation. Because honestly,
Possibly, but it's like a jelly. I have one, and it did the same thing. And when you set it like on top of another piece of plastic, they almost mold together.
weird.
Ooh.
Really
I have
nasty.
no problem.
Huh.
Yeah.
He's been sitting on his
Ugh.
dais and just like all this stuff, and he's never. I've heard about it, and I'm like, mine seems.
Is that where
normal.
they got the concept for the horror movie
The
Um,
substance.
Substance? Is that
Together.
where they got the concept from?
Yeah.
Yeah, from the Dewback, dude. That's crazy.
Dude, but this Rada looks so ridiculously good.
Oh,
It looks
yeah.
cool as hell.
I never in my life did I think that I would be like losing my freaking mind over a Rada the Hutt with abs
Yeah.
in TVC.
Yeah.
Boy,
Like seriously, if
hardcore
they
ninja.
hadn't made him before March rolled around, he was gonna be on my March Madness list because I was like,
Same.
it's unacceptable to not have him.
Disqualified because he's not a single carded figure, but nice that you don't have to try. It's
Ooh.
good.
So build a figure Rada. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
I would have my top 5, and then in the little corner I'd put build a figure Rada piece. Left
Yeah.
arm,
Or
right
there
arm.
you
Your
go.
top 5 would it'd be an acrostic for Rada. So
I will say the one thing that's really been nice about Rada is that because he's a little larger, you know, than your average figure, he really gets to shine in terms of like articulation. And I think that's something
Yeah.
now with like the advancement in the tech and the sculpting and stuff that they're able to do in 375, like with the beasts, those have all been like pretty nice to see, like,
Yeah.
you know, a lot of points of articulation. They get to really kind of flex and have fun here with Rada because there's not as much limitation to like, you know, the hinges and stuff like that. So going back to what you were saying, Tommy, I do like that, you know, it's got that extra point of articulation of the abs that allows him to get closer to some of that posing from like,
Yeah.
you know, his body
Ground
stance and
pound,
stuff.
rolling.
Which
like,
yeah.
also, I should say, I do 100% agree with you, Tommy. I was just curious since you do both, like 6-inch and 3 3/4 inch. I am always curious to kind of get the perspective of like, so why is this like kind of
Preferred.
leading
Yeah.
or like over the
Yeah.
other one? I also thought it was a weird choice for the 6-inch. Why does he have a broken knife?
because he
Like-
breaks it in the movie.
Well, yeah,
And
but like you can't
isn't
use
that,
that.
so cool?
You can't use that accessory.
Dude, they do like they did the deluxe Return of the Jedi Boba Fett a few years ago, and they're like, and we also have the version of his EE3 when it's chopped in half, and I'm
I
like,
remember that.
who the hell is posing it with like that? Unless you're doing that one specific photo, who is
Yeah.
posing the figure that way? At that's when you know that the line has a lot of tooling budget, when they just do stupid, frivolous things like that.
Yeah, dude. I would like the when they
Just
revealed the
$2
6-inch
one.
Rada, I was frustrated for 6-inch collectors, even though I have no skin in that game. I was frustrated because I was like, man, that would piss me off. Like having a broken knife, that would so piss me off.
Good thing I
Because-
wanted to pose him with the axes, because forget the knives. Yeah,
Yeah, the axes are really where it's at. But
that's
like,
yeah, those are cool.
But still, it's just the
Also-
principle. It's the principle of it.
Yeah,
the photo that was on the with Din in the foreground, he's wielding the sword. We finally get to use that sword
I
accessory
know.
that our really great
Yes.
Mando came with. I'm
Yes.
so excited.
Copyrighted stupid little sword.
Yes.
I love that. Ever since Evan said that that's what it was on one of the SWTVC streams, I can't call it anything else. Every
Yeah.
single time I talk to anyone about that figure, or like,
Sword.
or even to myself, if I'm setting up a shot, I'm like, and stupid little sword. Yeah, I can't not call it a stupid little sword.
Can you guys refresh
I
my memory? Do
love
they have
the
any?
stupid little sword.
Do they have any product photos for the Black Series ones like this?
Yeah.
Okay, I couldn't remember because I only pay really attention to like what I'm looking for.
God scale. Yeah,
Yeah, God
Yeah.
scale.
Yeah.
But yeah, no,
the god
I-
scale.
love
Yeah, that's
that
what
they
they're going
went
to change
all
the
out.
line to.
There you go. There you go. Hey, that might convert some people.
God scale collection.
Yeah, your figures are delivered to you on a beam of light.
Ooh.
The clouds part and they just float down onto
Yeah,
your
man.
porch.
Speaking of the beams of light, they did like such a cool job, like setting us up for photos and stuff, and just like making it look cool. And,
Yeah,
like,
shooting the Galaxy does such a good job with.
Yeah.
I was
photos
about
and
to
things.
say,
Yeah.
is this still shooting the Galaxy? Because
He does everything now. Yeah.
Yeah, his work is really good.
yeah.
Got to hand it to him.
It made me want Arena, at least like if they sold it like a modular slice, like they did with the Jedi Council stuff of sell pieces of the Arena with like one of the Dejeric or Arena beasts or whatever.
Yeah.
It'd be so fun. But
Dude, this photo on the right, and this is like such a subtle thing. I love that you can bend the tail so he can do that inchworm thing he does when he's like moving
Yeah.
directly towards
yeah,
you. That is
Yeah.
so cool that it's not just like you can only bend it, one direction. You can get those little humps in the tail so that he can actually look like he's moving towards something.
It would
Yeah,
be
super cool.
fascinating. It would be fascinating to be able to like open up that area and actually look at the mechanism. I'm so curious to see what it is, but I'm not
I'm
the
sure
one
someone's
that's.
gonna pop that.
I'm
thing
sure
up.
someone's
Someone
gonna rip it off.
Someone
some
will do
creep
it.
out there is going to cut it open.
Yeah, someone else out there can dissect their Rada. I'm only going to be buying one, but in this economy,
Yeah.
listen.
So he'll fit in the Razor Crest, and now it's like, okay, who is going to be the first person to like sell a little net, a little web accessory to cradle Rada in hanging inside the?
Oh, dude, someone's gonna someone will 3D print that immediately.
Buy it. That's
Yeah.
Yeah. Race you.
Okay, done.
I think what was it? Was Christopher? Oh, he's now Moments Gallery on Instagram. He was asking folks in his story of like, what are some soft goods that you'd actually buy? Just saying it out loud. It's like, hey man, if you ever watch this, you should make the little net for Rada in the Razor Crest. That'd be dope. I'd buy that.
I would love
think
the net that Embo uses too. That would
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah. It put like a little like lightning effect on top of it
Yeah.
too.
That'd
Yeah.
be sick.
Dude. God, I'm so stoked for that Embo. I know that he's not even a part of this, like these reveals, but
Yeah.
just seeing the cool reveals like Rada, like it just makes me so stoked for what we've got coming down the pipeline. I cannot
Dude.
believe the coverage that TVC got for this movie. It like I was bracing myself for intense disappointment after the Rise of Skywalker. I got so burned by that like product rollout. Evan, I know you feel me.
Yeah. I'm still waiting for that other half a product they said was coming.
Yeah. We the 75% of product they said they held back, whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, we've talked about it many times. But I'm so stoked for all the stuff that we've got coming out. Like it made my excitement for this movie like through the roof, that I actually just had product to like interact with. And then on top of that, I was like, well, okay, well, we're just going to focus on Mando and Grogu, which makes sense because this is the movie that's coming out.
Mhm.
And then they still managed to get us like most of the most important characters from Maul Shadow Lord at the same time. And I was just blown away.
That's true.
It's like, this has been a good year.
It's been a great year for, honestly, in my opinion, it's been the best year for character selection since I started collecting in 2019 for TVC.
And they
in my
supported
opinion.
more gunship.
Yep.
Yeah, they
Because we're
did.
getting
And they
the
also
gunship,
did that.
like, deliveries,
Yeah.
which is
I mean,
nice.
Did I get everything that I was hoping we were going to get for Battle of Geonosis? No. Can I grab
Never
it back a
will.
little bit? Yeah. But for the most part, I got to give it to them. They did do like really well.
Yeah.
There were just like a couple of key things that I think were missing, two to be exact, that I think were the most glaring omissions, Yoda and Mace Windu.
Agreed.
Mhm.
And then of
Yeah.
course they screwed up Obi-Wan Kenobi, which Evan will burn down Hasbro HQ.
What do you
or something
mean?
like
That's the best figure.
that.
Yeah. Yep. Friends off, by the way.
They gave us the best Obi-Wan Colonies.
Yes.
Oh my God.
This may be the best one yet.
Yep.
Ooh, talk
question-
about a cool figure.
Exactly.
Ooh, dude.
And that new silver paint. Yeah. that
Oh
works.
man, that
This
paint
guy,
looks so good.
Yeah.
man.
So stinking good. Even with the the forearm swivel that doesn't quite go the right way, this thing has
Yep.
been a a really nice figure. You hold it and you're just like, wow, this is quality. Like,
Yeah.
articulation's banging. The paint is phenomenal. It actually looks like a nice metallic on there.
It does.
It's nice to see it. Like the proportions on the sculpt they did, or everything is like that I want to see on a Super Battle Droids, and it's just like light years better than what we had.
And I like that they're big. I like that
Yeah.
they're like taller than a regular figure. They feel imposing, like they're supposed to.
Yeah.
Are they taller than the Dark Trooper?
I don't know.
That's a good
Probably.
question.
Yeah.
It gives me the vibe. One of you that already has it, because I don't have this figure yet. Does the head articulate?
It does not.
No.
It does not. I know the 6-inch
It looks like a
one
separate
does.
piece, but it's like it must be glued in there or something.
Yeah. I know that there was, I think the 6-inch one has the removable panels and the articulated head specifically to reference the Republic Commando game, right?
Yeah. Yep. This guy is easily
good.
One of my favorite figures of the year. I mean, like this kneeling pose I have him on the shelf like this. So effortless. It is such a sturdy figure. And again, it's like the things that 3 3/4 do, and this is as somebody who's new to the line, I've always been 3 3/4, like when I was a kid and all that. So like to give context, and I did dabble in TVC for the last 7-ish years, but like getting really into it this year, every person that I talk to, I'll like that Black Series collectors, I'll be like, dude, they're like, oh, but it's $20 a figure. I'm like, but brother, you got to open up a figure. Like you have to handle the new Clone Trooper, the new Super Battle Droid. You have to get Marok or 11th Brother and like the Dark Times Vader. Just mess with it for 10 seconds. I was telling Toys the other day, I have a buddy who has sworn by the antenna mold Clone Trooper his entire life. We've gone back and forth about it for years.
Oh man,
he loves antenna mold Clone Trooper. I had him over for my wedding last month, and it was the night before the wedding, and I had all my collector friends in from out of town, and I was like, dude, check out the clone. He looks at it, his eyes go big, he holds it in his hands for literally 10 seconds, like messing with it, and he just goes, I take back everything I ever said. And I'm like, my dad's been telling people this too, as somebody who was a buy 2 of everything since Power of the Force 2. All the way up until the animated Clone Wars line. He stopped, and then he and I collected when I was a kid, and then he kind of stopped when Force Awakens kind of jumped in, and he hasn't collected since like 2010-ish, like, you know, heavily. And literally the quality of the figures now, it just sucks people in. And like the Super Battle Droid, it's got a ball joint at the hip, but it's also got a swivel at the top of the thigh and a swivel at the knee, and it's like that is just insane articulation for this line. It is those Clone Troopers I'm obsessed with, the battle droids.
Something important you kind of said there a second ago about your dad getting back into it when he just like, and just even like your friend with the Clone Trooper, is like the articulation really does stand out and make you go
yes,
like,
it does.
Maybe I should start picking this up. That's like exactly what happened with me with Hammond collection stuff. Like I had Jurassic Park stuff, like the old Kenner thing, like back in the day, and I loved all of it. Like I was obsessed with it. But like I had no interest in collecting dinosaurs since, until like one day I saw one of them at Target, and I was like, okay, cool. And I picked it up, opened it, and I was like, dang, this articulation is pretty nice for a beast. Like I was like, I want more of these now. I have to go back and get all the classic ones from like the first movies and stuff like that. So easily that kind of stuff when it comes to TVC figures and somebody who may have been out of the game for a while or just hasn't seen like a Super Battle Droid done in a while. Like you pick that up and you're like,
wow,
pretty tempting.
Yeah. And
you go ahead.
Oh, just quick little tangent too, talking about, you know, it's like, oh, they're $20 a figure. I just picked up the Haya Toys, like 3 3/4 inch, although they're more 4-inch, Spock and Pike from Strange New Worlds.
Oh, cool.
And they're like what? They're like 25, 27. So they're like almost $30 a figure. And I'm glad I have them. I love that show. Those characters mean a lot to me, but those figures are just, they don't hold a candle to the engineering and the detail and the sculpting that Hasbro is able to do. Again, you know, I was raging about Hasbro a little bit ago, but guys, I also have so much good and positive to say. You know, I love the quality of when they hit, they hit. And so the other companies just simply really can't recapture that magic the way that Hasbro is able to, hit the engineering on these things. And I don't want them to cost $20 a figure. I don't want them to increase at all. But I do think just when looking in the grand scheme at competitors and what other companies are doing, it's still incredibly impressive what we get at the price point we have. So
Yeah. Oh
I
yeah.
agree, because I have some of the highest stuff, some of the older figures and things, and like it's nice to have other 375 options. Like I'm glad they're out there and getting us things from other properties and stuff. But when you take a look at that, or like a Hammond collection figure, and then you look at like Padme, or like a Super Battle Droid, or like our Lukes, like Hasbro really has some wonderful engineering and some really good, talented people on their design and sculpting team. Like, everyone's human. Monkeys fall out of trees. It happens. But like, you have to give credit where credit's due.
Yeah. I mean, dude, you can even like arch the ball joint at the midsection. These guys can look up a fair amount, and they can
and the gunship
like
that's about to wreck them.
Yeah.
How's their hip articulation?
Great.
So they have the ball joint right there, and you can like, as you can see, you can like really bring it in and out.
Oh,
and, well, you can't really see, I'm blocking it, but you can bring them like splay the legs in and out. But then it also has a swivel at the top of the thigh, so you can really get those nice wide leg motions there.
Yeah,
it is, and bring it in and out like that. But then it also has a swivel at the knee, so you can really get some, again, just like the B1s, that nice wide feet planted pose. Dang. And it is so good. And the bend at the knee is well past that 90-degree mark too.
Yeah,
it's nice.
So it is just so impressive. I just can't say enough good things about the new droids.
And the knees are so appropriately located as well on the B2 anatomy.
Look at that.
Well, droids are a little easier, Evan. They're a little easier.
Yeah.
They got specs they can work off here.
Well, they still screwed up the elbow, but that's fine. It's fine.
They haven't gotten that one right in the past either, unfortunately.
I
would love them to do that right, though, because I want to have one in my collection at least.
Doing that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Good grief. Sorry, there's a thunderstorm outside, and there was a crack of thunder that just came through and shook my whole dang house. That's crazy.
Bro? What's going on?
I'm good. You know what? I don't know. Anyway, that's good, though.
It's nice that this one also came with some of the accessories that you saw in the 4-pack. So that's cool, too.
Yeah. I ended up... go ahead.
I was going to say, I think it's smart the way they did it, too, though. Like the fact that you get the one that comes in the 4-pack has the accessory of the swappable arm to be the rocket droid. And like, so that way there feels like there's different value to each release. If you just want the standard one, you can get single carded. You want to go a little higher, you can get the 4-pack and get like the extra arm. I like that.
Yeah,
I
like it too.
Smart.
Because proportionately, I love it. Again, I'm a Clone Wars kid through and through. So like seeing the rocket arm, I see that Clone Wars reference. I'm like, yes, that's awesome. And then, like you said, with the 4-pack, I'm getting less of them, and proportionally, there are way less Super Battle Droids that have that rocket arm than there are that do. So when I saw the single-packed one, I was like, yes, now I can really army build these supers and not have to get 3 battle droids for every super battle droid I want to get. So I think I pre-ordered like 18 of these guys, like just right out the gate. I was like, this is a near perfect figure, and I'm really excited to get these guys in the ranks. And by the way, this figure is pre-sold out on Big Bad Toy Store and Entertainment Earth. And I believe he is getting close on Hasbro Pulse if he's not already sold out too. So,
dang.
I mean, I'm just saying prequels actually do sell. I know that we only have crypto and don't have real money, but like, I'm just saying.
Only money.
Oh man, dude.
I think this one speaks to a lot of great things, though. Like going back to articulation and a proper update. Like this is a main character, quote unquote, army builder.
Yeah,
they did it right. In the previous versions, while they were like quote unquote good enough or whatever, like this one has surpassed them. You cannot deny that.
Yeah,
even with like 1 or 2 shortcomings or whatever, it's clearly much more badass.
So good.
Yeah, we'll be using this sculpt for the next 20 years.
Yeah,
like this. They're gonna be I can't think of any. Like aside from fixing the arm swivel, I can't imagine any other upgrade to this sculpt that we could possibly have. Unless we had some crazy breakthrough in action figure like technology, like the way that we articulate.
I would actually love to see them fix the arm swivel, but
Mhm.
also give it the wrist blaster on the other arm, because you do see them have double wrist blasters
In the Clone Wars, yeah.
Yep.
And
So I think
And-
that would be pretty cool.
I think John, that I had mentioned, the Vintage Concepts for SWTVC, he did a breakdown
Yeah.
of Super Battle Droid variants that can be
Mhm.
done, based
post.
based on the sculpt. Great stuff. He outdid himself, as he always does with everything. And there's so many great opportunities for them to make new cool things with something that's as simple as a redeco or just a light rework of a couple pieces.
Yeah.
So I'm excited to see them do more with this base sculpt.
Yeah, definitely. This was a really good choice and
Mhm.
investment for sure, man.
All right. It was nice
Speaking of
talking
good
to you
choices
guys.
and great investments,
It was great
Okay.
talking to you. I had a great show.
Ah.
I'll be reporting the channel as soon as I leave.
No, wait, don't go anywhere, Tommy. You haven't heard yet. There's news. There's a secret clone trooper hidden in the back fuselage of this.
Yes.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Dude, I'm all in now.
Uh,
Hey, can
We
we
don't need to talk
ban
about
that
this guy
account
too
that
much.
just said hello, folks, in the chat? I think we should ban them.
who could that be?
man.
I'm guessing.
Let's get rid of them real quick.
I see. I joined at the wrong time. Yes. I'm assuming it's Tyler driving the account.
Gotta be. Gotta
So,
be.
Most likely driving at this moment while
Yeah.
we're in the chat.
getting
Probably.
pulled over going to a toy store.
Borderline
But-
flying on his way
Yeah.
to.
Yeah, wheels
They
are
fly
not
now?
actually. They fly now. Wheels are not actually touching the ground.
Yeah, yeah.
Man. Maybe he's flying
Ugh.
off in this retro X-Wing.
Yeah, but okay. So I
Flying
gotta
the
ask this
retro
right off the
X.
bat.
Go
Does
for it, man.
does this piece of does this thing come with does it come with R2? I'm confused
does.
because
It
I was
does.
reading
It
reading
does.
through the copy. It says it hints that it does. Okay.
Loose
Yeah,
I guess in a
R2
badge or
carded
something,
Luke,
yeah.
but R2's not in Kenner paint. So
Is he not?
Well, he
No.
is the
He
shade
is?
of the shade of blue that they gave him is
all right, whatever.
He's kind of in a
But-
yeah.
is
in a
Why
matched
did
color
they
scheme.
use-
to Kenner.
Why didn't they use the K34 and E4, whatever, the one that they had in the E-wing?
So Chris
Victoria
Chris
asked that,
actually explained that. Yeah.
Yeah.
They thought about it, but then they also thought that it would be a little bit more
Cooler.
appropriate
What?
to do a
More
regular
what?
R2.
Look at this.
I don't know.
A little bit more Kenner.
Uh,
No. This is-
it probably would have spoke to more people, even in general, like if it had that figure.
Yeah.
I don't know.
This
This
is
one
just
for
such
me.
a- yeah.
All right. So this
You
bad
got it
boy right
early.
here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I got it early.
You got
You got it back in fall of 2019? Yeah.
Yeah. So like this thing has so much actual like paint applications on it, right?
Yep.
And they
Mhm.
actually did a repack of this thing a year ago?
Yeah.
Reissue. Yeah.
Yeah, a reissue.
Yeah.
And I actually bought
GameStop
two
still
more.
has it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I bought two more because I was like, oh, I want some of those just to like an insane person paint up to make different X-Wings.
crazy
But, like
work.
then to see this come out with like significantly less paint, and they always tell us in the past like paint applications really drive the price, and it's like
Mhm.
then what's happening here? Like I know things
Yeah.
are getting more and more expensive, and you tossed in a baggy R2, and sure a Luke with less paint, but like
So
I
like
don't know,
Old
man.
Luke, no new tooling.
yeah, no
And
new
again-
tooling.
Flies in the face of what they've said about number things, where it's just a
Yeah.
repaint of no changes to the base figure. The card's even the same, but they gave it a new number. VC420, blaze it,
But
fam.
yeah.
But like,
yeah,
what are we
you got to
doing?
be high to buy this.
Yeah.
So it's funny, like whereas for Evan, it was Obi-Wan's knees
Yeah.
that blew him. I almost blew a gasket when I saw this at the press breakfast.
Uh.
I really did.
Yeah.
I was kind of like my co-host on Sarlacc Toy Chest, Scott Solo. He's a Kenner guy. He's a 3 3/4 guy all the way. And I asked him. I said, "What do you think of this?" And he said it perfectly. It was like it's not quite Kenner and it's not quite TVC. It's this weird in between that doesn't belong in either line. And
Yeah.
he's
Yep.
like, this is definitely not for me, especially not at a hefty $140 price point. And I've talked like very extensively in a lot of comment sections about this. And I get that there is a very limited audience for this, because I have seen like comment sections like on different people's pages where people are excited about this. They're
Yeah.
saying that they're going to buy it. And I don't want to poo-poo on if you think this is cool, it is
Yeah.
what it is, you know, but at the
That's
same
good for you.
time, we talked about it earlier. Steve Evans goes live every Sunday, and like, we hear this thing over and over again where we talk about TVC like it's the elderly family dog that needs put down. And it's like, well, we have our budget is so precious to us, and we have to play everything close to the chest. And then something like this comes out where I looked at this and I went, okay, so clearly this was a 100%, no new tooling involved to make this happen. So what would be an alternative? And my head immediately went to New Republic X-Wing and include Carson Teva in just his X-Wing pilot jumpsuit with no jacket. Because unless I'm mistaken, that 4-pack of X-Wing pilots they did have the arms that work with this. Am I wrong?
They're dated though.
They're dated.
They're dated, and I don't think it's a perfect swap because I know
not for the
customizer that I follow tried to, and it doesn't quite work.
Yeah. So even to that point though, that is a ship. The New Republic X-Wing has shown up in multiple seasons of The Mandalorian, showed up in Ahsoka, showed up in the movie that just came out this year, Hello. And it's I sit here and I'm like, that would have been like, even though it's a dated sculpt, even though it has the droopy wings and everything, if it was a New Republic X-Wing with a Carson Teva in the full X-Wing jumpsuit, I think people would have been jumping for joy. And then maybe even instead of putting another figure in there, you could have maybe done Colonel Ward in a New Republic X-Wing as a new character. I mean, it would have been a great companion piece. Like, here you get your Imperial Warlord with the INT-4, and then for the good guys, you get your New Republic X-Wing with Colonel Ward. And they could have even done a fun little commemorative Trapper Wolf with his X-Wing. Like, I don't know. There were just so many opportunities with this that fit in TVC. Right. And this again, this is my big thing that I push for is bringing new people into TVC, because this is the most fun I've had collecting since I started as an adult in 2019, has been collecting this line this year. I have had a blast picking up these figures, buying just tons of army builders, getting the vehicles, and this is so many people I talk to are also getting into this line. And I know later in the stream we'll talk a little bit about the resistance to new collectors that I've been seeing over the last couple weeks, but you're not bringing in anybody new with a release like this. You are only catering to the population of collector that is getting smaller and smaller every single day, and then it's $140. And that's also that population of collector is, and I've been talking way too long, but the population of collector is the same population that is saying they're going to quit after 2027's over. So it's like, are you just trying to get that last couple pennies out of them before they walk out the door? And they're also the same collectors that are saying everything's too expensive, I'm not buying anything anymore. So it's like, I don't see, I get it on one end. For Steve Evans and for Chris Reif, this was a cool thing for them to make. I know they're huge Kenner fans. And if I were working at Hasbro and I was in the head of the design team, I would absolutely be slipping in things that I personally want into the line that maybe not everybody else would think is the coolest. But at the same time, I think that with this particular choice, there were so many other options.
This was just top to bottom, just a confused, muddy choice of why'd you do this? Biggest question the second I saw it was, who's this for? I mean, and again, as you said, Tommy, there's folks out there that do like this. That's great. And I mean, based on like loose, informal polling, even Steve Evans polls, and, once we've done SWTVC, it hovers at about an 85% disapproval rating, pretty consistently, like 80 to 85, which again, that doesn't necessarily mean anything concrete. But it's also like, this was a misfire. Another one of those things, like when the Obi-Wan me thing happened and no one said, hey, wait a sec. And someone was like, hey, let's just make this. And nobody said, hey, wait a sec. We could do something that ties into the movie. We could get a new character, something we haven't done, and for barely any more money. And then,
I mean, I said it just like Tommy said. Like, there were so many other X-Wings that I'd rather see. Like, I'd rather see Rebel support. I want to see Hera's X-Wing with a Hera X-Wing pilot figure.
That would be great.
Pretty much leveraged from that figure. All it would need was a new upper torso and new upper arms. You can even still reuse the forearms. Give it her helmet, Hera's X-Wing. going
you
back
do
to the
Andor.
Mando stuff, that would have been
Yeah.
so smart to hit right now when the iron is hot and just
Yep.
really cap off the Mando universe.
Yeah.
Really
I'm
smart.
bummed. We're probably never going to get Ward, but I do really want Ward. And this would have
Like,
been
see,
the
like, I
perfect
don't-
way to do it.
I
Yeah,
know, and I don't want to put
Sigourney
that.
Weaver in Star Wars, guys. Come on, like
I know, and
it's
I
a
don't want to put that
no-brainer.
negative energy out there because I feel like they'll still try to do it because it's stupid to not put out those X-wings. But like this one was like, I feel like them trying to get excited for 50th of like this is the birth of 375 Star Wars collecting Kenner, where it started all, and like I can kind of get that, but it has to make sense, and this
Yeah.
doesn't make sense because it doesn't fit in anywhere else in the collection.
And
Well,
what
even-
bothers me is that they quadrupled the figure count for retro collection for next year. They've
Yeah.
got like 28 figures coming out and what looks to be multiple vehicles or mini rigs or whatever they're doing. And I'm like, why didn't this go there? And I was
Yeah.
also again
Yeah,
talking
do a
to Scott
retro
Solo,
vehicle. Yeah.
and Scott Solo was saying, dude, and I've talked to plenty of guys who do have Kenner collections. And they're like, I already have an X-Wing. I don't need this new highly detailed X-Wing that's not going to fit with my Kenner.
In Kenner
Yeah.
colors, yeah.
It just looks like Kenner, and it just
And so like
doesn't do
going
anything
back to
for me.
like
It
this
doesn't
being
though. Yeah.
to this fitting in with my collection. So they've obviously done some Kenner stuff recently, right? With the Cantina figures and like those color waves.
Yeah.
Those for me were things that I actually kind of did want.
And they
Only
exist in
because-
universe.
They
Exactly.
do.
That's why. Because
Bad
there's Clone
Batch.
Wars things and Bad
Yeah.
Batch where I'm like, oh neat. I have always loved like that little homage to like the action figure and like creative storytelling carrying more like Star Wars forward.
Yeah.
And then because it's like such a one-off thing, I can just like slip them into my collection and they kind of blend in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whereas this X-Wing doesn't make sense. If I put this
No.
over there in the display with my other Hangar Bay X-Wings, it just looks odd because it's like so bright white and just not
Right.
weathered up or anything.
And
Well,
the
we
Luke
all-
looks whack as hell. Like
Right,
it
yeah.
just
Yes.
looks
Yeah.
terrible.
I'm gonna
Dude
bleach my
has-
hair
dude
like Luke.
has-
I don't know what you're talking about.
he has highlighter yellow hair.
You got
Yeah.
that Rex hair, boy.
So we
I don't
got
know.
Brody and Bays also. We could have done the Andor X-wing, and we could
Yeah.
have
Yep.
Yep.
Two tubes could have gone with that, and then that
Oh,
Yeah.
dude,
Partisan.
two
For all
tubes,
that-
man. He is so cool. I love
Right.
two
Yeah.
tubes.
See, but I think I completely agree with Tommy what you were saying. Like it just seems like such a woefully awful misfire to in a year where you have a movie in theaters
Mhm.
to not take the opportunity to say, hey, well, we could literally just tool up a new head, pop it on. I know she needs more like new
Yeah.
sculpting, but you know Hasbro.
Y-
Hasbro's
yeah,
doing,
yeah.
Hasbro's doing Hasbro things. They would absolutely just tool up a new head, pop
Yeah.
it on that X-wing sculpt, that X-wing Piolet body, and like
Piolet.
Piolet. But like they could have easily done that. Like just make
Mhm.
Ward with the X-wing. Like that would be perfect, and it would be so exciting, and it would just fill out the offerings. Like make it feel like one less thing that's a hole in our collection. It would have balanced the scales because 6-inch got Ward, and then we
Yeah.
could have Ward. It would have. It just all around would have been a way better choice. And that
Yeah.
this is the only big vehicle we've gotten or probably are going to get this year that's not
Yeah.
a HasLab. So
Yeah.
we wasted it. We wasted our big vehicle slot on this garbage. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I don't mean to be such a like
It looks so boring and plain. Look at it.
look at the engines.
I wanna point out something.
Dude.
I just,
look at the engines.
So hold on. I just noticed that on top of it, on the inner side of the wing itself, there's that little like sculpting area where a sticker is supposed to go, and it doesn't have
Oh
a
my
sticker.
God.
Yep.
So less
yep,
paint
yep.
apps and no sticker even.
Dude, it looks like absolute
It's so
crap.
plain. It's so
I
plain.
yeah, I forever stoked for this. Like power to you. I wish that I felt something for this. That's
Yeah.
cool. I don't.
Same.
It doesn't bring me joy to not like these things. It's just a bummer to look at
There's-
this
there's,
and
like,
think of
things
other
at
things
it.
that could have been.
I totally agree with you, man. And like, there's things at it that like kind of jump out with me, like looking at the nose fin and like the red striping there, and how that like resembles the sticker, even from like the Power
Yeah.
of the Force 2 version that I had. I'm kind of
Yeah.
like, oh, like those are just little things that I used to always examine as a kid and just like try to understand like the design or just like what went into this toy that I have. So like I
Yeah.
can look at that and have an appreciation for it, but I don't need this. And it was
No.
so unnecessary for me even, that has like, you know, some kind of connection to this from way back in like Kenner days even.
And it
Um,
hurts as a
also-
carded collector. I don't.
Also,
yeah.
it's a red 3 X-wing too. Not even.
Well, that's
red
the homage to the Kenner.
Correct.
Kenner
thing.
had 3 stripes.
Yeah.
Three stripes.
Okay,
Yeah.
so Kenner was already incorrect.
So you're
Yeah,
a fake
course.
fan. You didn't even know what the real Kenner is. Okay.
Yeah,
Oh my
Finn.
gosh.
You're not
Yeah.
even a real Star Wars fan or 375 fan. Finn.
Yeah.
Get
And I
out.
bet you don't even have real money, dude.
Yeah, you don't even have money.
He's only got Republic credits.
I
Like,
know
get
it.
out
I
here.
know it. Just take my card. Just take my collector card right now.
Yeah. Look at that hair. Oh my god.
That sucks. I hate that.
I hate.
The only thing I like
Everything
about that
about
loot
this.
is the helmet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just because it's like straight up the black visor, kind of like they actually had in like the original filming, and
Yeah.
it's like so simple that I could put it on a random figure and be like, he's a random Rebel pilot. But I'm not gonna open that, even if I
Okay,
get
so
this, you know.
Now, I would have maybe been more amenable to this Luke and R2 if they did them as a carded 2-pack,
Mhm.
and that's like $40, $50, $45, whatever they charge for that crap anymore.
True.
Like if it was a 2-pack, because again, it goes along with the
Other
with
Kenner
like the
figures.
Cantina
Yeah.
Kenner colored
Kenner
figures.
Right. Right.
Like that's just figures. A vehicle is a step too far with this.
I agree.
You know, but it also just don't number this thing. Or if you did, put it on the same number it had back on the, because it's the same sculpt. Be consistent. I know the numbering is made up and it doesn't matter, and only complete lunatics like me get bothered by it at this point. But
Dude, what's crazy is this actual Luke X-wing doesn't even come with like an action figure in the box.
yeah,
With all this like great paint application and stuff, still never came with a figure. And then it's like,
Yeah.
let's give you less paint and a figure,
Oh,
but with
well,
less paint.
think of the Poe Dameron X-wing. Not only does it not come with a figure, BB-8 doesn't exist in the vintage
Yeah.
collection, so they're
Yeah.
just banking on you
Oh.
getting like a 5 POA one, or like
Yeah,
having
yeah.
which
Yeah,
at
that
that
always-
point wasn't available in anything.
And
Yeah.
for anyone who wants to know, the Droid Factory, the Disney Droid Factory BB-8 does not fit in that X.
Yeah, too big.
Oh,
Yeah.
Really?
worse.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the
Cool.
most superior BB-8 that's out there doesn't even fit in that X-wing. But
Yeah.
that X-wing is beautiful.
It is one of my
I can't believe
favorite
that they
vehicles.
haven't re-released that yet.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You know,
repaint
they
it
could've-
or
You know what?
something.
Actually, all right.
They could
I
have done
custom-
a blue. They could have done a blue one with
Oh,
I have
black.
I have a
for-
customizing project that I've not gotten to
10-year
yet, 'cause
anniversary.
I have extras of that Poe Dameron's X-wing, and I
Yeah.
always wanted to spray the whole thing down and then paint it the McQuarrie concept.
That would be
Ooh,
dope, dude.
That'd be sick.
How smart would that have been for a 50th anniversary?
Okay, so do that, and also grab an extra E-wing, or if you need one, I probably have an extra one. Paint them the same, like so it's like a little
Ooh,
like
yes.
matching set. That would be so
Yeah.
I should
cool.
do that.
I-
I've been meaning
I
to get
love-
around to that.
The concept stuff to me is a completely different ball game than the Kenner stuff, because
Yeah.
like the concept stuff, that is Star Wars, you know, like the
Yes.
Kenner stuff, you're trying to replicate just the colors of an inferior look and feel of a toy line. Like that you can't use 2010s 2020s quality for the sculpt detail and everything and slap
Yeah.
those colors on it. Like I have a bunch of Kenner, like original Kenner figures in my collection.
Yeah.
I'm only going to keep my Kenner together. That is so unique and special to that era. But I'm never mixing it in with this stuff, and I'm never mixing this stuff in with the Kenner because it's its own animal. And I think that it just drives me nuts. The whole thing, the whole release, it just drives me nuts. I had so many words about this when it came out. It was so frustrating.
Can I make a dark confession?
You
I
love that
collect-
vehicle?
No, no. Worse. I collect retro, and I enjoy retro, and I think like I looked at this and I was like, if this was a retro X-wing, like
You would have got it.
I would have got no question asked. I would have been like, neat, something I don't have a complete version of because I wasn't a kid in the 70s, 80s, and all of my vintage stuff was secondhand or whatever. So having an official repro of a vehicle that I liked as a kid, that's neat. That's more interesting to me than whatever this ended up being. So
For sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I hear you, Evan. Like I grew up with like the hand-me-downs of that Kenner stuff. So I do pick up like the retro, like A New Hope things just because they can kind of speak to me. And I'm like, cool, I have a Chewbacca that doesn't like
Yeah.
look like crap or all beat up.
Oh,
But I really do think like them trying to merge it into TVC and then pushing it into the world building thing, absolutely not. Just
Yeah.
that's
No.
the line.
It
cut
doesn't
right
build
there.
our world, man. It doesn't at
It
all.
doesn't.
And Tommy, you had mentioned, retro getting a really expanded presence for next year.
Yeah.
Don't be too certain it's going to be a great thing, because I would bet you dimes to donuts or dollars to donuts, whatever. I don't know where the economy is with donuts at this point.
Bitcoin.
That
Bitcoin.
it would be, a lot of them are probably just going to be straight up repacks or repaints of OT things that they've already done, because I think even through the Empire Strikes Back figures that they did, those were Walmart exclusives, so folks maybe didn't get those, because they've already reissued the A New Hope original ones from 2019 2018, because they were a Target exclusive back then. So I bet it's going to be a lot of reuse in the retro
Yeah.
stuff, so it might not be anything to be too jealous of.
Yeah. This is a good point too. We didn't get a playset this year, did we?
Yeah.
No.
I know that for people, I can only speak to if you guys know Daryl DePriest. He was in charge of, I call him the father of Hasbro Star Wars. He was in charge of Hasbro Star Wars from 2005 to 2015. So the first line that he was in charge of was Revenge of the Sith, and the last products that he helped put together were Force Awakens. Everything in between was his tenure. He was overseeing all Star Wars toys, and so he has told me that when it comes to I've totally lost my train of thought. I've been streaming too much today. What is literally the last thing somebody said just now? Oh, the playsets.
Yes.
Daryl has told me that the playsets just don't do well in comparison to vehicles and multi-packs, and he had told me that was why largely they shifted away from playsets. Like the Phantom Menace line, the Episode 1 line in 1999 had the Naboo hangar playset, and you had all kinds of different little diorama pieces. And then they've moved away from that with Revenge of the Sith, and they started to do it less and less. And it's just because people, and that's why they moved to the battle packs, where it's like you can build the scene in the box, and people can choose to keep the packaging or not, because people just don't buy play sets as much as they do vehicles and figures. So I actually am a fan of the fact that there wasn't a play set this year, personally.
So I think that's a really interesting point from Daryl, but I do want to kind of like put it in a present day perspective. Whereas, so taking a look at like something like the Naboo hangar playset, that's kind of like a one and done purchase. Whereas a lot of the playsets that they've done, they took feedback and I think ideas from like world builders and people in the community in terms of like what's a playset that you would buy multiples of. So like you can build
And
out
build
the
a
hallway.
modular.
Same
Like the
thing
hallways.
with like the hallways you will build more than one. So like,
I'm surprised we've only seen two of those, the light
Yes,
cruiser
I
and
know.
the Tantive.
Yeah. Like,
It's like, dude, there should have been one a year of all that stuff. Like,
absolutely.
And it's so random too, because like on paper, like you bought a playset of a hallway. Wow, that's boring as hell. But
it's
like
cool to
it's
display
like
figures on.
for toy photography, it's perfect. I mean, like, how do we not have a separatist like cruiser like hallway,
Trade Federation,
Trade Federation hallway,
Jedi Temple hallway with the Jedi Temple guard packed in.
Yeah.
So the other
Temple
piece
hallways.
of that. The other piece of that, though, is like 3D printing is so prominent now, and people just make whatever they want, and that also plays into it now too.
But also with those Phantom Menace play sets, they had a lot of interactive, like they had a little handle on it,
gimmicks.
And I would slide. Well, I'm not buying that. I want it to look just as real as figures, so that I can interact and take photos.
I will say for me though, when it comes to like 3D printed stuff, I love it. I support it, but when it comes to the quality, it's just not the same. Like the filament not a lot of people do like resin prints. There's only a few people who provide like world building resin kit stuff, like
and those get heavy.
Productions. They're heavy, but they're wonderful. And like for photography, for me, I don't want to have to like Photoshop out a ton of filament lines on these 3D printed things, and it just doesn't look as good.
That's
so
like, much time to do that.
And I will say that the one thing I've loved about Hasbro doing play sets and these environment pieces is that I really think it allows everyone in the community to participate and be a photographer, and not just professional photographers or diorama builders. And that's something I love. I see all sorts of people. They get a new release. They put it in one of those hallway sets. They take a picture of it. They share their thoughts. They show off their customs. It's a nice backdrop. So it's very inviting in terms of getting new people in and getting everyone engaged and actually using the things that we have. It goes back to like the conversation, Evan, with your coworker where it's like, do you enjoy just like staring at that thing?
Yeah.
Like,
It's like,
yes, but it's
Yeah.
also kind of fun sometimes to take it and put in this like little display piece and like mess around with it or just whatever you vibe in that day.
yeah.
So I totally get what Daryl was saying with back in the day, and I think they've maybe tried to like take that into consideration and make smarter choices for some of the sets.
Maybe
Yeah.
if they did more battle packs nowadays, then
I'm here for the battle packs.
yeah.
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 I
See,
would
but
love battle packs.
I also think that the rise of toy photography has absolutely changed the game as far as like the importance of a playset.
True.
Like in 2005, I mean, toy photography wasn't really a thing. Social media wasn't really a thing. Like, so it's just there's just a completely new market that just didn't exist. So nowadays, a playset, like if they're still using that data, like from the DePriest era, like as their judgment for not making playsets, it seems like a misfire because like there's a whole new demographic of buyers who buy because of toy photography, and that just didn't exist
Well,
back then.
I can tell you for a fact they do not use almost any of Daryl's like schematics for Star Wars toys nowadays.
Yeah.
That's yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of toy photography, I did want to share some of Rob's amazing.
Whoa.
Yes,
Dude.
Yeah.
Now imagine how cool that'd look with a Kenner X-wing instead.
Oh,
All
my!
right.
I was so
Okay.
hoping I had that.
You're gonna have to
Oh.
redo it, man. You're gonna have to buy that, redo this shot.
Yep.
Dude,
But no,
that
this is like the
that
thing I'm
angle
talking
is
about.
great.
Yeah.
Mhm.
How did you get that?
I can't remember the site that has it. Action Plastic, I think. It's an
Okay.
Action Plastic X-wing holder, and it's completely clear. So it was just a very little
Nice.
bit of Photoshop to get rid of the edges that are there. That's how it stands on my shelf even right now.
Heck
Yeah.
That looks
Dude.
amazing, dude.
I've been meaning to
Okay.
get some of those plastic like acrylic displays for some of my
They're
vehicles.
so good with the B-wing. It's amazing because it stands upright instead of on the side, which just gives you so much
Ooh.
more shelf space. The TIE fighters, the Y-wings are amazing.
Yeah.
Dude,
For the price, so worth it.
I love your crates too. Where did you get, are those hole in the ground?
No, that was you know what? That was a generic purchase that I got. I ended up buying the entire hangar for Tatooine for the Millennium Falcon.
Wow.
All three walls, everything that came with it, and these were parts that added
nice.
to it.
Oh, dang.
That's
awesome.
Dude. I was about to
Yeah.
say.
Yeah,
Because do you do that? Do you like order 3D printed greebles and crates and paint them?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah,
See, I need to get
Same.
some more.
I nerd out on that so much. I have a shop on the other side of this wall that is just paint and paint and paint.
Sometimes I feel like
Yeah.
I would probably spend more money on like 3D printed barrels and crates than I would actual figures if I
it adds
if I
up.
didn't stop myself.
It adds
It
up.
does.
This
Yeah,
is why
yeah.
Hasbro should consider some battle packs and going back
Yeah.
to some of those interesting
Seriously.
little like pieces
Yep.
that you can put in there.
Doing custom stuff too is quite pricey, I've found out.
It really is.
Agreed.
The Ben Solo that I'm making for myself would make
Yeah.
your eyes water if it was with how much money I
$200 Ben
spent on
Solo
it.
you got there.
Yeah, dude, 10 times the actual price of what a thing should.
Yeah.
Now that I'm addicted
Look-
to Syndicate Customs and his paint work,
Yeah,
I'm buying it, but I tell you, it's pricey.
yeah,
Yep. Welcome to the club, Evan. Welcome to the club.
it's fun.
we're all broke down here.
Yeah, yeah. My money's real gone. That's what it
Mhm.
is.
Real
Real
gone.
gone.
You got real gone money.
Yeah,
Real gone money.
yeah.
Oh man.
This photo here is amazing. I love this Kanan, the HasLab Kanan.
Yes.
Yep.
Is
My favorite figure in my entire collection.
like
Wow.
so this is what recently was up there in that poll that
Yes.
I don't have to talk about. It was the Rebels Kanan.
Yeah.
I had mentioned this, early seasons one. It's a toss up for me between this and the later seasons, but I think the later seasons one is just, I think it might be what edges out the early seasons one for an all timer figure. I think it's forever going to be in my top 5 favorite vintage collection figures.
Between the accessories, the sculpt of it, like the way
Yeah.
it articulates and handles, it's just I can't think of a single bad thing to say about that figure. It's
No.
so incredibly
The,
good.
the only bad
Yeah.
thing I can think of is that, there's no Old Master Maul or
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
The
Not
only
yet.
bad
Maybe one day.
the only bad thing is that I couldn't back 2 HasLabs to get a spare one.
yes,
Mm.
yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's the only negative is that this was not mainline, but who's to say they wouldn't put it out one day in the far
Yeah.
future? Who knows?
You
I
never
wouldn't.
know.
I wouldn't be sad about that.
Neither would I.
Neither would I.
I love that figure so much. I think everyone should have that figure.
And at this point, I
Yeah.
would never want to deny a Rebels fan a beautiful Kanan like this.
No,
I
Yes.
would.
Rebels.
Yeah.
I want to deny them a Rebels figure.
That's because you're not a real TVC fan, Tommy.
You were too much of a brokey to get the HasLab. Oh,
Yeah.
okay, yeah. Sorry, pal, you're never getting this figure.
Yeah.
Yeah, only people with real money listen.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
call
into
me. I
this
got
stacking
4
more
right around the
bonds.
corner there. I will-
Keep farming your Bitcoin, buddy. Keep farming
Yeah.
your Bitcoin. I'll be keeping my real money over here.
Jeez, dude. Oh
God,
man,
This one is a good example, though, of play sets. And I know this is not a Hasbro set. It's a
Right.
ubiquitous set, right?
Yep.
Yeah,
Looks
this-
great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love
This is
the
incredible.
floor grates.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And you can find these a lot of time on eBay for relatively cheap if you don't mind missing a piece. I mean, for what you get out of it,
Yeah.
you can totally make it your own. And I mean, that's just an iPad in the back as far as the lighting. So it makes a full image with very little space.
Nice.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
I see these come in and out of stock on Big Bad Toy Store, actually, from time to time.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
They have a few different variants too. So just
Oh, that's
Yeah.
awesome. Is that the Micro Galaxy U-wing back there, or is
my
that
boy,
the
That's a Nerf
375?
one.
That's
It
the
is?
Nerf one.
Yeah.
my
Nerf one.
boy,
Nice.
moving in on Kanan's girl.
Yeah.
Did you
That's how I
just
got the
post
purple
this
hair.
one? You just post this one the other day?
Yeah.
I was gonna say I definitely saw this on my feed the other day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's incredible, man.
Mhm.
Also, how good is that Zeb figure?
Right.
So good.
Love
Dude,
it.
It's
Yeah.
perfect. I've taken so many pictures of it, and I just got it like yesterday.
It seems like some people were kind of bummed
Yeah.
that we got like another quote unquote Zeb, but I was like, he's in a completely different outfit and he's
Yeah.
pretty
Dude.
rad.
He's
And-
one
Yeah,
of the
this
main
is-
characters in the movie.
Yeah.
This is my favorite Zeb, and this isn't even the one that I spent $500 on.
Yeah.
Oh man.
And just hold this one in your hand for a few moments, and you'll be sold.
Yeah.
It is
Yeah.
amazing.
Maybe it's just the like overly nerdy part of me, but it's got a good weight, doesn't it? It's
Yep,
just
it
got
does.
it feels good.
Dude, I panicked on that when I opened up the box where that was the figure I got early. Yay, the one time I'll
Yeah.
ever get that. And when I posed the leg and the tube popped out, I was like, oh no, did I just rip this
Oh,
figure?
no.
And I was like, oh, thank God they planned ahead. It was just a little peg and it popped
Early
the guy out.
production sample. You ruined
Yeah.
it.
I actually did appreciate them doing that because
Yeah.
when I saw that, I was like, "There's not a whole lot of slack in that tube.
Yeah.
That's going to limit posability significantly." But
Yeah.
then the tube comes out, which is cool.
You saw like the reports of the Black Series figures like Django and stuff having tubes that broke. And I was like, dude,
Yeah.
no.
That
No,
sucks,
they
man.
thought him out well, which is great.
Yeah.
Another thing that was
Yeah.
wonderful about him is he's like all new tooling basically. And I was
Yeah.
like, what? Cool.
Yeah.
Not
But
even
the full
feet.
Rebels line, honestly, every one of those figures is outstanding.
Yeah.
You know,
Mhm.
we can argue about helmet size on one particular individual, but for
Yeah.
the rest of this,
Yeah.
solid characters. They look good. They pose well. I love them.
I got to
Yeah.
say too, I personally, and I don't know if we were going to talk about it later, but like what they could be doing to support the HasLabs.
Yeah. The Halo
I
thing.
personally, I really hope that 3-pack is Rex, Gregor, and Wolf. I feel like they are a perfect trio to go alongside those characters, and I feel like they would look so cool
Yeah.
with that Rebels.
We need young Ezra.
I was about to say I'm down for that 3-pack if they go ahead and give us young Ezra and Sabine in the main line.
What if they do young Ezra with a Phantom 1?
That would be dope.
No.
I also I need a fulcrum Ahsoka, and we've got season 2
Yeah.
of Ahsoka coming, so
Yeah.
it's like that could be a cool way to tie it
That
in.
could be.
but-
Maybe Fulcrum Ahsoka and Old Master Maul could be a 2-pack.
God, that would be
Ooh.
amazing.
That'd be
Maybe
And then we
eighth
just need all
brother,
the
eighth
Inquisitors.
brother 3-pack.
Yeah,
We need fifth
Yeah.
brother and what is it, seventh sister? Or
yeah.
Yes.
That I was so jealous of that
Yes.
seventh sister
Seventh
in Black
sister.
Series.
Yeah.
I did
She's-
pick up that figure.
She's awesome.
I mean, hell,
She's cool
I'm
as
jealous.
hell.
I'm jealous of y'all's fifth brother from the Kenobi series.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Yep.
I
You can
want-
have him. You can
Oh,
have him.
I love that figure.
Oh,
Yeah.
I hate that
I'll
figure.
take it.
Oh man, I want him in
Ungrateful
TVC
Black
so
Series
bad.
figure.
I just want all the Inquisitors. I want my
Yeah.
Inquisitorius to be
Yes.
stacked.
I hope that, Marak and 11th Brother being as well received as they were and as incredible as they turned out this year, I do really hope that Hasbro sees those being successful and being received well and thinking, you know what, we should probably follow up on this thread of Inquisitors. People seem to respond well to that.
Yeah. I will say though, these photos are fantastic. These,
Dude,
these are
also
really
love
awesome.
Jedi Legend Obi-Wan. Messed up
Right?
lower legs aside, I do love that figure very much.
Yeah.
And this is so friggin' cool. What a great use
Yeah.
of the Glup Shittos that you don't necessarily always go crazy about. Some of us don't. Velkin and the
It's cool
dewback
to-
and
it's
just
cool
the
to merge
action
them.
here.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
so cool, dude. I love these kind of these tales of, and that's
Yeah.
so rad. I love that.
You know, I put the A New Hope Ben Kenobi legs on my Jedi Legend Obi-Wan Kenobi, and I think
Much better.
It improves the figure tremendously.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So that's how I have mine now. I've pieced out my A New Hope Ben Kenobi so much that I now need a new one because I used the legs for the Jedi Legend Obi-Wan, and then I used the skirt to make my Vernistra row custom. And then I was like, oh yeah, I should probably buy another one of these.
Yeah.
Heck yeah,
Oh man. Yeah,
Yeah,
that
dude,
shot
all the-
that shot's good.
That's
All
so
these shots
cool,
are
dude.
amazing.
Yeah.
And
Your angles that you do are great.
There's so
See,
much
that-
life and movement in
Yeah.
these.
Yeah, that stand that those skiffs come on is great. You get
Yeah,
so much movement out of that.
Majority of my shots that I do a lot of time studying the old art of books and how they have their angles, and that is what I try to
That's sick.
use that as a tool, and
Yeah.
you can get lost in those books all day long.
That's
Yeah,
too
there's
cool.
some-
Yeah.
Did you repaint that dewback?
I did.
It looks nice.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
I thought so. I was staring at it. I was like, I can't tell if it's
I
repainted.
think
or
I think I had that dewback back in the day. That one's fun.
I've got
It's
two.
like-
I've got two of those that I need to repaint.
Yeah, if you paint it black first,
Yep.
and then do your greens over the top and a little bit of the red, it pops so much more.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it looks great.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, when you
essentially
do
what I did.
do your reds, do you do like a layer of green, then a layer of red, then another layer of green?
I do, and everything I did on here, other than the primer black, was dry brushing. I think it comes through. 'Cause
You
some
dry
of the-
brushed the green?
Yep.
Dang.
I used a bigger 4-inch paintbrush for that, and really
Okay.
mixed it up. I just think that otherwise you're going to lose the black in the background. If you try to go
Right.
wet or anything else, even with the airbrush, it's a little too wet for the cracks.
Yeah.
So dry brush works the best.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
nice
it
when
looks-
you put that dark coat down. It keeps it really sinks into the detail, and then when you
Yeah.
use the lighter color on the dry brush, it helps to accent the top layers of the
Yeah,
scales.
I was
and
about to
stuff like
say,
that while keeping
'cause
that in there.
those scales pop, dude. That's
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah, man.
The only
Excellent.
thing that I keep going back and forth on is if I'm going to get a little strip of fur to go around along the top neck there, because I know that's
That was my
real,
dilemma
but-
too, because I was
Yeah.
really referencing the Hot Toys dewback for when I painted mine, and just
Yeah.
some of the actual better images now that exist of the dewback that was on set, and I was like, the fur looks cool, but it also looks weird. I just opted not to do it.
the same.
So
Yeah.
it's just too odd. It's too odd, man.
Oh man.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
All these are.
Speaking of weird, though, I know we were yapping about other stuff when you put the Amani Warrior up. But,
Yeah.
dude,
Oh,
that
man.
I'm
I
so
was about to-
stoked.
I was about to pull
Dude.
them back up.
I'm
I
so
do.
stoked for that figure.
I want to say kudos to Tim, Boss Bounty, for getting to reveal that. I've been absolutely loving that Hasbro's been willing to play ball and really engage with the fan sites. SWTVC was lucky enough to be included. I think we did one of the early
Yeah.
ones with the Anakin and Cody thing. Really, we
the
wanted
first
to,
one, right?
yeah,
That
and
was
we
the
wanted to
first,
put
yeah.
the best foot forward we could with that, because
Yeah.
it means a lot that other outlets. We didn't want to be someone that screwed that up for anybody else.
Right,
But it
right.
was just it also was just such a blast for Hasbro to be like, hey, we see you guys out there like Boss Bounty, Sith Lord, and like we see you guys out there on the front lines talking about this stuff, putting a ton of energy and passion on, and getting to partner up to actually be part of official, like Hasbro, being part of the Hasbro canon, being part of revealing these things.
Official shills.
That's
Yeah,
right.
it's great.
Yeah.
The pay and benefits suck, but it's really cool to get to do that.
It's volunteer work,
yeah.
but
Yeah, it is. It's a second job that I do based on the meager income of my only job. It was so cool seeing Tim get to reveal this. And I know that the other one the Sith Lord guys got to do for the clone trooper,
that
whole
awful
different
clone trooper. Yeah.
different whole different conversation there. But it's
Awful,
the very
horrible
fact of the
clone
matter
trooper.
is that just that thing gets to happen. And I
Yeah.
really hope Hasbro sees the value in that and sees the
Yep.
goodwill and sees the excitement, not only for like the figures themselves, but like the passion that goes into this community celebrating one another and supporting each other and doing cool stuff. I really hope we see a lot more of that moving forward. I'm really encouraged to see that happen.
And I think we're
Yeah.
seeing that because they're doing that with your groups, and hopefully Toys and Blitz, you guys get the opportunity soon to do the same. But
Yeah.
also they're featuring our photographs in
Yes.
different things. And
Yeah, I love that they're doing that. That's so
Yeah.
cool
yeah,
because it's just it just feels a little more like we're being seen. It's not just veiled references to us when they talk about, yeah, we heard you. Like,
Well, for me,
give us
it's
a little
like,
shout out. We're the ones who, like, I feel like we kind of market these products.
We do free marketing. All
We
the
do
time.
Yeah.
free marketing
Yeah,
for them
all
all the
day.
All the
time.
time.
right.
All the time. So
To the
Right.
point that
like,
sometimes we get HasLabs funded.
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
I mean,
To
your
our own
dad-
financial ruin.
To our
Yeah.
own financial.
I mean, your dad made a lat hat, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have it across the room. Yeah. Actually don't know where. Oh, I see it. It's across the room.
The things that we do to market these products. It just feels nice. It's a nice little nod to show some appreciation, show some recognition, show the talent that is in
Yeah.
this community. Like people who Toys, your shot that they shared, so good.
Yeah.
So good.
Yep. The most recent shots you just did with the Canon.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's,
if you would have done it in a cantina, though, it would have gotten like quadruple the views on
Yeah.
the post. Just so you
Stay
know.
tuned.
yeah.
Stay
Stay tuned.
tuned.
But,
We'll do our
yeah.
quality control back with you, Blitz, before we submit them.
Oh, man.
Dude, this
Dude,
figure
you-
right here,
You're
Go ahead.
killing me. You're
Uh,
killing me, dude.
I have to say, the Amani Guard is indicative of something that I have always loved about Dave Filoni Star Wars, and I will admit that I am way biased because I grew up with the Clone Wars, so like I have always been a Dave Filoni shill through and through.
I mean, same here.
But something that I always loved, and Toys, you brought this up earlier, they would regularly take Kenner and original trilogy stuff and designs and concepts and put it into the Clone Wars. And as a kid, it made me actually think that they were cool, because I understand if you grew up with the original toy line, the original movies, how these backgrounders are so important to you because they're these weird aliens with all these intrigue, and then these toys came out for them and gave them weird names. For me, though, growing up with the prequel trilogy and everything, I didn't really care for these characters because they don't have any action in the action figure. So
Yeah.
they would do stuff like, Blue Snaggletooth owns the cargo ship that got raided by Maul and Savage, or they would do things like introduce other alien species like Athorian bounty hunters, which are completely useless, but they're super cool looking. And this is one of those, like, that same idea where it's like, I never cared about a Man. He looks cool. I can appreciate the action figures they've made of him. But then, like, when I said this on, speaking of Sith Lord 229, I was on his channel earlier today. And when Din is rummaging through the weapons droid ship and one of these things rolls at him like a droidica,
Yes,
in that
yeah.
moment, I was in the theater and
Yep.
I was like, I need an action figure of this.
Yeah.
And this was an instantaneous pre-order for me. I am so excited to get this figure. My dad ordered one as well, because it's just, you take something that is already visually cool and then they do cool things. And
Yeah.
this for me was just, oh man. And he looks amazing too.
Yeah. I think what sold me on the Amani is again, I totally relate to what you're saying. It's like I love a good like Glepshido. I love a good
Yeah.
weirdo. Like as a kid, I always loved getting like weird
Super
aliens because
wrinkly.
I would just make up stuff for them to do. But like but I remember seeing the like cut Clone Wars episodes where Anakin and Obi-Wan go to Utapau and they encounter a tribe of Amani warriors.
Yep.
And that's the moment where I was like, oh dang, these
Yeah.
guys are pretty cool.
Yeah.
You know? So
Even though
it
this
just-
is an inaccurate costume to what we saw in the movie.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'll take
The ones
I
that-
don't
the
care.
ones
Yeah.
the ones that came on the gun runner, like the turtle tanker that the gun runner droid had,
Yeah,
I think they were the ones wearing the armor.
they were.
I remember them having armor. The ones that were not wearing armor were the ones that were in the snake pit.
Totally right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
These things just look so cool. They look
Yeah.
mean as hell, dude. I
Yeah.
like this a lot. And I mean, obviously, the Amanaman is just getting a Return of the Jedi Amanaman for the 096 crowd. It's just right there. It's like,
Yeah,
you know, the
yeah,
Padme
absolutely.
we got at the beginning of the year being a pre-tool of the Geonosis Padme. This maybe being a pre-tool of that. It's got to be right
Ooh.
there. It's
And
Yeah.
honestly, the non-armored Amani that are in the snake pit are going to be a good reason for people to buy the Amanaman figure because
true.
they'll get an unarmored Amani, and then
Yeah.
they can just build up a tribe.
Yeah, you can mix and
Unless-
match pieces and stuff.
Some of these are
Unless-
overlays. Yeah.
Unless they pack that Amani, the proper one from the snake pit, actually with the dragon snake.
Bendy
True.
wire, bendy wire
Wow.
dragon snake.
A
Yeah.
big
That
old
would be sick.
yeah.
That
yeah.
I would
Yeah.
love that thing.
Yeah.
No, you know
'Cause
what?
that'd
I
be a
want
crazy
them.
beast.
I want them to do that beast for Black Series. Hear me out, because
Oh, boy.
it takes Black Series money to make it, and
Yeah.
it'll be even bigger and it'll be even
True.
scarier for our vintage
So,
collections.
The problem, there's one big problem with that. It's that Black Series collectors are infamously cheap, and they
Yes.
will
I forgot.
they will jump ship on anything that's over the price of a singular figure.
Are
It
you
is-
telling me that they wait for clearance?
Wait, is it because they don't have real money?
Ooh,
Probably.
Probably.
No, I just
got
think it's
'em.
because being a Black Series collector, I think it's because they're cheap.
Yeah.
But
If they were born in the 70s, they'd probably have real money.
But
war
here's what I'm
bonds,
saying,
dude.
though.
I'm
This
telling
is-
you, brother. War bonds.
War bonds.
telling
dude.
you.
You're
This is where
killing me.
the TVC collectors will come in once again to actually open our
Save the
wallets to
day.
save the day. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
We'll do the HasLab for your Rancor, and then you guys can buy it on
Oh my
clearance
gosh.
down.
Yes, there we
No.
go.
Oh
yes.
my gosh.
Damn.
I did back the Rancor, but only because I knew it wasn't gonna. Only because I knew it wasn't gonna happen. And there
This
was a
guy,
moment.
dude.
There was a moment there where I thought it was gonna happen, and I was like, "Ooh, I gotta unback that bad boy."
When you
You
saw
were one of the
numbers
numbers in the
go
drop.
backwards,
Yeah.
I was like, oh,
Oh,
Yeah.
that whole
See-
thing was a disaster.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't
was a shame.
revel. I don't actually revel in folks not getting what they want. That's a bummer. But yeah,
Yep.
Don't lie.
Yep.
Don't lie.
I didn't lose sleep over it, Tommy. I didn't lose sleep
Man,
over
Don't
it.
lie.
Tommy got real close to the camera. He
Yeah.
said, "Hey, listen."
I see you, Evan.
Listen, I see. He said, "I know who you are."
Yeah.
Ever
Yes.
since that Obi-Wan knee incident.
Oh,
Yeah.
never
Ever
been
since
I've gotten a
Obi-Wan
lot more
Filoni.
bitter and angry and mean.
Evan goes on a John Wick style hunt for
Yeah.
revenge.
Why'd you just slaughter the entire mafia? My toy was wrong.
It's the damn low knees.
Look what they did to my boy.
They massacred my boy. Dude, oh man. Oh. Another thing I'm really stoked about is the SDCC exclusive 2-pack that's got
Yep.
Anakin
Oh
and
man, I
Asajj.
can't wait.
Yep.
Dude, that thing has
what are-
sent me on a full like I rewatched all of the Tartakovsky Clone Wars,
As
and
you
then
should.
I was like, dang,
True.
now I'm gonna take a bunch of pictures. So like I was over here trying to get that janky Mace Windu to stand on that that vulture droid.
Dude,
Uh,
kudos to you for trying to stick it out on that. That figure, anytime I
Yeah.
touch it, I get angry. So
Yeah.
well done,
Yeah.
man. Well done.
Yeah, the way I figured it out was that I was like, oh, he has to be holding the wires. So I took metal wire and had those be the wires he was holding on to, and that's the only way he was standing up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Nice.
100%, man.
Look at this. This is peak right here.
I do really like this
Indeed.
poster.
Mhm.
I would
They-
love it so much more with the green lightsaber and not those knees on
And
Obi-Wan.
Coleman
I was about
Trevor
to say-
rose from the dead.
I was about to say they did Evan dirty because they put those knees front and center.
Front
right
and
there.
center. Oh,
They didn't do the paint fix on those.
Yeah.
Either. They said, nah, look at
it's
it.
there.
Look at it.
It's like he's got boot sand just flying out of his boots or something.
Dude. I have to give such a big shout out to Chet Maddox from the Shadow Nose Network on YouTube, because when I was live streaming our reactions to the panel, and they said you could pick up the physical poster at the Hasbro booth, he immediately messaged me at like 30 minutes later and was like, "Hey dude, I went to the booth and they only had like 50 of the posters and
Oh,
I got
God.
you one." And I was like,
Oh,
"Dude,
nice.
That's
that is
awesome.
awesome. I'm so excited."
Can I point
Yeah.
out something else that I think is pretty funny? That we we got that ore in the cart, and every single time that we've seen it displayed, that
Just
thing
knocked
is
over.
just knocked over.
Knocked over, yeah.
Not even on the stand. It's just laying down.
Poor Ore.
God. You know, speaking of posters, I mentioned it too on Figures of the Forces show. Great White North Empire, his posters that he did for all
Brother.
the different HasLabs,
Dude.
and that Hasbro officially like had him do those.
Yes.
I want prints of those. I love the OT. I love this, but I would love those 5 HasLab posters just in my on my wall. He's
told
so
me
talented.
What I want him to do is I want him to mail me an envelope with all of his little figure checklists folded up in a piece of paper about that big.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that when I open the envelope, I can just go
Yep.
and then like check off my figures.
I feel stupid that I still try to keep up and make checklists because it's like, why bother? He's crushing it. So
Dude,
He
I
does such a
want
good job.
figure checklists so bad.
Same.
It's so dumb, but I miss those being packed in with figures so
Yeah.
bad.
Yeah.
they're fun to make. That's why I do it. I love his, and I was happy to see this like an official,
Yeah.
This is
thing.
cool. I love stuff like this. This should have been included with the HasLab itself. Like when you get
Yeah.
it in the
that-
mail,
that's true,
this
man.
you should get a poster. Like
Yeah.
that
Hey,
would be
that's
so
Yeah.
neat.
It's not too
Back-
late.
throw it
Hasbro,
in.
come on, guys, print these
Put
up.
it in the box.
Remember we got these with
I
Yeah.
loved that.
color, you know.
That's been
Yeah.
sorely lacking from every
Yep.
HasLab.
Yeah.
I loved the update emails like, hey,
Yeah.
we're working on this, and like the milestones. I
Yeah.
really wish, and I've been saying it for the past 4 HasLabs of just like, where is that? I miss that
Yeah.
engagement. I miss that. Like that.
I will
that-
say that quality
tangible
has
feeling.
gone down for the
Yeah.
HasLabs, unfortunately.
I
That
agree.
like engagement of following up and showing
Mhm.
us like progress and just like continuing to build the hype until the thing gets to your doorstep.
Well, no one likes the prequels, so this one was the perfect one
I,
to not do that
I
with.
guess so.
Yeah,
And
for
nobody
sure, for
likes
sure.
cartoons, so
Nobody,
Yeah.
Nobody
So-
even
so the
watches
Ghost-
them.
Yeah.
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 So our most successful HasLab definitely shouldn't have gotten that. You know.
Yeah.
Shout
totally.
out to the eagle-eyed Hal Runner Base. I don't know if he's still in here, but if you zoom in on the gunship at the bottom there, they snuck in a new clone lieutenant that they're going to release later as like a sneak preview. So I thought that was super cool.
Unless they're trolling us real hard and it's just
Yeah.
the janky skinny legs one that they put in
Yeah.
there.
I'll
hope
jump
not.
I'll jump off the balcony if they do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. If you zoom in and
There he is.
yeah, that blue one.
I want a blue one.
No,
Actually,
red one.
Let's look at that wrist articulation. That'll tell us exactly which one it is.
He's got
feel
fat
like-
wrists.
yeah,
Yeah.
he does have fatter wrists. So I think it is
Yeah.
the new one.
Now, if you go up and then to the left, yeah, a little bit over to the left, a little bit over to the left, a little bit over to the left, and then down just a hair.
Oh,
No,
You can see my soul leaving my
Oh.
body.
you can see peak. Okay,
Oh,
just see peak.
man. Hey,
so
Evan,
prominent.
Evan, I'm proud of you for having the strength to make that joke.
Yeah, it
I'm,
hurts to look at. It
I'm
sucks.
proud of you because you didn't have to make yourself do that, but you did it for us.
Look
And
at
I'm-
it.
I'm-
Yeah,
Look
no,
at
I hate
it.
it. I
Look
like-
what they did to your boy.
yeah, no, for sure. Like whenever you rub it, like if a dog pees in your house and you rub its nose in it, like shame on you. Like what did I do to deserve this? I don't know, probably something, but I guess I deserve this.
You bought TVC.
They
so
said
punished you.
they said we're gonna treat these TVC fans real good, but you know that Evan guy,
Yeah.
fuck that guy.
See,
Yeah.
right here, his face looks good. So it's
It
like,
looks
Yes.
okay.
His
looks much
eyes
better.
look better. I
You
thought
know
his-
what-
in the promo pictures, his eyes look dark, like he's possessed.
Yeah,
we were
they-
talking
here
about
he
this
looks-
before, Finn. It's like a Seinfeld good lighting, bad lighting episode.
Yep.
Yeah,
Dude,
yeah.
they 100% though based that head sculpt off of the reshoot beard version.
Mhm.
They had to have.
Mm.
Yeah.
This is a very white Anglo-Saxon Jesus looking kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people have said that.
Yeah.
Yeah, my grandparents are going to be like, "Oh my gosh, you have a Jesus action figure?
And that's when you
What?"
say yes.
Biblical Adventures
Because-
does 3 3/4 now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because my grandfather is 100% one of the people who shared a bet you won't share this picture of Jesus, and it was Obi-Wan Kenobi, and I had to tell him. He seriously shared that on his social media, and I had to tell him,
Amazing.
I had to break the news that it was Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Oh,
I
love that.
let it be on there for a long time.
Oh, as you should.
But I eventually told him. Okay,
You know-
the neckline on this Plo Koon looks better here.
It's better. It's
Yeah.
better.
It does look better here.
I'm one of the folks that doesn't really have any major problems with the Plo Koon.
Same.
Even under the robe, not having the skirt. I mean, I get it. It's
I'm
not
just
a
gonna
deal
pop
breaker.
I'm just gonna pop a belt and the skirt from my
Yeah.
Legacy Collection one on that one. Like,
Yeah.
Well,
it's not a deal breaker for me.
I actually
This
found
looks
out if
so
you look at the
skateboard.
costume archive from Attack of the Clones, that is he just has a shirt on. He was like half dressed at the Jedi Temple, and they were like, "Plo,
We
Time
gotta
to
go.
gotta go.
pinch it off. We gotta go, brother. It's
Yeah.
time to
No,
go."
we
now."
gotta go.
Everyone's
Yeah,
like,
he-
yeah, but everyone's like, no, but this is actually accurate. I'm like, yeah, but it looks dumb. So I'm
It
gonna.
does
Yeah.
look dumb.
It
does
looks
look
dumb.
Yeah.
So it looks dumb. I'm gonna make him look cooler.
Yeah.
I will say this
But-
shot right here is freaking sick. I just love
Yep.
all these.
I
photos
love
of
it.
Batman.
Dude.
I love
looks
it.
So cool.
I think that the HasLab should have an art book like
should.
this. That Anakin, I'm so excited.
Yeah.
So excited for that Anakin, dude.
There's my
He
my
looks
my
good.
4 Orays are on the Or Way from Big Bad Toy Store right now.
I was gonna say I saw those
Oh.
popped up in stock.
Yep.
What is this doing here?
So
This
Alright.
is, what is this slop you just put up on the screen here?
So I wanted to put this up in terms of like quote unquote how we're feeling, because if you look at all of this, which is really
Well, now I know you know SpongeBob, so I can make these references. I can like. I don't know if people know SpongeBob or not, so I always hold back on my SpongeBob
feeling
references.
thin.
Dude, I'm 30 years old. I live for SpongeBob.
Thank God, thank God.
I love it.
Oh, man. So what I wanted to point out is that I do think that the HasLab like support for the gunship is really spectacular. And when
It
I
is,
look
yeah.
at like the cantina, I don't want to say it's bad,
Mm.
but I'm kind of liking more what I saw for the gunship. Mostly because we did see some like swivel hip repack figures
Yep.
that I don't think are all that great.
There
Sure,
are
you need these for your
3
cantina, and maybe people need them or whatever, but like
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
this looks
honestly
sick.
I'm honestly kind of shocked that we didn't get any repacks for Battle of Geonosis. I mean, they would have
technically
absolutely.
the clone. Technically, the
Yeah,
clone is
yeah.
a repack.
Well, I
There's a
mean,
lot
I
of
guess I mean like TVC
Like
1.0.
Fiat Search.
oh,
Yeah. I'm surprised that they didn't repack any of the TVC 1.0 figures. I mean, they absolutely would have picked the wrong ones. And I'm not complaining about not getting swivel hip figures in 2026. I'm
Yeah.
stoked at the thought that this is going to be the first year since TVC has come back that we have not gotten a single swivel hip. And I'm
Which is
stoked
nice.
about that.
Which is nice.
There are a couple that I think we could have gotten away with, though. I think we could have gotten away with repacking Pablo Gil on a TVC card for the
Yeah.
first time because his articulation is fantastic.
Great.
Yeah.
I think he was the
and-
main one, like on that stream that I did
Yeah.
not that long ago, where I was like,
Yeah.
he's the best one to like repack.
Yeah.
'Cause he actually has rocker ankles and like an actual like ball jointed hip system.
I gave it some thought about other ones they could have gotten away with that I would have been all right. Ayla Sakura again, not in the Tartakovsky colors, but like in her actual like movie colors. I think that would have been fine because her articulation is pretty good. Like her
Yeah.
proportions are a little janky sometimes.
It's okay.
but
Yeah.
yeah, like her legs look really weird, but
Yeah.
but like the figure overall is pretty good.
I have the 03 Clone Wars one.
Yeah, and then I think they could have gotten away with Kit Fisto. I want a new one, obviously, but if they were picking repacks and it was between like let's do a Swivel Hips Jedi or this Kit Fisto, I would absolutely want them to pick Kit Fisto because I just don't want to have to deal with like the super outdated articulation. But I would want them to maybe give Kit Fisto a different head, like that.
Yeah,
Would be
and new legs with rocker ankles so he can stand and pose.
that would be great.
Are these all the official solicitations?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have all the because I did this last time.
Yeah.
Because that mace ain't gonna work for me.
Yeah, dude.
These are the good figures that we have.
Yeah,
this
I'm
is obviously
shocked.
garbage, even though you know
Yeah.
we're still shortcomings. But hey,
I am shocked.
huge update, huge upgrade.
Yeah, they got his knees right though on that old one, but whatever.
They
I'm
did.
kind of shocked that they didn't take the opportunity to put Jango Fett out on a card.
I
Yeah.
would like
Never-
to see
never
Jango
too
Fett as a like kind of like not deluxe set because he's already deluxe, but like give him the poncho, give him some of those other accessories, and do Kid Boba. That'd be
Yeah.
a cool 2-pack, you know.
If they had put out the Jango Fett Slave 1 again with the new Jango Fett, that would have been. I mean, it would have absolutely just been a way for them to get more money from us.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think people would have been stoked about it. People would have bought it because there's a lot of people who missed out on that Jango Slave 1.
Yeah. So
I
I wanted
would
to
have
bring
bought
this. I wanted to bring Ayla up because there was like terrible photos of like the actual like Attack of the Clones color wave, but like
Yeah.
look at this one.
Mhm.
Overall, it's not too bad of a figure because it does have ball jointed hips. They're like an
Yeah.
older, like kind of crude system. I think the
Yeah.
only thing I would really love is them to update the lower leg so she had a rocker ankle. At
Yep.
least.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
She
Yes.
needs.
She
She
could be
needs that.
acceptable. She could be
Yeah.
acceptable.
And
It would be
honestly-
very minimal.
Honestly, I think that our Luminara Unduli figure is pretty dang good. But the only thing that I would change is I made this update to mine where I took the
Yeah.
Morgan
Off the
Elsbeth
hips.
legs and I popped them in right here at the
Mm.
waist.
Yep.
And now my Luminara Unduli can actually
Yeah.
like pose and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So
Same thing.
I think this update works for the Luminara figure and the Barris Offie figure.
Mhm.
So if they just pop those Morgan Elsbeth legs onto both of those figures and give Barris Offie a soft goods cape,
Mhm.
then those figures are good. Like I don't think we need to waste the slots and the funds on like redoing them. I think that we could just update them and make them good.
Yeah.
What we
Yeah,
got.
I agree. And like they could even just use Shock T's legs because those are pretty much like a hybrid of Morgan Elsbeth with like boots on instead. So I
Right,
think if
yeah,
could
so
do
they-
something like that to leverage that for both
Yeah,
these
they've-
characters. I think that would be acceptable repacks. Although on
got
Barris,
options.
I've kind of always hated that hard plastic cape she has
I
on the
do
back.
too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
That
what I'm
needs
saying.
to-
If they give her a different cape, she's good.
Yeah, like,
They can even
I'm
do,
fine
like,
with
the-
hood. The
They
hood.
can
the
keep
hood.
the hood. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, but like that cape needs to be soft goods, man. That thing. Is
Yeah.
like- that's like a
100%.
brick wall.
It's
on
also
her
an
back.
inch too big, so it just pushes everything up.
Yeah, she
yeah.
can't really stand.
Right.
Yeah.
It's really awkward.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, our boy Pablo, he's still freaking
Yeah.
a pretty decent character.
Yep.
And like
I still want to
anatomy
know.
wise, I don't want them to spend tooling dollars on this because this is
No.
obviously still significantly good. It's got rocker
Yeah.
ankles, it's got ball jointed hips. Like it doesn't have hinge wrist, but like I'll live with it, man.
Mhm.
Yeah. Oh, I got him right here. He's great.
Nice.
I've just recently gotten this from my good buddy Radis Forstad. He's been really hooking me up lately by selling me some of his stuff.
Sweet.
And yeah, this Pablo Gil figure is great. I've been having a blast with him. I need to take some like actual shots with him and post them. But yeah, he's awesome. I also
I
just
don't-
love that Lucasfilm made this like really freaking weird looking guy, and then they're like, all right, now who is this? And they went, how about Pablo?
Yeah.
Pablo.
How about Pablo?
Somebody liked aliens, and they were like, "That guy, we're gonna do him." I don't
So
know
when-
how
That's
they could
great.
update this.
You know,
I feel like this would have to be leveraging some of the new Jedi tooling with popping a head on it or something. Evan, I divert to you for Looney Tunics on this.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, I think I'd be okay if they just tooled up new lower legs to give them rockers.
Mhm.
Still not ideal, but I think any Jedi is just going to need to have at least rocker ankles to be able to
Right.
pose,
This one
even if they
swivel
have
hips.
lacking. Yeah, so he'd probably need, I guess, they probably would need to overhaul.
That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. Like, whose upper torso that exists could be used, and then like maybe
Yeah.
upper saw legs, and then obviously he needs like the unique boot.
Well, if what they can do, because so on like the Obi-Wans, and am I breaking up at all when I'm talking?
It was
Okay.
just for a second, right?
No,
there, but
you're good.
Okay. The Obi-Wans, they were tooled, and I think most of the Jedi are with the tabard is
Oh,
a
that's right.
separate
Yeah.
piece. So it's almost like they could just tool, like they could make a bunch of the underbody, and if they had some different overlays,
Overlays,
the
yeah.
options, which I wish they would have done for Attack of the Clones Obi-Wan over, Revenge of the Sith,
Yeah.
just to kind of give them all different profiles and some slightly different cuts of tunic.
Mhm.
But we'll see what they do, since I mean this is all pretty recent tooling. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
I always really liked this guy, but yeah, he definitely shows a bit of his age now.
Yeah. It took me like, I don't know, 20 years to realize that his name wasn't Nikto.
yeah,
Like, because as a kid,
Master
I was just like,
Nikto.
dude, Nikto is one of my favorite Jedi figures. I love that guy.
yeah,
He's got like a different color cloak than everybody else, so he looks
Love that.
totally different. He's
Yeah.
posed really cool, so he can just stab stuff all the time. I loved him. He was a great figure. As a kid, he was one of my favorites.
Can I just say one thing that I liked about the Return to Tatooine approach that I wish they would have kind of done with the gunship and Battle of Geonosis
Yeah.
was during the HasLab campaign for the Cantina, they pipelined the mains, Han, Luke, Obi-Wan, and Chewbacca,
Yeah.
and said, Luke, Obi-Wan, and Chewbacca, and Luke, Obi-Wan, and Han are going to be new. Chewbacca will have some new pieces to make them, more current. And they pipelined them because they knew we wanted them, and it was make the mains. I wish that they would have done that for Battle of Geonosis during the HasLab. Like, okay, pipeline Anakin, Obi-Wan, and Padme. They're out of the way. Because ending the Battle of Geonosis on congratulations, you got the main characters that you need for this beat.
Yeah.
It's a little anticlimactic as opposed to keeping us guessing of maybe the more unconventional stuff. Like if Poggle was a closer to it, that'd be crazy. The Ore and all that. And like as we get stuff through, I just think it was a little. I think with these, I like the idea of getting ahead of the mains conversation. So it's like, yeah, don't worry about it. You don't need to ask about it. You don't need to fret about it. And instead you can focus on the stuff that you maybe wouldn't have, expected, or the things that you weren't sure if we would update, or the pleasant surprises.
Yeah.
Kind of like poor Kit Fisto, I gotta say, he definitely is showing a little age now too.
And that's also Revenge of the Sith head sculpt on Kit
Yeah.
too. So
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
He also can't hold his lightsaber with both hands because his tabards are like brick solid.
yeah.
Yeah.
There's
like I
no
say,
give.
He's
Yeah.
showing a lot of his age. But yeah, I would love to get an updated Kit Fisto with that force push hand right there. I think that would be freaking rad, man.
That'd be so dope.
Him and Mace are two of my. I really hope they update those ones.
And they could throw them into a 4-pack with the Sacy and the Aegon that we didn't get. I want them to do the Arlyle doctrine. Any missed HasLab figure after 18 months is fair game and should enter the line.
Totally agree, man. Totally agree.
Yeah, I mean, like, because those two are essential for the Palpatine arrest. If we ever want to get that, which we do, we do very badly want to get that. And like, man, Sazy was one of my favorites as a kid. Like it was Sazy 10, Plo Koon, and Kiadi Mundi were my favorite random Jedi because they looked the coolest. They all had really cool moments across Clone Wars and and the Tartakovsky Clone Wars. I mean, Sazy 10 in his clone armor jumping through space to commandeer a separatist battleship.
Yeah.
So badass, dude.
If we don't get
And
that
so-
helmet with whatever character they make, we need that helmet.
Yeah,
I agree.
This helmet is fire.
Yeah, and then like to miss out on getting him was pretty rough. And so I genuinely hope that they understand that they can't not make them. They have to make them.
Well,
Those two are too important.
I saw a rumor that Yoda's coming next year.
I would love that.
Yeah,
Why I
I-
brought this
I-
up, because I was like,
Yeah,
I was about to
we
say,
needed
because
a proper Yoda.
not having original trilogy Yoda in the Battle of Geonosis like art because we just didn't get Yoda, who rides into the battle on the gunship.
Exactly.
on the lead gunship. Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's why I
You're
brought this one up. I was like,
Yep.
Yoda. I want
And in my
Yoda.
opinion, sadly, the best Yoda we have, 5POA Yoda.
5POA, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
and
Ugh.
He
The
can't
Force
even
Link
bend,
one?
Yeah.
can't even bend his knees or hips.
No.
No.
He stands the whole time.
And then going back
I'm
to
so
like, talking
excited.
about
Dude.
updating the mains, like
Mhm.
I am genuinely happy that they did that Anakin, because like while I look at this, I'm like, it's still a
Yes.
really good shot and it holds up. That
Yeah.
other one's just gonna look way, way better.
Yeah, definitely.
Dude, yeah, this shot's great, and I can't wait to see it again with the new stuff. Because
Yeah.
Yeah.
And when I said anticlimactic for the mains to end this, I didn't mean that as like, oh, I'm not happy that we're getting it. I'm
No.
stoked. I always want the mains. They're a huge priority for me. It's just anticlimactic is in some of the obvious things that you shouldn't have to ask for, you know.
Right. I get it.
Also,
And as janky as this one is, look at his
Yeah.
knees.
yeah, they look better, but also it looks like someone gave him the wrong lightsaber accessory, huh?
Ooh.
Ooh, that's true.
Ooh.
Ouch.
Prequel fan, get out of here.
Yeah.
Big fan.
Fake fan.
Dang.
Damn.
All right.
Good
so
thing I got a
based
new
off
one
of-
with bad knees that I could redo the shot.
Based off the conversation we've had for the last 10 minutes, what we're saying is for 2027, for the gunship, we all agree that we want Delta Squad, right?
Yes.
I just
Oh
want to
yeah.
confirm
Give
that
me.
we need,
Yeah,
we
yeah,
need
yeah.
Republic
Hey.
Commandos for our ship.
I mean, Republic Commando
You
won
with me,
the
Tommy?
Galactic Conquest poll, so
Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
what can
He
I
did.
say?
I was actually really glad that he did because we desperately need.
You know what? You know what was so nice for that poll to see that like all the characters that made it to the end were not guy in clothes. You know, like
Yeah.
that for me, like
Yep.
a lot of the characters
was
were like
not guy in clothes.
very Star Wars to me.
Brought to you by March Madness 2026 winner and Last Figure Standing 2025 winner, Luthen Rail, aka Guy in Clothes.
guy,
Guy
in
in
clothes.
clothes.
Gotta have 'em.
I mean, I just don't. And this is me pushing back on some gatekeeping I've been seeing the last couple weeks. So I'm gonna spit some venom back a little bit. I just don't see how you
Do
could
it.
see something like this or something like these battle droids and go, yeah, I think Yellow Spaceman number 67 from this one particular frame. We actually don't even have a real image
Yeah.
of the guy. He's there though. Trust me. I just don't understand how that to you could be more exciting than what you see on screen right now. You know.
That's how I feel when I'm just like, oh, I love lightsaber wielders and Jedi, and people are like, that's dumb, and I'm like, how can you look at that and think that's dumb? It's
That's
the coolest thing I've
dumb.
ever seen. So,
Yep.
He literally has a laser sword. That's a dinosaur with a laser sword being shot by a Boba Fett looking guy.
Oh, it's so Star Wars. This is just that shot
Love
is
this
so
shot.
Dude,
my,
this is
my
this is why I actually-
childhood.
this
is
is
why when I-
clean.
I brought some of this stuff up specifically for you, Tommy, because I know you've really been going into TVC hard this year.
Yeah.
And like you said, a lot what it's pulled you in is the clones and just a focus on prequel trilogy and Clone Wars stuff, and that
Dude,
really speaking to you quite a
The
bit.
TVC clones are better than the Black Series clones.
Dang.
And the
Yeah.
big,
They are,
a big
yes.
thing for me is that
Is
the
it the helmet?
helmets,
yeah.
it doesn't have that goofy ass like removable bobblehead helmet. And when they moved
Mhm.
to the solid helmet sculpts, and it sucks for a smaller scale because it's even more egregious when you have a removable helmet. I mean, you
see
guys
the
know
Sabine helmet.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like I remember seeing
Yeah.
that. This literally I see this and I'm like, dude, these clones, like the way you can pose them, the way they can move so naturally. I have you can barely see it, but I have a shelf over here of my phase 2 clone army. It's about 75, 80 clones right now. And
Nice.
it's like all of them are charging toward the front of the shelf. I have several of them in one-legged running poses, like mid-stride. They balance well. The proportions are great. All of the paint apps are so clean on them. I love the clone troopers in TVC, and that really was like, you gave me a great HasLab that I could army build to a degree. You gave me amazing figures in the last year that I can troop build for the good guy faction and the bad guy faction. And if they give me TK troopers in the next year or two, I'm going to blow a gasket, and and then I'm going to go crazy with those. Am I losing you guys?
No,
Nope.
you're good.
No. Okay,
Yeah, you're totally good, man.
okay.
I'm hanging on your every word, Tommy.
but for me, it's this, and it's not just me either, because I went into TVC like, head over heels once I saw the campaign, and like I said earlier, like I was fortunate to have the people that I came into contact with first in the community be SWTVC, Toys Are the Way, the Twin Sons collecting guys. Those guys are awesome on Instagram.
Yeah, I love them.
Yeah.
And it was the shared, like, oh, we're kind of in the same age group here. We grew up with the same kind of Star Wars. You grew up and you've seen the original trilogy, but like the new Star Wars when we were growing up was this. And this speaks to me because this was the video games I had, this was the books I read, this was the encyclopedia, the visual dictionaries. Everything was this. And the gunship was the center of my play as a kid. And I just immediately, I remember the campaign came out and I was watching people make entire videos like campaigning against it. And I was like, hold on. Like, so I kind of threw my hat in the ring, and then I made this video like why you should back this, and it just like blew up. And then I did the Back the Lap marathon. And then from there, it was just snowball, snowball, snowball. I've literally picked up almost everything TVC put out this year. Not out of like, I need to, not out of like inventory or, feeling like I need to do it. It was like everything they were making was cool. Everything like between the Mando and Grogu and the Maul Shadow Lord and all the Clone Wars stuff. I've just been, and now I'm seeing like the rumor next year that there are already 6 Clone Wars characters on for 2027. I'm like, dude, you're speaking my language. And this is indicative because my dad had the same experience. I've talked to hundreds of other collectors who have had the same draw from Black Series going into TVC. That has never happened. It didn't happen with the Ghost. It didn't happen with the Cantina. It didn't happen with, and it just goes to show, Daryl DePriest has this 20-year rule theory, and he's writing a book about it right now. Because fun fact, Daryl DePriest actually had a neuroscience degree before he got into marketing with Hasbro, and so he has this theory.
There's his book right there.
Yeah, I have his book too. It's off on the other side of the room. He told me that this theory, he decided to write the book because he experienced it himself. So when he was a kid, it was, the Joe's original trilogy. And then when he finished college and was in his mid-20s, and contrary to what some will tell you, started to have real money, he got into... he had this strange affinity and like this deep sense of nostalgia for the stuff he grew up with, and he started to really devote a lot of financial resources to that stuff, G.I. Joe and Star Wars. And so he was in charge of Star Wars during the prequels. He put a lot of love and passion into those Star Wars toy lines that were coming out, while still, giving the original trilogy fans things that they wanted, like the 30th anniversary collection, which in my opinion is one of the best Star Wars action figure lines ever, other than the animated Clone Wars line, is he would do like, here's a Jabba Denizen with the drum. Here's a Cantina Patrons, but you get a piece of the bar and a couple stools, and you could build it out as you go. And then, but at the same time, Clone Troopers, Battle Droids, Battle Droids, Jedi and Sith. That was what it was appealing to the kids at the time in the 2000s, myself being one of them. And he kind of was like, I wonder if my 20-year rule theory will apply to this next generation. And I met Daryl DePriest at ICC Con in Nashville a couple years ago. and he's a vendor there. He sells Star Wars toys from those lines. And he had told me when my friends and I all came up to his booth, we were freaking out because we're like, "Whoa, dude, this is all the stuff from when I grew up," and spent way too much money at his booth. And I'm very fortunate now. Like, I'm personal friends with the guy now, but he has told me like that was the moment where he was like, "Dude, my 20-year rule theory is true," because when he started talking to us and asking us, we were like, yeah, like my favorite Star Wars is Revenge of the Sith, it's the Clone Wars, it's '03 Clone Wars, it's right in that 20-year range. And this is the prime time for Hasbro to be really hammering this era hard, because, and I don't want to, I babble a lot, I apologize, but like,
You're good, man. You're all good.
No, dude. Go ahead.
I think what's important to recognize in the TVC community right now is that TVC should be following suit in the kinds of things that Black Series is doing. Is this generation of prequel and Clone Wars fans, it's the potential to get the next 50 years of your customer base, like you've had the last 50 years for original trilogy fans. I'm not saying that we need to disregard the original trilogy completely, or that we shouldn't finish the original 96, or that we shouldn't, do awesome Cantina Patron 4-packs like the one that came out this year with new characters and highly desired characters. But this is the direction that I think they need to go in for the next couple of years, in order to really hook this generation. And I think that 2026 is a testament for TVC that is doable, because I see it all the time. TVC is never going to bring in new collectors like that. TVC is never going to grow like that. We just need to keep it the way it is forever until I decide that I'm done collecting. And I'm like, this year has brought in so many people. I've talked about it already. The Battle of Geonosis wave, dozens of Black Series collectors have reached out to me saying, "Dude, I pre-ordered this whole wave. I don't even collect TVC." I have tons of friends who are Hot Toys collectors and Black Series collectors who backed the gunship because of that deep nostalgia for that vehicle being the center of our generation's play, the same way that the AT-AT or the Falcon was back in the 70s and 80s. And it's just because it's not nostalgic to you doesn't mean that it should be disregarded, that you should disregard the next generation, because that's how you'll effectively kill this hobby forever. And I think there's a lot of gatekeeping I've been seeing in the last couple weeks. I've left me really, really frustrated, and it's kind of led me in this direction to kind of really push against the grain on a lot of these talking points, whether it be, oh, we can never change the packaging because TVC will die. Why can't we have the conversation, though? Why can't we at least bounce ideas off of each other? And does it have to change tomorrow? Does it have to be a, cold turkey, we completely change the line? No, absolutely not. But another thing they could do too is start doing more and keep pushing in this direction to get this generation more and more into TVC, because guess what I found out over the last year is all the things that you can do with TVC that I can't do with Black Series. My whole Black Series collection since 2019 has been class photos on my shelf. Like just characters, dudes lined up on a shelf. And I started to get into TVC, and I started to see, wow, I can fit 100 clone troopers on a bookshelf. I can't even fit 50 figures in Black Series on a bookshelf. I can barely fit 30 of them on a bookshelf. I can fit 100 figures over here. It takes so much less effort and space to make a diorama, to go outside and go pose them up in the terrain and do something with them. And they do cost less than a Black Series figure. It's easier to army build. The vehicles are much more doable. Play sets are much more doable because the scale is smaller. And it's all of these things. And now they're also on top of that doing Phase 1 501st Clone Trooper, Clone Wars Anakin. You're giving me Asajj Ventress. You're giving me all these different characters. And that just, there's my boy. That guy sucks. The yellow one sucks, but the other two are pretty cool. But seriously,
I was talking about the brain guy.
Oh, Sergeant Brick. That's my go. I do have a fun story with that mail away figure, because I've talked way too much. I'll just stop. But
you're good, dude. I want to hear this rant. I love it. I think this is great to
give the people what they want, Tommy.
When I was a kid, I was obsessed with the Clone Wars animated line, and
no way.
I have a bunch of it on the wall over here. But the mail away brick figure. I, had all the pieces. My dad and I would go to Toys R Us and we'd go to Target and everything, and we'd go look for different clones that I didn't have yet, or maybe get a new battle droid or something. And we'd pick up like General Grievous or whatever. And I'd like, you get one in your Easter basket. You get one for a bunch for Christmas and stuff. And I had all the codes, and we mailed everything to Hasbro to do the mail away brick. And it was like maybe a week or two after, my dad walks into the room and he's like, Tommy, I'm so sorry, but we forgot to mail. It was like one of the like crucial pieces you needed for the mail away figure. And dude, I remember just sobbing. I was destroyed. I was like, we put months and months of effort into getting this mail away figure, and I'm never going to get it. And John Paul Hasbro sent me a letter in the mail a couple weeks after that. And it was a I don't know who wrote it, but it was someone from Hasbro. Dear Tommy, we saw that you sent in your stuff for the mail away brick, but you forgot this one piece. Please send us back this letter, and we'll make sure that you get it. And I was like, I couldn't believe it. We mailed the stuff that same day, put it in the envelope, put it in the mailbox. A month, 6 weeks later, package from Hasbro on the doorstep. There's my Sergeant Brick, and it's still at my parents' house in a tub with all my Clone Wars figs. And it's a story like that I just will never ever forget. And I still like get a little emotional like when I think about experiences like that. But it's this generation of Star Wars is the future. I hate to break it to you if you're an original trilogy only guy. I hate to break it to you, but this generation is the future of this brand, and you're not going to get new collectors coming in the way that they are. You can ignore it. You can pretend that you can make up arbitrary reasons as to why these pre-orders are selling out. You can make arbitrary reasons up as to why these characters are becoming more and more popular on the fan polls, or why they're becoming more and more popular in the eyes of everybody, and why these get more likes on figure photography posts in this era than other eras. It's just growing and growing and growing. It's to the point now, like, I know one argument is like, well, Kenner is the only thing that holds its value over time. Have you looked at the eBay listings on Clone Wars figures from 2008 to 2013? The prices are skyrocketing on the aftermarket. I've been looking for the Commander Blitz 3-pack. I had it as a kid, the Defensive Camino pack. And it's like the Blitz alone is like a $200 figure loose now.
Yep.
Like the original animated Blitz. And the pack is like approaching $500 sealed, like for that 3-pack. It's this same level of intense nostalgia that we really haven't seen. And I've been saying this on my channel, and a lot of people are getting, their panties in a twist about it. But I'm going to be totally honest. It's just the cold hard truth. We are at such an unprecedented pivot point in the Star Wars collecting fandom that has never happened in the last 50 years. You have a new generation that's coming in who does have real money now and have a real desire to collect, because when we were kids, we had toys just like the original generation did. And we have that same affinity to build out these scenes in grandiose collections, and through photography and through videos and through conversations, and using technology as a way to help build that out. And I really have been very disgusted by the collectors who should be helping us along and passing us the torch, spitting in our faces, for lack of a better phrasing, and making passive aggressive comments on posts, and trying to pretend that they're not being gatekeepers when they really are. It's been really, really bugging me, and I've become much more outspoken the last week or so on my channel about it, because excuse me, you're not going to do that, because unfortunately it's not 2005 anymore. We're now old enough to actually be in the conversation online. When you guys were all dunking on the prequel trilogy and the Clone Wars, now we're all old enough to say, no, that's not how it's going to work. And I think that there's a lot of animosity toward Hasbro, because they're not doing, I think some people had it in their minds that 2027 was going to be this original trilogy year, and it was going to be this big grandiose A New Hope year, and it's not, because it's a celebration of Star Wars. And this should be a thing where everybody gets to have a seat at the table and get what they want, just as much as somebody, I believe every year they should put out some sort of Cantina Patron multi-pack or Jabba Denizen multi-pack. Get the second skiff completed, get those tables in the background of the Cantina completed, but at the same time, it should be yes and. It should be that,
Yes.
and let's
Yes,
keep
and-
really, really gravitating and pulling in those new collectors that are looking for things. Because again, Black Series is just figures. Yes, they got an ATRT this year, but TVC got ATRT first. And in my opinion, the TVC ATRT is better than the Black Series because it has the articulated stand, so you can actually make it do mid-air, mid-stride poses like it does in
Yeah, that is
Universe.
true.
And it has that awesome blast effect the Black Series doesn't have.
Yeah.
There's so much more you can do with TVC, and I think there's this pivot point right now where our generation of collectors is going, can I do more with my collection than just have figures lined up in a shadow box or figures lined up in the glass cabinet?
Yeah.
Is it just dudes lined up on a shelf, or am I trying to create something here? So that's my
dudes on a
monologue.
shelf.
That's my monologue, and I really just wanted to I want to make it very well known that this generation is coming in full swing, and you, just like Shmi Skywalker says, you can't stop the change just as much as you can't stop the suns from setting.
Go off,
It's-
King.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I
agree,
don't-
like
Mic drop, man. Mic
the
drop.
yes and Tommy. The yes and that's
Yeah.
something I've been champion for years.
Yeah.
Is you
Yeah.
know it should be yes and. Totally agree with you. It's like Star Wars is for everyone. You know, TVC should be something for everyone for sure.
Yeah, and that's why I wanted to bring up this comment that Nick dropped in there about older collectors saying that they're out maybe at the 50th or whatever it may be, and it's like I get it if you're physically and mentally tired, sure, but
Mhm.
I'm always gonna want something from all Star Wars because I love it all. Like I grew up with that original
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah.
So I'm always gonna
Even the
want,
stuff I don't like, I want figures from it.
Exactly. And I
Yeah.
think that's one thing about I guess me as a collector is I want to support everything in it. So if you want that random weird alien, I probably want it too. And even if it wasn't my first pick, I'm still going to support it because I support all of us as a community.
Right.
Yeah.
But then I also want tons of Clone Wars stuff because I love Clone Wars. I will watch Clone Wars until the tape breaks. Same thing with
Yeah.
Rebels. Same thing with all the new media that's coming out, which a lot of it is harking to Clone Wars fans.
Yeah.
All the Ahsoka
Mhm.
stuff, that is just Rebels season continuations.
Yeah.
And also
Yeah.
harking back to Anakin flashback scenes and all this stuff of like you said, Tommy, the 20-year rule with people who grew up with this as kids and are now older and get to share this with their kids, but also have expendable money, if you will, real money to buy these things to relive those childhood dreams and just continue to enjoy Star Wars,
I only have to wait 13 more years then for a Kylo Ren.
or your Ben Solo.
Yeah.
I can
So-
almost taste it.
Oh
And-
no, I have to wait 18 for Jackie.
Yeah. I'll be waiting with you, man. I'll be waiting with you.
That's been my other thing is I keep seeing I gave this similar monologue on my long-winded stupid monologue on my my podcast this past weekend, and I get veteran collectors will text me and be like that I'm friends with and be like, dude, I also want what you want. And I'm like, brother, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the people who are in your face openly gatekeeping this hobby out in public. They're not being shy about it anymore because they're mad that the 50th anniversary isn't what they wanted it to be. And
Yeah.
and you don't see me dunking on the Cantina Patrons 4-pack. I didn't buy it. It's not for me. Do I think that original 96 Anakin Skywalker is a cool release? I think it's boring and lame, but I'm not going to dunk on people for wanting that because it's something that's very important to those collectors. And what I hate
Yeah.
is you don't see me dunking on it. Why do you have to dunk on every single time there's a new clone trooper or battle droid out? Because while to you, that's just, oh, it's a repaint. I grew up in an era where clone troopers are individuals. Clone troopers are... Every single clone trooper is a person, and that was hammered into my brain since the very first episode of season 1 of the
yep.
Clone Wars. And I was the kid that I would get upset when a nameless, faceless clone trooper would die because they would just kill him like they were going out of style in some gruesome way. And I literally,
Sir,
yeah,
sir, we're just clones. We're meant to be expendable.
and that's
Not
ingrained
to
in
me.
me. These are characters that matter to a whole generation, and in the same way, I call them Glup-Shido clones because they're the same as your Glup-Shidos from the OT. They don't have a lot of screen time, they don't do a whole lot, but they're meaningful, and that's I think where we can connect across the generations instead of passing the torch. People want to blow the torch out, throw it in the freezing water, and then we all
Yeah.
freeze and die. It's like, why are you trying to burn it all down on your way out? This should be, if you want to quit, you should just quit. And if this hobby makes you so frustrated that you are blaming the company for it making you frustrated, it's like, dude, if you can't find any joy in what you already have, if you can't find any joy in this hobby or the conversations, just quit, because this isn't bringing you joy, and then by proxy you're just trying to ruin it for everybody else while you stomp out the door. So I just don't. Yeah, it's just. Yeah.
So I know the big hot topic right now is the whole packaging fiasco.
That's all the time I got for
like-
we got another 3 hours.
Yeah, here we go.
See, I'm one of those that's like, I'm in the camp of, I think, even though I personally love different packaging and stuff for 3 3/4 inch, I love the 30th anniversary collection packaging. I think it's cool and exciting. I love the nostalgic packaging. Like, that stuff is great. I do think that keeping the vintage collection look is gonna help our sales at this time.
Yeah.
But I don't see any reason why we can't have like exclusive runs of figures that are on the nostalgic packaging. Like, it kills me when 6-inch, and like, not to yuck somebody else's, yum or anything like that, but like it kills me when 6-inch
That's
gets
a crazy shot.
Yeah, for real.
That's a crazy.
For real.
Sorry.
I
Sorry,
love-
that's a
You're
crazy
good.
shot.
I love those episodes.
But it's like, not to like just like mess with anyone's stuff, but like that packaging that's not nostalgic for the 6-inch line, because the 6-inch line didn't exist. The 3 3/4 inch line existed when Revenge of the Sith and the Phantom Menace and everything were out. Like, we deserve to have releases on that packaging. And
Yep.
I get that it's probably best for them to be exclusives. Like, if Walmart does a run of figures, Walmart exclusive figures, or Target, or Amazon, or con exclusives, but like, that's where we can branch out and have some fun with like different packaging. And I think that's great. The SDCC exclusive this year was not on vintage collection card backs. It was in cool new packaging, and I
That
thought it was
packaging
great.
is so cool.
I thought
Yeah.
it was fun, and I thought that was a perfect place to do that.
Yeah.
Like, I thought that was a perfect place to do that. I thought it was a perfect way to do it. And I would love to see them do more of that. I hate being left out of these anniversaries. I hate being left out of the nostalgic packaging. I want that. Like, give me Revenge of the Sith figures on the Revenge of the Sith card backs in exclusive runs, so I can nerd out and be 10 years old again.
Yeah. So I'm a 2 of everything collector. I'll keep my spiel short on this. I'm a 2 of everything
Keep it
collector.
long, baby.
I
Keep
I
it long.
collect.
Keep it long.
That's what she said. I collect loose figures and carded figures. My TVC carded collection is something that, going way back to hours ago, the conversation I had with my coworker, it does bring me joy to look at on my shelf. I love my carded collection. I love the aesthetic. I just have so much fun, rearranging my shelf of the carded figures just as much as I do, playing with the loose figures and setting up dioramas and settings and whatnot. It's just so much fun. I love the aesthetic. If I had it my way, I would just continue that line forever. It's my OCD curse of loving that uniformity for such a large, expansive collection. I'm proud of the collection that I have. I don't want to see that go away, and I don't think it's, I don't want to, lose the folks that do collect for the packaging, because that's, a non-negligible contingent of folks, even, disregarding the folks that say they want to quit all the time. I also say I want to quit all the time, but look, I'm here. I do think that it's very important to, the identity of where 3 3/4 inch is at right now. But again, agreeing with, wanting them to yes and it. Of yes, doing the exclusive runs, doing small runs. I even floated the idea recently, like on Figures of the Forces shows, like, what if, the case of 8 was 4 figures, and it was a figure on a Kenner card, and then on a media specific, unique card.
Alternate
and then
cards.
Guess what? Yeah, alt cards. Guess what? Now I'm a 3 of everything collector if
Oof.
you do that, because I'm a sucker I'm a whale for Hasbro. And I'm probably not the only one, but there's probably not a huge number of folks either. Is that a good idea? No. Is it sustainable? No, or probably not on both of those. But I want them to be creative. I think that it's, yes, continue the vintage collection look, but be creative and maybe do batches, or, be more creative with the packaging, like with the 2-packs or the carded multi-packs or battle packs or whatever. Do something, do things that are more clever, like the Comic-Con set of Anakin and Asajj. There's a lot of possibilities. I think there's so much they can do that is a yes and to the Kenner aesthetic. That is a yes and to the vintage collection that we know, love, and folks are attached to. And some of us, want to continue or are mentally beholden to because we're ill and we didn't get hugged enough as a kid.
That's crazy.
Just kidding. I got hugged a lot. It was fine.
Into the collecting, only pain you will find.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I think it'd be fun. I think it would be thrilling, if Mando and Grogu say, the retail versions, because there's no, what's to say they can't do stuff like that? They did the first edition packaging for Black Series. What a gimmick. Who cares? But imagine if they did like at mass retail, like Walmart and Target carried versions of the figures that were on, like if there was a nice Mando and Grogu designed card of that. So you've got collectors on the thrill of the hunt for that, where you can really mostly only get it at retail. And it, pops in that retail presence of something new and refreshed as things go through. But then, if you're a hardcore collector, or you're really deep in the weeds of stuff, or as you start to explore more into the vintage collection, you can also get the Kenner version as like the base version that you get via fan channel or fan retailers, and you can still have the options. There's a lot of different ways. Again, I'm not pitching any actual ideas. I don't know better than anybody. I'm not professing to be an expert or that anything I say should be done. It's just things that I am spitballing ideas that I think would be fun. And as you've said, these conversations are worth having and not necessarily cutting off at the knees just because they make us feel uncomfortable or scared or defensive.
Just having fun.
Yeah.
Right.
So yeah, but also the too long didn't read of it all. I think keep TVC going is the same, but just don't be afraid to do a little remix here and there to supplement and augment what we have.
The collection is supposed to be. Oh, sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, you reminded me of like a variant in store type thing. And do you recall the infamous orange pill Boba Fett?
God,
that whole thing.
Was it even real?
No.
Some people.
Yeah, no, it wasn't.
Some people swear it was real.
No, it wasn't. It was always yellow.
Rob, did you ever find one?
Nope.
It was just a dream.
It was just a dream. But no, that kind of reminds me of like that whole thrill of like a variant or just like something different with the card. Given it was still a TVC card, but it's just like, I don't know. I guess if it did look kind of cool and it was like, surprise, there's a random new carded thing that showed up at stores and we never told you about it. You got to go hunt and find it. That could be kind of like a fun thing to incite, like some kind of excitement with.
I mean, the first editions for Black Series this year were fun. Like we made a whole collab video, me and a bunch of other channels earlier this year, when they dropped on March 22nd, and it was fun, and it was just a slightly different box. It was the same figure, and they ended up being plentiful in the end. And it's like, who cares? Like it was fun to go into the store, see that white box with the little emblem on the front, and you found the chase. That's
something different.
It's something new, and that's what like. What are you collecting for? Is this just you buy this, it's like inventory? Like, or are you here to have fun with your collection? This whole hobby is supposed to be fun. And the way that people talk about TVC, and again, I'm just generalizing, but you see so many conversations about TVC, it's like this dire, like, life or death, like if this, then the line dies. If this, then this. And it's like, but if we're not having fun, then how are we going to attract new collectors? Because that's like the stigma of TVC coming from the outside in, is like, you look at TVC from the outside and you're like, oh my God, these just a bunch of old men bitching about everything. Like, this is just miserable. And then you get in with the right crowd and you're like, oh, okay, there are people like me who just love this hobby and love to do something with it, as opposed to just that everything needs to stay the same forever until I decide I'm done. And it's like, and the other thing too is this year, to the packaging thing, I'm an opener. I said it like, I don't care. I'm an opener. I keep my clones on card. That's it. But you know what brings all these people into TVC? It's not the cards, it's not the packaging, it's the character selections. And
It is.
that's why I made a big point of my whole monologue, the character selection. This year was, in my opinion, the best year since I've started collecting in 2019 for character selects. You got awesome troopers, new characters, and they articulate so well and they look so good, and they're like right up there with Black Series figures. That's the thing that I think they need to lean into. Like, don't just do Pong Krell. Do Pong Krell and all the other major players from that story arc.
Yes.
Don't just do Dirge. Do Dirge and Obi-Wan and the Lancer droids and do a speeder bike. Don't just do and like redo the Munilus 10. But don't just do one character and go, that's good enough. That's why
don't just do Jod or Hunter.
Yes,
or Crosshair.
yes. That's why I think
to this point, Tommy, and I know this is a really tough thing for Evan, which you mentioned earlier, where you were like, I picked up a lot of those Saber characters this year in Black Series because they were not in TVC.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's frustrating. I imagine.
Yeah.
And for me, it's frustrating, and I can imagine for Rob and also Finn, when like sometimes we want to like get in on photos and we're like, well, I don't have a seventh sister that I can pose with the Rebels figures that I have. And it's just like, why can't I take a picture of the Mando Cantina because I don't have the client or season 1 grief?
Right.
And it's just things like that don't help us sometimes accumulate these extra sales that they're always telling us that we need to grow the line.
And they tell us, will that move the needle? But yeah.
Right. And to be a little bit on the other side with Tommy and a bit against also, Tommy, you're new to the TVC group per se. You know?
Yeah, fake money.
The thing you're saying, do this and do this, have this one character, but make sure you do the other characters. We've been saying this for 10 to 15 years, and now we sound like grumpy old men.
Yeah.
Let's see where you're at in 10 to 15 years if they don't make that adjustment, you know?
True.
If he's still waiting on Pong Krell in 2036.
Dude, if we're waiting that long, I'm gonna be big mad
just got the Rogue One team finally.
Yeah.
10 years after
10 years later.
Yeah. And then we turn right around on the other end of that and we see what Black Series got for the Darth Maul series.
Yep.
And I'm like, yes, please, all of those, and that would be a nice crew to have, and then I can tell a story and take pictures and continue with the world building, which is what we're supposed to be all about.
You can't world build without the characters to populate the world. That's what we've been saying over and over again.
Citizens to build the world.
But and that's where we get sour when we see a Kenner X-Wing, when what we want to do is tell the story of Mando, and what we want to do is tell the story of Andor with ships that you've already made. We just need a different paint job and a great new character, please.
Yeah.
And that's where we do agree. And that's where I hope I don't get lost in translation, because I have had people reaching out to me the last week or so saying like, well, exactly what you said. And I'm like, oh no, like we're on the same page with that.
Right.
My more conversation is about the gatekeeping against doing it with the new media. They only want to do it with the first 3 movies and the series that surround them. I'm like, that is
and
not
the things
how
they
you're
like.
going to... Yes,
and if you're a real fan, there's only one Star Wars movie.
Yeah. And it's the holiday special.
The rest of it's a money grab.
Yeah.
Right.
I thought it was the Caravan of Courage.
But where it comes back to is where Hasbro's coming to us and saying, well, we need to build this land. We need to have the new people coming in.
Exactly.
We want that. We totally want that. But please listen to what we've been saying along the way. So when those new people come in, they're not parroting what we said 5-10 years later, because they've not learned the lesson of finish the cruise, build into the world building. Don't just give us one guy and say, well, you're TVC, so I hope you enjoy it, because we got to move on. Otherwise, sadly, I'm afraid you will be there. And I don't want that for the next generation. I want that ironed out now. So as this continues to build, you guys are satisfied. You guys are able to move this along and be happy with it more so than it is now.
So, well said.
Always leave TVC in better shape than it was when you found it.
Yeah.
Ooh, love it. Yes.
In terms of ironing it out, I will say that I do feel like, and Evan, maybe you feel this way, maybe you don't, but ever since like I kind of got into like the social media and like have been on this ride with you guys and pushing for like a lot of 375 since like the early days of SWTVC, you cannot deny that there's been actual growth in the line.
Correct.
Like there is
Yeah.
significant growth in
Yep.
terms of like where we are and a wide variety of stuff. It's not like we're only being like put into one media. We're
Yeah.
starting to get Beast again. Look at the clones that are doing the work in the line. We're still seeing stuff from new media. Not every single show, a full lineup, but they are doing better and better jobs every year.
Yep.
So I do feel like it's kind of like before we used to like completely miss the whistle at the starting line and we were always way, way, way behind. But like fortunately now we're kind of like caught up and we're like almost
Yeah.
3/7 or like, 75% of the race and we're like, yeah, we're catching up. We're almost there. And like granted, there's still a ton of work to do because there's always missing things. But
Well, can I just
do
share?
think-
So I was just going down memory lane and looking at March
Yeah.
Madness stuff. And, that is a pain point. Of course, the Bad Batch is, of course, a pain point. And these
Mhm.
fan polling events that should be fun, we've done 6 March Madnesses with 5 of them, the Bad Batch existing with their own show. And we're still asking for almost the entire team at this point. We've got
Yeah.
Hunter and Crosshair,
Yeah.
but they were 3 years apart or 2 years, whatever. And that's not fun. Whereas in that same time period, the Black Series has had the whole crew twice over, plus tons of supplemental characters. And
Yeah.
that's not enticing to new fans either of
Right.
why would I want to collect the line where a show that I liked or a show that was popular or, that they refuse to make them. There's nothing I can say other than they refuse to make them. There's no reason not to do it and to continue those teams and themes. However, speaking to the good of it, looking at March Madness, and I'll keep this quick. Again, we've been talking forever. I was going through year by year, just looking at the top 5. So
Yeah.
looking at the top 5 in terms of the rankings from the submitted lists, the top 5 were Bo-Katan, Rearmored Boba Fett, Ahsoka Tano, Corvus, Grand Admiral Thrawn, Dark Trooper. What do those 5 characters all have in common? They've been made since then.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
In terms of the tournament, Bo-Katan won. Boba Fett Rearmored was the runner-up. Dark Trooper and Ahsoka Tano Corvus rounded out the final 4. They've been made. So that's progress there. Granted, some of them were relative within the last couple of years, but
Yeah.
it's there. 2022, the rankings were Count Dooku, Dark Trooper, Princess Leia Organa from the Tantive 4, Farm Boy Luke, and Director Krennic. Again, all of them have been made since then.
Yep.
The tournament winner was Chrysanthemum, with the runner-up was Pre Vizsla. Final 4 included Darth Revenant and Cad Bane. Again, all made.
Mhm.
And again, I'm not saying this to say March Madness made any of this happen. It just is, looking at the fan priorities and what Hasbro ends up making to address these fan priorities, or if they line up. It's not a causational thing. I just want to be very clear of that. We're not taking any credit for any of it. 2023, Princess Leia Tantive, Farm Boy Luke, Count Dooku, Han Solo Tatooine, Ben Obi-Wan Kenobi. Again, all 5 from those rankings have been made. The winner was Count Dooku. Runner-up was Asajj Ventress. Final 4 was Farm Boy Luke and Sabine. They've all been made. So they're making progress on the things that we're asking for, which is great. 2024, the top seeds were Balin, Farm Boy Luke, Shin, the Tonikas, and Jedi Knight Anakin Skywalker. Again, they've all been made. The tournament winner was Pong Krell, not made. Runner-up, Balin Skull. Final 4, Ventress and Shin, mostly made.
Yeah.
And then 2025, The Stranger, and this is where it starts getting desperate. Wrecker, Crosshair,
Oh, no.
Luthen, and then Baze. So 2 of those 5 have been made. The winner was Mara Jade, runner-up, Asajj Ventress, Final 4, Baze, and Crosshair. So we're just missing a couple characters from that.
Yeah.
Most recently, top seeds, Luthen Rail, C-3PO, Baze, Wrecker, and Tech. One of them's already been made this year. We disqualified Baze from it. The winner was Luthen, runner-up Pong, Final 4 was Wrecker and Saw. So they are making progress. It's good to give credit to Hasbro that they are seemingly aware of and in tune with a lot of our fan priorities as collectors. Whereas they're developing a lot of these things that before we ask for them or while we're asking for them, they do, seem to be more in tune than it may seem on the surface.
Right.
It just goes back to being limited with how small the line is and the competing priorities, the loud voices over this, that, and whichever.
Right.
And a lot of media
so-
to keep up with.
And a lot of media
Yes.
to keep up with. So I want to give Hasbro credit. I want to give them their flowers for
I
doing
agree.
honestly pretty dang well with a lot of what we profess as a community being our top wants. And
Thank
again,
God.
And with that
not cause and
budget,
effect. We didn't make any of this happen. It's just nice to see for
Boo,
reference.
it's okay to take a little bit of pride, and you got it done.
Yeah. But going back to, Finn had mentioned the amount of stuff for Mando and Grogu that we got and talking about new media. Yes, Mando and Grogu was definitely helped out by the fact that a lot were partial tools of Imperial troopers, but it gave me a little more confidence and hope going into next year that on top of the 50th anniversary kind of brand story-ish there, Starfighter, we're getting a cool a movie that I'm personally really excited for and curious about, that hopefully we get some meaningful coverage there. And we have Ahsoka season 2 coming up. And we saw that even, Maul, Shadow Lord, got some pretty surprisingly decent coverage.
I was surprised.
4 figures, but decent coverage.
That's good
for
for
that.
new and animated, to be honest.
It's
It's
pretty good
good.
when you were expecting 0.
Yeah, I was expecting Maul, and that was it. So I think it's cool that, there's things to be excited about. And it does seem like the door is open to making us at least a modicum of happy and addressing the things that we claim to want and the things we repeatedly ask for. So progress is being made and the door is open. It's a lot to juggle. So while I may sit here and whine and cry and bitch and moan about, they massacred Obi-Wan's niece, which they did. Shame, shame, shame. But also credit to them for all the cool stuff. And I'm excited overall about the future and the way they talked about it in the interviews, like with Victoria and Miko and Imperial Communique at SDCC, where, Chris Reif was like, the line's not ending tomorrow. Don't act like it's over. The goal is to keep this as a living thing. We're just because it's not this year doesn't mean it's never happening. And so while I did say earlier, like, you never know if you're going to get another chance at these characters. Yeah, that's true. But we need to also have the, self-awareness to think, but, let's amplify the voices of one another as we can. No gatekeeping necessary. We're better together because the more of us that are passionate, that share passion for this stuff, that love these things, engage in these things, and buy these things, and get other people excited about it, that's a net positive for the line moving forward and can help keep it alive for years to come. Keep 375 alive. It's all of us. It's everyone watching this stream. It's all of us here on the stream. We're doing that every day just by caring and putting the effort in and trying to lift one another up and talking about it and having fun with it. That's a huge component. I'm sure, Finn and Toys, you miss me chiming in to group chats with the "Are we having fun yet?" gif, but it's not necessarily always sarcastic. But yeah. So anyway, sorry for ranting. That was my turn, Tommy.
I thought it was great. And I mean, at the end of the day, our focus determines our reality.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Yes,
Absolutely.
I have a bulletin board in my classroom that says that because
Yes.
because it's real.
Man. But no, I agree, man. I think they are still going to be doing their best to get us what we need and still try to juggle the new media and stuff like that. And like I said, it's been a nice spread of stuff from like all the different eras. And they are really, I think focusing on what Tommy's talking about here too, with like an acknowledgement and understanding too of like this prequel trilogy. And there was a lot of demand for this stuff from Clone Wars and the prequels, and they are coming correct with some of this stuff, and I hope they just continue to as well.
Yeah.
Now
we want more. That's our problem. We want more, and we just keep advocating for more, and that includes all of it. Maybe what you want isn't what I want. Tommy, I don't care about clones, but I'm always excited that clones get made and that we have them because they're friggin' cool. I would hope that people get excited about the stuff that I want. And if they're not, I hope they're at least excited for me to get things that I want, just as I've been excited for others who get things that I don't care about, but they get made. And that's really awesome. It's really cool to see us all come together on that.
Here's the thing. I love Clone Wars. I will make fun of like Deb Nolly because I think he's a ridiculous character to want as an action figure.
My prince.
But I would take him because he might be one step closer to getting a character I do like to kill the Snivian who's sitting next to him and eye checks a sand trooper.
Yeah.
I would love that. I support that. I want Ben Solo to happen for Evan. I want a Ben Solo figure. I want all these random things that each one of us has a desire and an affinity for, because at the end of the day, it's a huge galaxy, and I do love it all.
And that's my thing is when we get the new, there's so many more eyes on TVC this year from younger collectors. If you continue that momentum, you're getting more people to buy the figures, which means we're doing the magical thing of growing the line. And when you grow the line, you're able to get those things that people have been asking for, because ideally you grow the line enough that it starts to grow the budget for the line. You get more releases in a year. They start to take more chances with the line, and that opens the door to, I had done a video and I said this about Black Series, but I think the same concept applies to TVC. I did it in like December of 2024, and it was like, are Clone Troopers the future of the Black Series? And I did this whole discussion video about how Clone Troopers are essentially just, the sculpting already exists, you just give them a different paint job, and it's a new character. And because so many people are so infatuated with Clone Troopers, they're going to buy them, casuals and diehards alike. You know what that does when you put out all these Clone Troopers? There's no new tooling. Or if it is, it's like one overlay
Minimal.
or one helmet that you can then transfer over to a different character. And so when you do that, you're actually saving your tooling budget for your line for other things that people are asking for. So if it's something that I think is silly, like a Debnali, or if it's something that I think is really cool, like a Ponkrell or a Dirge, or what's another big one for the original trilogy that people are pining for right now?
Simalu.
Simalu. So that's one I would buy for Johnny Mustache. But
Yeah.
like it opens the door to that, because you have things that are safe bets. The only money you're putting into them is different paint apps, and it's a new character that is pretty much guaranteed to do well. And then on top of that, it's like, okay, now we can take our tooling budget and put it into this other thing. And we saw this year they did that with Black Series. You look at, they got Commander Thorn, they got Commander Doom, they got
I bought Doom. I'm not gonna lie. I bought Doom.
Dude, they got Dogma and
He doesn't even care
Hardcase
about
came
clones, but
out.
he got the Doom.
Yeah. That's how cool
And
it is.
those characters, like, yes, they made a new Z6 rotary cannon, but they've already used it twice, and they're gonna use it again. Like, yes, they made a new helmet for Doom, but they automatically put it on Thorn, and they can use it again. Very minimal new tooling. You're making multiple characters. They've all pre-sold out. They all perform well, and you can say the same thing with the Clone Commanders. Actually, pre-sold out that came out this year. The Phase 1 Clone Commander I saw on Pulse, Entertainment Earth, Big Bad Toy Store. Pre-sold out. It's not even in hand yet. So there was no new tooling for that. That was a repaint. And that, I think, is a great opportunity. You're servicing both kinds. That's my ideal for TVC. Service both. Yeah. Like, give me my repaints with my little to no new tooling budget, and then give veteran collectors the Amana Man they've been pining for, or the or a new Hermiodal, even though the old one's pretty good. Or, different characters that they're asking for to complete. I think they should focus on the Cantina and completing the second skiff. Like, that is a huge thing that helps support the HasLabs that people paid hundreds and hundreds of dollars for.
Yeah.
And then you can simultaneously keep building out your Clone Wars era that you already made the Republic gunship for. You can serve both purposes.
We're in a good position too with, the amount of modern definitive tooling we have in the library means that there is a lot that is possible with maybe a little more creativity and thought. And that's why we do stuff with SWTVC. I've done stuff like Looney Tunics. We do like the Super Battle Droid post that John did, of trying to at least get people talking about what pieces can be cleverly reused to, maximize the tooling that already exists to increase the diversity and the spread that we get in the character selection and the bench of stuff that's possible. For everybody, like, Legends, OT, even stuff from the sequels, video games, whatever. It's all within reach with some clever reuse. So,
do people want video game characters, Evan?
Yep.
Well, someone would tell you no. The answer is yes. TV. Yes. I'm going to go ahead and say TVC collectors, when asked, do you want publishing or video game? The answer was yes, both.
Yes, please.
Yeah, both.
Yeah. No, don't make us
so
choose.
we were told very specifically we couldn't answer both.
Yeah, you can't have both, and it's like we need to get away from
want both.
That's what doesn't do the line any service.
You can have a Kenner X-wing though.
Shut up. But that's what doesn't do the line any service though, is when it's spending a lot of time telling us what we can't have
Yes.
where
Yeah.
it's really should be
Yes.
like,
I mean,
how can we get what you're
yeah,
asking for?
I mean, it's foolish. Sorry, but it is. It's foolish to try and approach this whole like you can only pick one publisher or games because
Yeah.
in March Madness, asterisk the biggest fan poll in the entire community.
Yeah.
Wink, wink, nod, nod. Has the second sister from Jedi Fallen Order that's a 6-timer every single year.
Yeah.
She's been on this bracket and she sweeps so far into it. She used to sweep really far, but like still holds her own as one of the top most wanted gaming figures in the entire the entirety of Star Wars.
That's one
And
that
then we
gets under
also
Tyler's
have
skin.
Mara Jade, who is a publishing figure who won the bracket. We
Yeah.
have big wants from both. So don't tell us that we can't have both and don't make us pick one. Make both of them, damn it. Like
That
we
also
contain multitudes.
that
We
also
can even
breeds
do low hanging fruit though, and we can do the Battlefront Shock Stormtrooper with
Yes.
just painting it red. We've been wanting that
Yes.
since it came out
Yeah.
Black Series and before.
yeah.
Yeah.
We already have
was
the
on-
figure, just paint it.
Yeah.
You know?
Why aren't we making more Battlefront 2 clone variants?
This-
Like
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
have this. We have all the tooling, and it's like that you can only have one. Honestly, like feeds into the gatekeeping because like
Yeah.
you
'Cause then
tell
we
the
fight over
community that, and then people go, well, I got to make sure the thing that I want makes it over the other thing. So then you
Yeah.
breed this like vicious tribalism, and you have this
Yeah.
community that's just cannibalizing itself instead of welcoming in, and there's room at the fire for everyone
Yeah.
to sit around the fire. Why are we pretending that we can't just go grab some logs and throw it on the fire? We're acting like it's just going to burn out in 5 minutes, and we
Yeah.
need to hurry up and
And-
kill everybody else so we can have all the left.
It's
What
the
gets me too
antithesis of
is-
yes and.
Yes.
Yep.
It's what gets me too is that they I'm not naming names, but you guys all know. They Hasbro are creating these tribalistic situations where we're at each other's throats, we're arguing and fighting about things that we want because we're being made to believe, whether you say it's official, like an official poll or not, we know you're polling so that you can get ideas. It's like, it's so stupid to think that we don't know what you're doing. Like, we know what you're doing. Like, you're polling so you can get ideas and have it influence the decisions that you make. So that's why we're taking it seriously. And then for you to like create these moments where we're at each other's throats, and you have made that problem, so in a lot of cases unnecessarily made that problem by creating a mindset that you are like, well, we're not actually going to do that. It's like, well, you've made us believe that, and then have the audacity to be like, I really just don't understand where all of the animosity is coming from.
It's
I'm
the
like,
feigning
you,
feigning
it's
Yeah.
coming
ignorance.
from you.
Yeah,
Feigning
starting the fire,
ignorance.
fanning it, and just being like, wow, who started this fire?
Wow, I can't believe it. Wow, it's hot over here. What's going on? Yeah, it's
I
you, dude.
I
Like,
told Evan the other day, and I think it's kind of true, and it's not a negative. It's just a thing that kind of exists right now, where you have Eric, who absolutely loves the Black Series. Everything about
Yes.
it, his product is great.
Eric's
you
great.
have Steve, who just loves Kenner old school 70s figures. He loves his
in cereal
memory
toys.
in the back in the
Yeah.
day. And you
Yeah.
have Chris, who will tell you he's a TVC guy, but his favorite is the retro line. That's his love. I would like it if TVC had someone who says, TVC is my love, it's my passion. I'm
Yeah.
going to
Yeah.
fight for this tooth and nail. And I think we're missing that a little bit in the marketing group.
yeah,
I
we
agree.
had
Amen.
Emily.
Amen.
We had Emily,
Yeah.
and she was
did.
great. But
Yeah.
now,
and
now,
kudos to Brandon for coming from Black Series background and making an honest go of caring about the vintage collection, or at least engaging to try to make the effort to understand. And I credit him a lot for seeing a lot of the value in the fan conversations and the fan channels and platforms and stuff that celebrate this stuff. So I do think that there's a lot of pieces, but yeah, like Rob, as you said, we're just missing like the one person that lives and breathes the TVC of it all, and is just
Right.
like, I've been in it, and I know exactly what we're missing, or I've been in it. What would piss me off if I didn't see it? Or what would make me so happy to see on shelves? Or how would I feel included or valid as a collector when this new thing comes out or this anniversary happens? It's a lot of right now, even though it does line up very well as I went through, that they do cover a lot of our wants. A lot of it does sometimes feel like they throw a list of things out there and then they're just kind of like playing darts with like, okay, we think this is the right thing, where it's like, we're telling you what we want. And they're like, well, are you though? Maybe it's this. And Black Series doesn't have that problem. They just get everything. They have the cool budget to be able to do that. They get everything, even if they don't want it. You know, you could get Black Series to unite. You could get those collectors to get together, go to Hasbro HQ, corner the Star Wars team and be like, don't make us these characters. We hate them. We'll never buy them. And Hasbro would be like, yeah, but we're actually going to make them anyway for you. And we don't care if you buy it or not. So,
yeah, right.
Yeah. So like the thing about the brand team when it comes to TVC for me is, I know like Steve has a lot of love for 375, and I think as does Chris.
Yep.
And the thing is, they can have a love and appreciation and understanding of 375. I think that's still different than having a love and understanding of TVC.
TVC,
yeah, exactly.
Because it is way different to actually play basketball and know a lot about basketball versus being on the bench and being like, I can talk a lot of basketball. And it's like, all right, but going back to Rex, even like in my experience, what does he say? Outranks.
In my book, experience outranks everything.
Exactly.
Well, that lived experience too, where it's like, I remember a while ago when it seemed like, I think it was maybe Steve responding to a comment when people were asking about the Duel of the Fates characters like Darth Maul, Obi-Wan, and Qui-Gon, and I think Steve was like, well, but you already have them.
Yeah, man.
Even though, and that was off the heels of them just doing another brand new Darth Maul for Black Series, who already had a far more modern version, and they have decent versions of Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon. And if someone who had lived and breathed TVC and was on the front lines and who really understood, you know, what we look for and what we appreciate in our mains and our backgrounds and the things that are meaningful, would have never dared say, oh, you already have a Mace Windu. Why would you ask for another one? It would be someone to be like, I have that old one. It sucks shit. We got to make a new one. Like,
it's kind of like the analogy I constantly use. It's like, okay, my car from 95 still is like maybe kind of decent and runs well, but it's not going to be as nice as getting that 2026 model. So that's the thing, is like, if somebody actually knew about the brand and they were like, okay, they do have a Darth Maul, you know, it's definitely looking a little aged in terms of like the quality that my design team can do. Maybe, just maybe, these guys would really appreciate an updated Darth Maul.
And to also think about it too of, and then if we made a new Darth Maul, what other things could we make leveraging parts from that? Because we definitely could.
And I think going back to something Tommy was talking about earlier in terms of like the clones are a money maker that allow not only clone fans to be happy, but other fans, because then that tooling can be allocated towards those random obscure characters who have very unique tooling. And the thing that I don't think the brand team does in general is to help all the fans understand that. So like, it's kind of up to us, unfortunately, to always be like, hey guys, listen, maybe clones aren't your thing, but they're quite a thing for a lot of people. They make money. And guess what? That can maybe help you get that Cantina character that you want, or maybe complete the skiff, or go back to the sail barge, or get like an updated Bespin Luke, which I personally do want, because our Bespin Luke looks like garbage. And even after that recent like Black Series version, I was like, damn, that's a sweet set. Like, I can't deny how amazing that thing looked. And 375 could use an update to that OT section of our shelves. But yeah, it's just not ever really, they're not really doing a decent job of like helping to communicate and educate their consumer base about that and how we can grow your line and help all of you get the things you want by doing this.
Yeah,
everyone on this panel does that. It's up to
don't
you think about
don't
it,
ever remind them. Don't ever remind the gatekeepers that Garandan has Master Soul's legs, or that their
no.
their Tessic has Cal
Kestis
Kestis's legs, or that their friggin' like so many freaking figures borrow tooling from modern like figures, or Arliel Shus is using Jod Nanawa's
Jod's
legs,
yeah.
and they'll try to tell you that it's the other way around. No,
That's
it's
why
not.
new media
And why does
is
it
good.
matter?
Yeah.
Why does
Yeah.
it have to be the other way around?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
And
like,
it's
nope.
it's clever reuse is clever reuse, and it's like you do see it in the Black Series. Like, look at what is it? Kyle Katarn
Yeah.
uses the Black Series Saul legs. Genius. I love that. Like, who?
Yeah, the 11th
Even if
brother
a figure
Black
isn't
Series.
necessarily, even if
also
something's not
uses them.
popular or
Which is
people don't
frustrating
like
because
it,
then I'm like,
it's not a waste.
we could get that figure. We have some
Yeah,
of the parts, you know.
yeah,
Yeah.
But I guess also thinking about it more, it's like thinking about like some of the comments from back in the day where people are like, such and such line was like the best. We never had better character selection. So like Legacy or even 30th. And it's
Mhm.
like we're almost getting to that point again because
Yeah.
we're back to pumping out clones
Yep.
and we're back to having a decent tooling library. And if people just kept
Redoing
their eye on the
mains.
ball, we're actually going to get to that place where you're like, so-and-so used to be the best line ever. Like character selection was so diverse. And it's like, hey, dummy, we're about to be there if we just
Yeah.
all keep supporting these things.
Yep.
Right. But also, again, going back to marketing, take a look at what's going on around you. I mean, right now, AliExpress is making a killing off repainting their
Yes.
clone apps.
Yes.
Yeah.
Making a
Mhm.
killing. So don't tell me the money's not there to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Constantly seeing more and more AliExpress coming up, and I just assume it'd be Hasbro making those than some vendor out in who knows where.
How
yeah. Because
are,
if Hasbro gets the dollars, it expands what Hasbro wants to make and was willing to invest.
how
And
are
it probably
people with no
probably
money
doesn't
buying
have
that?
lead paint in it too.
Yeah.
That's a feature, not a bug, Finn.
Yeah,
I
that's
do
an
so
add-on.
love me some lead
I-
paint.
Yeah,
And, like-
we're in a weird point in the collecting space. It's very, it reminds me a lot of like 2007, 2008, like where it's like
Yeah.
the quality's at like an all-time high. The character selection is like the best it's ever been in my opinion. And we're getting to this point where it's like, yeah, everybody can have a piece of the pie. Why are we fighting
Not.
over it? I don't understand why it needs to be a battle
Right.
as opposed to, I just don't understand though where these people are getting these AliExpress clones if they don't have any real money. How are they buying these clone troopers?
I tell you, I have a
It's
whole lot of
online,
not
dude. It's
real
not
money.
real money.
because-
They
Yeah.
can't- but yeah,
Dude,
I just think
yeah.
it's there's so I would love to see. I would love to pick your brains about this because this has been something that I personally have been wanting for both Black Series and TVC, and I saw it at SDCC and I really liked it. I would like to see themed waves for
Mhm.
like mainline and fan channel. So maybe not so much in the sense of like they're all from the same movie or they're all from the same scene, but look at that Black Series wave that was just revealed. All of those characters have something to do with Maul. Maul was the theme. Mother Talzin, Gar Saxon, they're not in the Maul Shadow Lord show like the other three characters, but they're both in Maul's story, and that was a broader theme. So like, what if your theme for a wave of TVC was like pirates, and you did Hondo Onaka, and you did Pirate Captain Brutus, and you did maybe two or three other characters that fit that broader pirate theme. You don't even have to say it. You don't even have to be like, and our theme for the wave is, or just all of these characters have something to do with this other character or with this era or with this theme. I feel like it would just be like with this, it got people that don't even collect the line to jump in and pre-order an entire wave of figures.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just because all the characters like correlate with each other.
Also,
It's also nice to
shout
get
out.
like things checked off all at once, as opposed to be like,
Yeah.
okay, I got one Obi-Wan, and then maybe 8 months later I'll get the Anakin too.
Yeah.
Yeah, the piecemeal thing is tough, but I do want to shout out that Black Series wave with the black armor Mandalorian and Gar Saxon.
Yes.
I'm sure everybody knows it's the same figure with
It
different
is.
heads and
I
helmets.
know, dude. And I was
Everything is the
immediately
same. That's genius.
I was
Like-
immediately triggered back to our spicy Docky conversations because we
Yeah.
were talking about that one. And I was
Yes.
like, it's easy
did
money
it.
sitting on the table, man.
Yeah, but it's
And-
good. But it goes to show that like if they invest in a sculpt, they can. It's not a one and done on a lot of these things. They
Yeah.
can get so much out of so many different things, man.
Yeah.
Gar Saxon has been on March Madness quite a bit. He's always
Yeah.
on my list. And
Dude.
again, Clone Wars does well, especially this Mandalore arc that we have in TVC. That was
Yep.
really one of the turning points for me where I was like, starting to like what we got going on. Like when we first got that Maul and that Ahsoka.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think that was like a pivotal point.
Yeah.
Dude,
That
It was.
huge.
when they revealed that I don't remember when it was, but it had been like a week before those reveals. I was watching Maul Shadowlord the first couple episodes again, and I was like, wait a minute, that armor overlay is the exact same as Gar Saxon.
Yeah.
And when they revealed the Super Commando, I looked at everyone on the panel and I was like, yeah, this is the same look as Gar Saxon. I wonder when they'll do him. And like 5 minutes later, they revealed him. I was, well, by the way, without the rifle. So when
yeah.
TVC does Gar Saxon, they better include the rifle, or I'm
Yeah.
going to throw a
Yeah.
fit.
Well, we can't
Or-
get the right lightsabers, and we can't get the portrait sculpt for something.
Well,
so
they'll give
Yeah.
you the rifle. They'll just give you one blaster pistol in exchange.
yeah,
Or they'll
and
give
no
it
to-
Yeah.
unhelmeted head.
no unhelmeted head.
Yeah, that's one thing. Like Rob, going back to what you were talking about with like AliExpress, is that like, I mean, Hasbro's got to notice it that like AliExpress and 3D printers are absolutely eating Hasbro's lunch. Like they're missing out on so much money from collectors, like because there's so much stuff that they just don't make, or like with the AliExpress clones, that's what the biggest thing that boggles my mind is that it's a thing that we already have, that they all
Yeah.
they have to do is repaint it.
It's
Repaint
your
it.
characters. It's your figures that they're painting and then
Yeah.
turning
Yeah.
around. So, I mean,
Yeah.
Which is honestly hilarious, but
Okay,
Come on,
here's a
Hasbro.
pitch. Next June, they can do a rainbow of all the different legions of clones. Just do different colors of clones. And
Yeah.
I would, if they just did like what it's like a 7-pack, different colored clones. Sign
Yeah.
me up. I'd buy a bunch. Again, not a clone guy, but I do like the cool colors on clones. And
Yeah,
the-
you would
the fun
probably catch
repaints.
you'd probably catch some collectors that aren't even really Pride guys that would
Yeah.
be like, but I do want
They'd be
those
like, but clones, man.
But clones.
Yeah.
Hey, happy Pride, y'all.
Yeah,
Like,
or release it as a wave or something like yeah, dude, a solid case of 8, and it's a case of 8 clones, and each clone in the case has a different paint scheme or a different color.
yeah.
I think that'd be
I
sick.
mean, right off the top of my head, I mean, you got Shock Trooper, 212th, you got Bly, like the 327th. You got
Camino. The
Camino?
gray.
yeah, you got
Yeah,
the gray
I went
Camino
Camino.
clones
There's the
You get-
the fifth. It's called the Fifth Fleet Security Trooper. Is a dark blue.
with the
It's a Hasbro
blue
original.
stripes.
Yep.
That's
Yeah,
cool. Yeah,
that's
see,
an indigo.
that kind of thing would be cool, man. I'd
Yeah.
love that. So
See,
yeah,
And then on the other side, you can have just an all black Imperial officers with just different rankings on them.
yeah,
You know?
Yep.
We could knock that out real quick, and it's just paint. It's black paint. It's not even that expensive.
yeah.
yeah. Oh, you mean they're? I thought you meant like for Black History Month, have a whole pack that's just they're just all black, like
Yeah.
all
Hey,
just all of the officers, like just give them different rank badges that we need, and then they can always like.
yeah.
I was sitting here thinking, I was like, yeah, I mean, yeah, we could do that. Like,
Let's do the rest.
Hell yeah.
yeah, I mean, go for
No.
it.
Right.
Everyone getting representation. Oh man,
That's crazy.
that's hilarious.
Yeah, ultimately, I feel like so many answers are like right in front of us. Like there's
Yeah.
so many answers that are right there, but there needs to be a. You know what I don't like to hear is when when collectors are expressing their concerns and the Hasbro team is reading them out loud and then saying, "I don't think I know what you mean by that.
Mm.
I don't know what you mean by that," and then they just ignore it and move on. It's like
That was a really
they're
good Chris Reif impression.
Yeah,
so
I don't
British.
know. I don't know I don't know
I think
anyone
I-
on the brand team that talks like that.
I
Tommy.
think I
No,
what you
not
mean by
one.
that.
Nope.
I look at it and I'm like, you're dismissing the concerns that collectors are having. Like Walmart is garbage. They are. I think I might explode if I have another mess up with a Walmart pre-order, and it happens every
Time.
single. Half the time, they send my action figures in a clothing bag, not even a bubble mailer, a clothing bag. I'm like,
Dude,
what?
Yeah.
You've only been in it too recently. You missed out on some of
Yeah.
the best Walmart
Dude,
experiences.
there's a famous. You'd have to scroll way back on my Blitz Bounties page on Instagram. When that Black Series Ahsoka clone 2-pack came out at Target, it was the 332nd Trooper and the Phase 1 501st. I bought 5 of them, and they shipped them to me. I was thinking, surely if I buy 5, they'll put them in a box. No. Instead, they sent me 3 clothing bags. There was 2 in 1, 2 in 1, and then 1 in 1. And they were all crushed. Like, completely and utterly crushed. And I, like, put this picture up and I posted it. And I hate the way that Walmart and Target act, because the problem with them is, like, we still never got a retailer that picked up the slack that was left when Toys R Us left.
Yeah.
Because, like, say what you want, Toys R Us's prices were always high, but they actually cared about the product that was on the shelves. And at least I can speak to my local Toys R Us. Like, that's how it was. Like, they were good with the release dates. They knew when things were coming out. They did the midnight drops. It was fun. It was fresh. And then Target was supposed to pick up the slack when Toys R Us went out of business. And now we have, what, 2 pegs of Star Wars that are, like, figures that have been sitting there since 2017 for full retail?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's the best we have. And then you want to talk about how we need to grow the line through what? More free marketing from the collector base, and my favorite suggestion recently is going up to kids at toy shows and going, "Welcome to the collecting hobby." Like, that's your best solution. And that,
Smile if you love men's prostates.
Oh, well, people don't buy TVC as much. That's crazy.
Oh, no.
People don't buy TVC, but you can't go into the store and find any TVC. So how are you supposed to say the sales aren't there when they've all been pulled from all the stores? What do you
Dude,
do?
Fudge, if you went up to a kid with that Kenner X-Wing, he'd probably be like, "Where's the paint, bro?"
Yeah.
Dude,
He's
this mod-
pretty damn smart. He might be
Dude,
like,
this model
"That
is
looks
shit."
plain." Yeah.
I do want to say though,
This thing is
well,
buns.
the Landos on pegs are unforgivable. That somehow it's a mystery that they can't
Dude.
figure out how to clearance those, but they can clearance newer things. The fact that he's still on pegs, he started at $12.99 and now they're charging $19.99 for a dusty beat up piece of shit that's still there.
Insane.
This meant 5 years later. That's wild.
Yeah.
I don't know how that's been allowed to happen. It should not happen.
I think
I
that's gonna
digress,
Go
though.
down in like 375 history as the
Yeah.
biggest blunder ever.
I do, 3 per case, wrong. I do want to give Walmart credit though. What it seems to me is like, so the exclusives they get for TVC now are like the 2-packs, and I've noticed they've been picking up Black Series 2-packs, but the TVC 2-packs where that's extra packaging to protect the cards and stuff in there. So I almost feel like that's maybe part of a step to try to rectify the individual card problem that they had, because it kind of forces them to ship things. And I've gotten my most recent shipments from them in boxes. Like the Obi-Wan that I ordered, I did get in a box.
Same.
So I think that there's progress being made there.
I think a lot of that was definitely from our like voicing in the community of like the tragedies and just trauma that came from like ordering, exclusive TVC cards from Walmart. Because again, it would just show up in that bag. You never knew what you were gonna get.
And the cards were like paper thin then too.
Oh yeah,
it was terrible, man.
They were bad.
Do you guys? This is the best Walmart exclusive story I think of all time. You guys might remember it. It's from 2018.
I think I recall.
Who cares what character it's about? It's Island Journey Ray. Who cares that it's about that? It's the very fact that figure was announced as Walmart exclusive, and there were press images, and it said exclusively available only at Walmart. It had a Walmart sticker on it. It was a Walmart exclusive, and it'll be available soon. Then it was never available. And no one could find anything about it. There were no store reports. People reached out to Walmart. Walmart had no idea what anybody was talking about. Then people reached out, including me way back then, under a different account, reached out to like Steve Evans, because this was on his first time on the Star Wars thing. I was like, hey, is there anything on the Island Journey Ray at Walmart? And they're just like, oh yeah, no, that is it not already on shelves? And it's like, have you been into a Walmart? Like, and then all of a sudden, silence. And then boom, it pops up randomly on like Entertainment Earth or something, or Dorkside Toys, no Walmart sticker. I think some of them may have still had a Walmart sticker, but Walmart never got it. They never bought it. They never ordered it. They never shipped it anywhere. It was never available, but it was touted as a Walmart exclusive. It's the Walmart exclusive that never was.
Yeah.
And it was just wild. Walmart knew nothing about it. Hasbro knew nothing about it. Thank God for whatever Entertainment Earth person was just like, did anyone sell these? Should we sell these?
Yeah. I got mine. I think I got mine from Entertainment Earth, and it came with a Walmart sticker on it.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
On the
Yeah.
bubble. It came with
But
a Walmart
Walmart-
exclusive sticker on it.
But Walmart never had it. Ever.
But you know who did have it?
Discount price.
Ollie's.
Yeah. That's honestly, I loved
still
picking up
there.
a bunch of that one for custom fodder. I have so many of the cloaks from that. It was great
Yes,
for
dude, I
Ahsoka's
did
for a
the
long
same-
time.
I did the same thing.
Yeah,
But,
great for
like,
custom parts. The
yeah.
arms are awesome.
And it was
So-
something random. It was like 4 years later it showed up at Ollie's.
Yeah.
In mass.
Yeah, it was
And
just all
then-
the inventory that just must have sat somewhere that Walmart was like, we don't know what
Yeah.
this is.
That's
Which is,
Walmart's
like,
like,
hilarious
oh, we
because
were
I love-
wondering what those boxes were all
Yeah.
this time, man. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
it didn't show up in their system at all. There was no SKUs for it or anything. Like it was just, it didn't exist. And Hasbro had no clue what happened to it. And they did the whole thing. It was like, well, once the retailer has it, it's not our problem. We don't care. It's like, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
That same ray, but in the 5POA variant, that poncho is perfect for your Imperial officers if you need an Imperial officer poncho with a little bit of paint. So if you can find that thing out there for $1.50 or whatever they sell for now,
Yep.
worth the pickup.
Also, the plastic vest on the TVC version,
Yep.
and I think it maybe is on the 5POA version as well. I'm using that for a Jaina custom I'm working on.
Oh, sweet.
It's perfect. So
Yeah,
Yeah.
nice. Look at you,
Mm-hmm.
man.
so yeah. Anyway, sorry for going on that tangent. Yes,
Right,
Tommy.
okay.
The TLDR of
you're-
it all. Walmart is a friggin' odyssey of exclusives over
We
the
hate
years.
Walmart. We hate Target. We hate Hasbro. I hate collecting.
Yes.
Yeah.
And next year we're getting Delta Squad with the gunship.
And next
Yes.
year, Delta Squad, Bad Batch, Gunship,
Everything
Tiger
you've
Shark
ever asked
Gunship,
for, it's coming.
Ponkrell. I need it now.
All of them next year.
And then after you get those things, you can just quit.
Yeah, and then 2028, all Kenner repaints, baby.
Oh no.
I think we should bring back carbonized.
Yeah. Oh,
No, don't
Speaking
you-
of Walmart
shut-
exclusive,
You shut up right now.
What if it was Kenner color and then carbonized?
Carbonized
Evans.
inner colors.
Steve Evans, please bring back carbonized. Please make carbonized Ponkrell.
Bro, boot him, get him out of here.
Oh, quick, mute him. No. I mean, if they do a big like Clone Wars 20th anniversary on 2028, and we get left out of another anniversary, I might show up at Steve's house. Like
For a beer, of course.
to
Yeah, of
politely
course.
ask him
Yeah.
to change it. Yeah. No. All jokes aside, though, I will be raging mad because, like, that's been one of my biggest things. Is like I'm so sick and tired of having this big anniversary for this, that, or the other, and the
Yeah,
only
not being
ones that they
included.
seem to care enough to add us into are the original trilogy ones. We got added to Return of the Jedi 40th.
That
And
was
that's
the only
it.
we didn't get.
That's the
Empire.
only one we didn't get. Jack
We got
shit.
the carbon freezing chamber for Empire with no figures.
Yep.
Uh,
and
Yikes.
That was
a
a
wave
good time.
a wave of repacks and a slave one.
that weren't supposed to hit retail. That was another fun one.
Yeah, it was
the
supposed to be
reissue
online,
waves. Yeah.
online exclusives, but they were clogging up like Walmart constantly.
Yep.
But like, we didn't get anything for the 20th of Phantom Menace, the 25th of Phantom Menace. We didn't get anything for the 20th of Attack of the Clones. We got Dooku and Jango 2 years later, 3 years later. We didn't get, or no, a year later, however many. Not on the actual year. But
we get them
got- and then-
afterwards.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we've gotten nothing for
We
the
get leftovers.
prequels during the actual anniversaries. Even our Revenge of the Sith figures that we have gotten this year, we should have gotten them last year. Like,
Right.
it is inexcusable that we didn't get those figures last year. Like, and so if we come around to 2028, which is the 20th anniversary of the 2008 Clone Wars, and they have a celebration that does not officially include us, it's a big damn problem.
We need Phase 1 Rex at
Yeah.
least.
I wanted him before
Yeah,
that.
Phase
I
1
big
Rex
on
and
Rex.
Cody. I mean, but then like that includes like Ponkrell would be perfect. If we don't get him before then, we better get him in 2028. I mean,
Ooh.
Oh man, I don't want to
Ooh.
wait until 28 for a Pog.
Are you
staying
excited
right
for
now.
the Are you excited for the day that Hasbro does a fan stream and they reveal Black Series Ponkrell, and then for TVC we get a Kenner colored land speeder?
I just got
Um,
heartburn thinking about that dog. Like,
I was bracing myself for 6-inch to get Ponkrell at SDCC.
Oh,
I
dude.
I
yeah, to
really
follow
thought
up
it was.
on the
Yeah,
ATRT.
Yeah.
Like,
I really
yeah.
thought it was going to happen, and I was like, "This is about to be a shit show."
Lucky
And
for you, Finn, the year's not over yet.
you're right. You're right.
New York Comic Con, here we come.
Yeah,
My
here we
wish
go.
could still come true. Yeah. Oh man.
Wish.
The only thing I could say is like we hopefully should not be left out at any kind of Clone Wars anniversary because
Yeah.
it would be incredibly stupid considering we have the perfect clone mold, which somebody is telling us it's better than the Black Series version. So
Yes.
why not
Yeah, it
spend
is.
some money
Yeah.
and knock out a ton of stuff? And
Yeah.
as we're finally ramping up with our Jedi tooling, a great opportunity to be knocking out some of those Jedi
Mhm.
variants from the Clone
Yeah.
Wars with
Yep.
the forearm armor and stuff like that. Like there's a lot
Yeah.
that they can do and really capitalize on with like minimal tooling expenses.
And
A
they
really
could-
weird one that I want that also would be good for Clone Wars, and like maybe if you're an EU fan, if you read the Dark Horse comics, is Evan Peel. For some reason, I've had this really weird affinity for Sui Choi and Evan Peel. I don't know.
Dude,
I don't know why.
I just got
Right.
Sui Choi recently, and I love that.
I have him. You can't see him on camera, but I have him in
Yeah.
the cylinder from 2007.
Also notable like convergence of things is that 2028, on top of being the 20th anniversary of the 2008 Clone Wars, is the 20th anniversary of the Gendy Clone Wars.
25th.
25th. Yeah.
That's what I
Yes.
meant. 25th
Yeah.
anniversary. So
but at least we
I
got
mean,
something for that this year. And
just-
so
Yeah.
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 But a
So,
Dirge.
Let me
Yes.
give Victoria huge
Just do
props
it.
when she did her interview, and Chris said, Brandon was like, "What's the biggest thing you want to
Yep.
see from 03 Clone Wars?" And she goes, Dirge and Obi-Wan. And I was like, yes,
Yeah.
that is the correct
Yeah.
answer.
And what
Yeah.
I
would-
loved is that then Chris was kind of excited to do the Lancer droid.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, which I was like, okay, nice.
Yeah.
So that's already good
Yeah.
that like is kind of like something they're thinking about and like things that they
Yeah.
want to make. 'Cause
Yeah.
I think
And-
he said,
you know,
he said,
to
was,
cost it
does
out-
this look like IG-88? Okay, well, I'll do that then.
Yeah. To cost it out, repack the Ventress and Anakin from this year, 2 years later, just to
Yep.
cost it out for folks that maybe missed the pack if it sells out. Great.
Yeah.
But dude, if they announced like Dirge and Obi-Wan, I'd be calling 911 after 4 hours because the blood would be just gone.
After 4 hours, she's like, help, it still won't go down.
Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah.
Dirge is literally my most wanted character for every action figure line right now. Hot Toys, Black Series, TVC. Him and Ponkrell are like neck and neck for me. If they
Well,
they make those characters for any line in the next couple of years, I might just quit because my heart's gonna stop if I keep going. You know.
Yeah, you're at the top of the
Yeah.
collecting
I've,
mountain.
I've,
He's
I've
like-
hit my peak.
He's
Yeah.
like, and by quit, I mean die. I'll
Yeah.
die. 'Cause
Yeah,
again,
I'll never. The only
my-
way I'll quit is if my heart stops.
And again, a way to add a little money on that for free to them is they can do the Hawkbat clone troopers. Just put
Yes,
a
the
poncho.
poncho.
I
Clones.
want the Hawkbat
Ooh.
so bad, and
Yeah.
it's so
Give me a full pack
dumb
of that,
because
man.
it
Yeah.
like it's just a white clone with a poncho, but
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
want him. And it's so stupid easy to do. Just paint some mud on his freaking shoes and give him a poncho, and I will be happy as a lark. I love the Hawkbat
They're so
clones.
cool.
If we were going to even go one step further on that, the same thickness of mud that they put on the Black Series Mando,
Ooh,
so there's actually a
Mm.
little bit of texture in there as
Yeah.
well. You know,
Ooh,
that
that'd
would
be
be
sick.
cool.
gold.
Yeah.
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 See, and something that we can leverage clone tooling for, like we've already talked about Obi-Wan to go with Dirge, but Sazy 10 and his clone armor,
Yeah.
like make this guy.
I think I pooped a little when Hot Toys revealed him earlier this
Yeah.
year. I have him on order. Like that is a figure that I can't wait to get.
I love that
yeah.
design.
I
It looks
think I
so-
pooped a little.
I
Dude.
did.
Toys are the way. Brought to you by Depends.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
or do you guys know that old SNL skit? It's like their spin on Depends. It's like that's why I wear. Oops, I shit my pants.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, I would love them to go lean heavy into. I actually would love to see the ATTE be the centerpiece for 2028 for TVC, because it only ever came out once, and it would be 20 years. And I really wouldn't even care if they just put some better paint on the old sculpt and said, hey, here's the ATTE again for 2028. I personally, it was one of my favorite toys ever as a
They
kid,
just
and I
gotta
think
fix
it'd be
those
great.
legs so they don't fall off all the time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
That's the one concern I have with that thing.
yeah.
You know,
Yeah, I mean, if we're releasing the Slave One, like again and again and
Or
again,
the X-wing.
yeah,
or the X-wing and again and
Yeah,
again and
right.
again, then I think it's perfectly acceptable to do the ATTE. That thing
Yeah.
is so cool.
Yep.
And there's a lot of collectors like myself who don't have it and just missed out on it whenever it came out the first time.
To
You
be honest,
know,
they
the
need to
turret.
repack this thing because these are freaking great,
Oh,
man.
so
Yeah.
awesome.
I'm
Yep.
so happy to have
dude, that's
two
like
of
the
these
cannon from this picture right here. That's
Go.
crazy.
So
now.
weird.
Canonception.
no
Yeah.
way.
And like the ATTE was so central to the marketing of the Clone Wars movie, so like it
Yes.
would be
Yeah.
a perfect
Yeah.
tie-in. Unfortunately, apparently we can never get Clone Wars movie Ahsoka now. So after the whole
Yeah.
Hot Toys debacle this summer,
Yeah.
So
Hot
Well-
Toys had to go and make it creepy.
well,
But to be fair,
the Hot Toys collectors had to go
Yeah.
and make it creepy.
Yeah.
to be fair though, I do much prefer the Tales of the Jedi retcon version that they did. I think that costume looks cooler. So
I do like
be,
that costume too.
I'd like to
Yeah.
get that.
It's
But,
cool,
dude, that-
but my OCD will not accept.
Yeah,
it.
it's not
I know,
accurate.
I
In
know,
Clone
Dude,
Wars
know.
movie.
Genuinely, that scaling the cliffs on the ATTE and the Clone
Yeah,
Wars
Tommy's
movie.
gonna be over
Favorite.
here looking for a fix to make a custom. He's 3D printing website. He's
Yeah.
like 14-year-old in tube top.
But she's an
how
alien.
do I burn my
Three-
computer?
3 and 3/4 inch scale, please.
Yeah, tube top.
I love. Did
Dude.
you see a recent interview where Dave Filoni was talking about like the decisions that were made in Clone Wars and how he was like, yeah, originally we had this really cool like armor that Ahsoka was gonna be in, and then George was like, nah, give her a tube top. Where he totally threw George under the bus on that one. He was like, yeah, that was a George thing. George was the one who was like, yeah, we should do a tube top, and he was like,
Well, look at literally every other design that Dave Filoni has given Ahsoka in the last like 5 to 6 years. She has armor in every single
Yeah,
Yeah.
design that he's
yeah,
given
she's
her.
wearing like samurai stuff. Yeah,
Yeah.
Skull and everything. Just
Yeah.
going,
yeah.
yeah, he's over here like, yeah, this is what I was talking about.
extra clothes.
He said, I'm the boss now. Yeah.
Nah.
No. So the barge, when
Yeah.
they come out 2027 for characters for that, Slave Leia, yay or nay?
oh no, they won't do it.
Oh yeah, I doubt they would.
I think they'll try to finish the second skiff.
I think they'd probably. I think that's one
Yep.
where they would do before redo on a lot of things for the barge, like the background stuff, like the Jabba's pals, like the Fozex and the whatever the
Shasati.
window and the unidentified male. and,
Honestly, Fozek and Shasatiel have always done well on the bracket, so that's probably what they'll go for.
yeah,
I think
and
Jason,
they would be
middle-aged
right-
Kiwi man, would explode if both
Yeah.
of those characters got made.
They would be right to do so because that's what the community has asked for. They
Yes.
shouldn't be wondering what should we do. No, we asked for this.
yeah,
Yep.
People
Ooh, no
asked for
moolah,
this.
fool.
yeah.
The community has rallied together, and these are the two front runners that always
Mhm.
come up.
Yep.
These are the two you should do. And if you need a third one, go nuts. Like put one in there. But those two need to be done. And this is the only time that you'll ever hear me tell Hasbro to make Fozek. So
Also,
I hope- clip it.
when, when we were talking about frists and chunky pieces, how good would a new Slave Leia look compared to the proportions and the aesthetic of the previous one, even though it's swivel hipped? Would you really want a new version with thick plastic and unsightly joints, and yeah, like
Face
how
sculpt would be nice. Maybe
the
a little
face
bit-
sculpt would be nice,
Yeah,
but I feel
The
like that
opposite,
body
I
would
agree.
maybe be a bit of a mess.
fair,
So,
fair.
She'll
Okay,
have her
so
cankle
could you-
wrists.
yeah, she'd have a cankle everything.
Could you sneak in a Bosk for the sail barge?
It
That
depends
would be
on who. It depends on who you
clever.
ask. Depends on who you ask. Yeah.
I would love a new Bosk in
They,
TVC.
no, they
On a
go,
Clone Wars
psych,
card.
here's Dengar again.
On a Clone Wars card. Because guess what? In the Clone
Oh,
Wars,
no.
Bosk actually does cool things and has cool voice lines.
Yes.
Yeah.
Did I
he
say
doesn't-
that out loud?
He doesn't say
You did.
shit in Empire.
He just
He goes
goes
just like he just burps.
he goes,
Yeah. Bro's burping
Yeah.
up the chimichangas and the Star Destroyer.
Honestly, if we
man.
got a Bosk on a Clone Wars card along with Ventress Bounty Hunter,
Yep.
that would be
Ooh.
Yes.
Well, that's what I was going to pitch for 2028 is how cool would a 2-pack of Dark Disciple be of
Ooh.
Quinlan and Ventress? Because if she had the Dark Disciple look, then they could do a mainline version of her
Yep.
for Bounty Hunter,
Yep,
which
yep,
is
yep,
just
yep.
which is just a different head.
Dude,
Yep,
that's
yep,
what
yep,
I
yep,
that's what I
yep,
tell people all the time. People are like, "Oh, Clone Wars," and like I know I talk a lot about the Clone Troopers because that's my favorite thing. But dude, the Clone Wars is so much more than the Republic versus the
Yeah.
Separatists. The
Yeah.
scum and villainy in the Clone Wars has some of the most unique and cool designs in the entire Star Wars franchise. I would
Right.
love to get so many. Like they have Embo. Do some of Embo's bounty hunter crew, like Serapis and Sugi, and all these different weird aliens that have all these.
Dude, they would not be able to do High Singer because he's so spindly and thin.
Yeah,
But I
I
would
feel like
love
they
it.
could have done him back in the day when they did that IG-11 because he was spindly and like
IG-86
Yeah.
Sentinel droid was really good. That's a really good figure.
Yeah.
Obviously, I want Rocco Hardeen, but that's
Yes.
just because of the Obi-Wan tie-in.
Dude.
of course.
And what about his knees though?
Yeah.
Make
Ooh.
sure they put him even lower. Would be great. I mean, like,
He doesn't
like
have
my
knees, he
knees,
only has
my knees should be
ankles.
right here. This is where
He
knees
just
go.
he just doesn't have knee articulation. He only has ankles.
He has swivel knees. That's what he has.
Yeah.
That's all he's
Oh
got.
God, you know what? At this point, that'd even be better. I don't care.
Oh,
But
God,
also,
not-
speaking of Obi-Wan, Mandalorian disguise Obi-Wan, the easiest thing they could do. The
Dude, we've been talking
easiest
about
thing
that
they
for
could
years
do.
at this point.
Would
I
you
have a
want-
custom one at this point because we have the head. Granted, it was just a special little ball socket, like a barbell.
Yeah.
And it's,
Yep.
it's there. It's
Would you want
there.
his hair messed up, or would you want his? Because I feel like his hair messed up would be cool. in
Yeah,
that
I think that
costume.
would be dope, but if it was too
Hey,
much
don't-
of a
don't-
tall ass,
Don't get carried
Yeah.
away, Tommy.
yeah, yeah.
Hey, they gave Padme messed up hair. I guess anything's
True,
possible
and
now.
and
That
hair
was
is a
different.
separate piece,
That
but
was
yeah.
different. She's important. That's different.
That was different. Evan wasn't
different.
asking. Evan wasn't asking for that.
Yeah, I feel like there's just they're just sitting there over at Hasbro HQ, just like, okay, we must develop another Obi-Wan. How can we screw it up this time?
You know what I would love? People were asking me. I did like a stream a couple weeks ago where it was like Battle of Geonosis is over. What could they do next? And this was like people were asking me like, what is your top 5? And I'm like, honestly, I feel like I want to go to the second Battle of Geonosis next because like
yes.
there's
Let's
so
go,
much
yeah.
weird. I feel
Point
like
Ring.
theatrical. My big thing is the arena beasts, and I would also love to see the Geonosian Sonic turret, the Sonic cannon.
Yeah.
That would be cool. And then for Clone Wars,
Droideka.
though, bro,
Droideka.
Droideka. I would love to
Droideka.
see the zombie Geonosians. Would be a great reuse of the Geonosian sculpt.
Ooh.
That would be so cool.
I can't wait to see when someone make that custom out of the new.
Oh,
Geonosis.
dude,
Dude, they
They
could do a
could point rain
multi-pack.
flamethrower. What-
Yeah,
yes.
that's how we could get an updated Kiadi Mundi, a new Kiadi Mundi.
Yeah,
that's how we
seriously.
could get updated Luminara Embarrass with new legs and like a new
Because
cape.
they're in
for-
the same outfits.
Yes.
Their outfits are not different in the
Yes.
prequels to the Clone Wars show. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like it's so much more than, and that's why I love Clone Wars, because it was so much more than just those two factions fighting. They would have entire
Yeah.
story arcs where you would just be following Boba Fett around, or you'd be following Aura Singh,
Yeah.
you know, with swivel hips.
Heck
Don't
yeah.
don't say her name because it has her be like, hey, do you want her again?
Yeah, if you
No.
say it 3 times, she comes back with less articulation, less
You know,
deco. less
And less
accessories.
accessories.
I
Yeah.
really want Karina the Great, the Geonosian Queen, though.
Ooh.
Yeah,
I'd love to
that'd be
see Bendy Wire.
I would like
Wow.
Click Clack.
Click
Yeah.
clack.
Dude, he's so easy. He's just simple
Well,
retool. Put him
Now
over
that
at
we
the
got
start.
Rada, we could do Zero.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
Though
yeah.
I think
I need an action figure, Mama. Please, Mama. Mama, I need
No.
a speeder. Don't get it in the can of colors, Mama, please.
2-pack with size noodles, huh?
And then Mama the Hut,
Oh,
when
yeah.
my knocks fly out of my flea hole. I love Zero's.
Dude.
Shout out my buddy 212 Hunter for getting me this custom Lego Zero.
dude,
Dude, that's
I think
amazing.
another thing that I
That's
love is
awesome.
like the Hut Council and how there's literally just a Marlon Brando hut
Yeah.
wearing a fucking monocle, like with a mustache. I'm just like, come on, who allowed this, George?
Dude, they were
Who
having
would like-
fun on Clone Wars. They were having a
Dude,
good
Clone
time.
Wars is unhinged in
It
so
just
many
was.
ways.
It wasn't afraid to be weird, and that's what I.
Yeah.
I honestly, this was another thing I threw around on my channel was like, what if the entire year, and bar new media, because new media is its own animal.
Yeah.
But what
Yeah.
if for the entire year you said our theme is Geonosis, and then you could also include the Rebels characters that all are on Geonosis for an arc. You could also include tons of other.
Yeah.
That's what I like about like Clone Wars. Opens the door to Sice Noodles, in my opinion, and that's
Yeah.
a figure that I would buy
Yeah,
because she's weird and she's in the Clone Wars, like Blue
and
Snaggletooth,
and she killed Zero the Hut.
and she
Yeah.
kills Zero the Hutt, and I'll never forgive her for that. But
And that would speak to people who, love the original.
exactly.
So getting a TVC version of that could
Return to
Be a win-win for a lot of
Tatooine
people.
should have also included Book of Boba Fett, a Mandalorian,
Yes.
and there's,
Yeah.
I mean, dude, there's even a shootout in the Clone Wars between Chairman Papanoida and Greedo. Like,
yeah.
what?
Yeah.
The things they can do, like, I don't know. I look at stuff a little bit bigger than like one specific media. Like, if you make
Yeah.
EV-99, it's not just a Return of the Jedi figure. He's also the bartender. He's also the same droid's a bartender in the Mandalorian in the
Yep.
same
Right.
cantina. So it's
Peli
like,
Motto should have been part of Return to Tatooine. It should not have been limited to A New Hope or the Cantina. We should have used that as a catch-all to get
a
to
jumping
get
off
all
point.
to get figures from all kinds of different media that just happen
Qui-Gon
to
versus
interact.
Maul showdown.
Qui-Gon versus Maul on Tatooine should have been a part of it. The Pike Soldier should have been a part of it.
Klieg
Little
Lars.
Anakin, yeah.
Klieg Lars should have
yeah.
been.
You know what? Screw it. Klieg Lars.
Yeah. And then
Yes.
Owen and Beru, all of their different ages. Evolutions pack of Owen and
Spooky,
Beru.
scary skeletons,
Journey of
Halloween
Owen and
themed
Beru.
Owen and Beru. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's for our Halloween figures for TVC. We have Owen and Beru skeleton.
Owen and Beru, too hot to handle.
And I'd buy it. That's the problem. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would buy it. I'm like, you know what?
Owen and Beru, bad to the bone.
Okay, so I found the customs of the spooky scary skeleton burned ones. I found them at a comic shop in Denver.
No
They
way.
had a price tag on them of $1,000, $999. I left them. I don't know if it was a joke thing. I just left them there in the very back of a row of vintage collection figures. I didn't even want to touch them because I was
It's
like,
like
well,
an
that's
I don't want to sell it price, you know?
like, is this a trick?
yeah.
Like, am I on camera sort of thing? But I'd never seen them in person, so it was fun to see them. And then I was like, okay, now it's time for me to leave. But
you didn't stop at your car and just hold the handle for 1 minute and go, maybe. And then get in your car, like,
I did, but that was probably indigestion from my poor
fair.
diet.
Okay.
Okay,
that's true. Okay.
I'm full sending it. Someone in the comments said, talk about aliens from the sequel trilogy. Buddy,
Yep.
you got it. I
There were aliens in the
unapolo-
sequel trilogy. Oh,
Listen, and for those who don't know me,
I'm
I unapologetically love the sequel trilogy.
and
I don't-
apologetically,
Get him out
I
of here, Banner.
apologetically love them.
I do not care how much other people don't like it. That's a you problem. Yeah, I love the sequel trilogy, warts and all. I in my opinion, I'm like, I can acknowledge that there's things that I think are poorly done or that weren't thought out or planned out, and there's flaws all over the place. Do I still love the movies? Hell yeah, I do. I love how they look. I love the characters. I love the potential that there is there.
We grew up with the prequels. I would hope that we can accept that things can't always be masterpieces. You know?
See, that's
Are
the
you an
self-awareness
angel?
that we all should
Yeah,
have.
like
Yeah, and I remember how shitty it was that people like crapped all over the sequel or all over the prequels, and I loved them as a kid. So why the hell would I ever do that to
Yeah.
this generation of kids who like grew up with that and that's their Star Wars? And I'm
Yeah.
like, listen, you do you, man. Like, just other people don't have to like it. You like it.
Clock's
You
ticking.
like it.
13 more years, dude. 13 more years.
13 more years and you'll get that Kylo Ren. You'll get that Kylo Ren and you'll finally get that Poe Dameron X-Wing repaint. With
Okay, here's
Oh my God,
here's
that'd
what
be
we need,
insane.
Finn. We need Dabuske so
Okay.
bad
Yes,
from the Canto
yes.
Bite. He's the little
Dabuske.
critter. Yeah, that Mark Hamill voices.
Yes, we need Rudown from Jakku. He's the
Yes.
the Abednito that's got a very square build and robotic arms.
Yes.
The character
We-
looks like Ashty or the pilot. I mean,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Kai
Yeah.
Threnali, right, or something.
Yeah.
Dude,
Yep.
Kai Threnali is my favorite alien in the entire sequel trilogy.
Yeah.
I love that guy.
I like Grumgar a lot. I'm a Grumgar guy.
Yeah.
Ooh, Grumgar would be good.
Yeah.
I want
Grumgar
a
would be
Tito,
good.
even though we have a 5 POA.
Yeah, I want the Lugabeast for Tito to ride on, and I don't want to pay $500 to get the really beautiful one that Asus film.
And Zuvio.
Oh, dude, make my boy Zuvio now. Give me a
Steve loves
TVC
Zuvio.
And
give me a
Bulio.
TVC and Bulio.
Bulio.
Claude.
Yes.
Dude, I sculpted a Claude out of clay myself because I was like, I can't live another day without having Claude.
You know, I've
in
been
my
on the
collection.
porcelain throne and I've seen things that look like Claude.
Yeah, man.
I really have.
You got a little bit too much fiber in your
Dude,
diet.
The antenna is what I'm hung up on.
It actually yells at me like Claude does too. I don't.
Okay.
Yeah. What gets me is that bro has no arms and he
Yeah.
was a mechanic.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He's
the
over here.
power of
Like, they-
telekinesis.
The Force,
Like
bro.
Poe was over here like, you good, Claude? He was like, "Arr," and then like he just looks. He's just looking at the panel.
It pulls away from him
But
too
it's-
soon before he just slams his head into the thing. To make
He's
it work.
looking at the panel, but it's sparking like he's doing something to it. I was like, is this dude using the Force to fix this panel and no one cares? No, I love
He's
it.
getting
It's
it done
so
somehow.
ridiculous that I love it, man. See, but there's so many things, especially like these new sculpts, like Lieutenant Callahan, like her whole upper body situation, like is like the New Republic flight vests are the Resistance flight vests. So you could easily retool that figure to look like a Resistance pilot. You know, Zeb, like his whole, like he is literally wearing a Resistance uniform that's blue.
Yeah.
Like, retool that. Like, there's no reason why we should have like our First Order army builders and we don't have a single Resistance trooper like in TVC to go like against them. Like, you should never have a faction in TVC that has a definitive, or at least closest thing to definitive, version of an army builder that does not have the opposing army builder to go
Yeah.
against it. Like,
It's like having a lightsaber duel participant and their opponent doesn't exist.
yes, Jackie.
Yeah. Kind of.
But-
It just reminds me of that
Kylo
Simpsons
Ren.
meme where Milhouse throws the frisbee by himself. He's just running around.
Yeah.
playing with himself. That's exactly what it's like. It's like having
Yeah.
that one night of Red. It's like
Yeah. Oh,
that.
you're gonna be
That's
waiting 17 years to finish that.
mind-numbingly stupid that we got one Knight of Ren. I
Yeah.
love that Knight of Ren figure, but
it should have been Kylo. It should
It
have been.
should have been Kylo.
Like,
like, if
what
you're
were they
not gonna-
smoking?
If you're not going to do the rest of them, don't bother. Like, if it's between getting one Knight of Ren or getting Kylo Ren, the main villain of the entire damn movie, give me Kylo Ren. and I'll just be sad about not having the Knights of Ren as a whole. Like,
Yeah. It would be like if you made Return of the Jedi characters, but you never made the Emperor, you just made Simu.
yeah,
Yeah.
Amazing.
yep.
I think
world
John would
building
be
right
okay
there.
with that. I think John.
Yeah,
probably
well,
does.
God bless John. I love him. I don't know what I'd do without him, but also he's a dummy sometimes. So
Oh
Sweet,
man,
sweet
could you
Simu.
maybe one day they'll do the Knights of Ren, but in Kenner colors. Maybe that's
Oh,
why they
shut
only gave
up.
you
Oh
one
my
Knight of Ren.
God.
They were like, what would have Kenner done?
we'll get a
if-
retro.
what if
We'll get a
you
retro
did-
collection set of the Knights of Ren.
Oh shit.
What about carbonized
Oh
Kenner
my
colors?
Ugh. You already
That's what I'm
said
saying.
that, Tommy.
What about
Yeah, you already said that, and I threw up the first time.
Yeah.
Kenner,
You can't do
Kenner
it again.
and carbonized though, like
Ugh.
at the same time?
Okay, how about just raise you? How about you do them in Mission Fleet and then put them in TVC packaging?
Okay, Mission Fleet was a cool line.
It
I have a
actually
bunch of
was,
Mission
but
Fleet,
we didn't
yeah.
need it. But
Yeah, it's not like, well, let's just change action versus name again next year, and then
no, and
make
change
it a
action
different
versus name.
scale.
Yeah, and scale. If
Yeah.
Maybe if we do 2 and 5/16 scale,
Yeah.
then we'll get some good sales from the kids on these figures.
Yeah, kids love it when they have stuff that just doesn't continue and starts and stops and nothing goes together.
Dude,
and...
yeah, like kids love inconsistency. That's why my dad left. He knew.
That's crazy.
He knew.
That's
Yeah.
crazy.
I just think maybe it's
And
time
I
to
turned out great.
Yeah. If they start making Action Verse at 7-inch and maybe cutting back on Black Series a little bit, and then just that's
Right.
that's
Ooh.
7-inch.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I guess I just want to know
But
why
6
we could.
inches industry standard, isn't it?
Ooh.
What?
A 7-inch is bigger.
and bigger is always better.
And,
Always
and
better.
I'm a man, which means I have to have big action figures.
Right.
For
I'm
my
too
big
big, my-
hands.
My hands can't handle these
Yeah,
stupid
my
little
hand-
baby figures.
My hands are bigger now, which means my figures have to be too. I'm sorry. I sounded appropriately dumb saying that.
But my arthritis is bad, so I can only have 5 POA because otherwise it's hard to handle it.
Well, I don't know how to pose action figures, so I can only do 5 POA.
At that point, I don't want any articulation. Just give me a
Right.
casted statue.
My favorite figures are the 0 POA Dollar General ones they made.
Yeah.
Back in the day.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You
Yep.
know the old magic.
Yep.
Back in the
Or
day, we
ones
used to
that
make
you
our
turn
own
the
figures
head
out
off
of
and
clay.
Yeah.
Have shampoo in them, and then you
Yeah.
just put their head back on.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was a big fan of Hoop and Stick.
Mm, mm.
Wait, you guys have toys?
I don't understand this era of decadence we live in.
When I wanted a toy, my dad told me to go in the shop and build some out of wood.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Here's a piece of wood and a knife. Go
When
carve
I would-
yourself a figure.
When I wanted a toy, my dad didn't say shit because he's gone.
No,
Because he left. He knew it was what was best for me.
He said, "This little sissy boy wants Star
He's-
Wars."
he
toys."
said, I got to give this kid inconsistency. It's what he needs. How's he ever going to grow up right if I don't do it?
"My son's origin story will be great."
That's like some brutal Sith training right there.
Oh my god. I think that was in the
Maul,
Bane.
Maul had it hard.
I think that was in the Bane novel, wasn't it?
Probably.
I was born in the darkness.
It's canonical. Bane had daddy issues.
Yeah.
They all
my
do.
God.
Oh, man.
Oh, do.
Well, we're obviously getting a little loosey goosey here at the 5-hour
Yeah,
mark.
I was about to say we're hitting that 5-hour mark, so we might be calling it.
Yeah,
it
and this
after that.
and this is sober. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
dang,
Yeah.
man.
Yep.
I like now it works.
Hey, it worked now.
It only took 5 hours.
Oh man.
Oh, dude.
So
Only
what?
took 5
Same
fucking
same
hours.
time next week? What number?
Same time tomorrow. I got you. I'll be
Same
that's
time
right.
tomorrow? Yeah.
Yeah, dude. I can't believe you've been streaming like all day, Tommy. You're
Yeah, I did almost
Yeah.
5 hours with Sith Lord 229, being equally
Damn.
as
Wow.
stupid on that channel.
Bro, how do you have real money if you're
But-
not working?
It's my day off, bruh.
I don't know
Doesn't
what
happen.
that means.
But did you wear the lat hat in the
No, I
street?
didn't. No.
Mm.
The lat hat is sitting over across the room, and I'm too fat and lazy to go walk over there. And
Oh, I thought maybe you had like bronzed it or something, and now it's in like a case.
no, that's I'm gonna sign it, and I'm gonna give it to a faithful fan one day. You know? Yeah.
Gotcha,
That you've approached randomly in a store and be like, "Have you heard the good word of TVC?"
Hey.
Yeah.
Hey
Welcome to
kid,
the
do you like to
collecting
buy?
hobby.
Hey kid, do you like to buy toys?
That's probably got to be literally the stupidest thing I think I've ever heard this whole year, and I've heard a lot of stupid things this year.
Like,
Going-
I was about to-
Well,
to
if
be
you
like,
see a little kid walking
in
around
this
at a toy
economy?
show holding an action figure, walk up to him and welcome them to the collecting hobby. Hey, buddy. Welcome to that's a one-way stop to a knuckle sandwich, dude. I don't know
it's
what
like,
you're-
dude,
At best, a knuckle
At best,
sandwich.
yeah.
dude,
police report.
I'm an elementary school teacher, and I'm like, my alarms are going off. I'm like, don't talk to that man. Like, like, I don't care what he collects. Don't talk to him.
Ew.
Yeah, I've been in public places with like my students where I've been like, no, I don't care what that guy's got to say. Don't talk to them. Yeah.
Oh, man. Yeah, that's a hell of an idea.
Hey, buddy! Like, no, stop.
Hey,
No.
we need to have the conversations, then we can figure out what's a good idea and what's a bad idea. We need to-
How else are we gonna know if it's a bad idea?
But don't those kids not have real money? Why are we even talking to you? Why are we talking to you, son?
No,
You ain't got
listen.
real money.
What do you mean Roblox is not real money?
No, listen. He had one figure. Bro is broke as a joke. I got like 5,000.
And then when I'll flex on him, I'll pull out my 50-year-old figure that's in an acrylic case with a little number on the corner. I'll show you what real wealth is, buddy.
Flexing on a kid by pulling a toy out of your pocket. Oh, but look at this little boy.
Do you even
Someday
know
this
what the
could be
vinyl
you.
Cape Jawa is?
Although
Yeah, you
no
don't-
BS, that kid probably somehow has an LLC and is like financially more stable than all of us put together.
Dude, I honestly just by default assume every person I meet, be it an adult, an old person, or a baby, I assume they're more well off than me.
I think I might actually start doing that though. If they make Dirge or Ponkrell, I'll just hold them in my pocket and I'll just go up to random people in public places.
Hey, did you
I
see
bet-
this?
I bet you don't have a deluxe Ponkrell, do you?
So, Tommy, I'm now sensing a new feature that you need to do on your channels. You need to do like Billy on the street sort of thing, like man on the street, like accosting strangers about action figures. Name this action figure. Go for $1.
Tommy on
What
the
is-
street.
What is VC number 385? Tell me now and I'll give you $1.
Oh shit! I hate that I was actually ready to try to
Yeah.
answer that.
I know it because I just
Evan-
wrote it down last night.
Evan was like, I want $1.
Yeah.
Please.
Seriously, I'm not kidding when I assume
I
everybody's
need
more
$1.
well off
I need
than
$1.
me.
Seriously, I really need it.
I mean, we don't have real money, so
Yeah,
We don't.
I'm-
how
I'm-
cool is that?
the
I'm
dollar's fake.
$199 shy of a Ben Solo custom now.
I thought you were about to say
Sci-fi dude knows.
I'm $199 short of having $200. And I just need your support.
I am no longer asking.
I'm no longer asking.
Kids gonna say, somebody come get dad away from me.
Can I I'm gonna make a meme instead of the Bernie Sanders meme with the gun. I'm no longer asking. I'm gonna make it Ponkrell. I'm no longer asking.
Or any member of the Bad Batch.
Or the
Oh
bad-
shit! Yeah, to be honest, it should be the Bad Batch. At this point.
No, see, but Ponkrell should be, I'm no longer asking. That's an order. You know, like, yeah.
Actually, it'll just be Deb Nolly.
Yeah.
I'm no longer asking.
Wait, he doesn't have lines, Tommy. Real
So
Star Wars
dot, dot.
real Star Wars characters don't have lines.
Essential. Oh man.
Darth Vader only wishes he was as important as Deb Nolly.
You ever
whole
heard about
time under the helmet.
Athelo? What about Athelo? Let me learn you a thing or two. I'm no longer asking.
you mean ass is low? You mean that dude with the dump trunk walking down
Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Mos Eisley streets? Bro's caked up.
They actually just reached out to me. They scanned my physique for his figure.
No, dude, they're gonna have to put like a parental warning sticker on that figure. Listen, there's too much sex in this box.
All right, so when is someone going to do fan art of Split's transmissions?
Oh, shit.
Oh, dude.
He said, forget back the lat, crack the lat, dude.
So what we need is we need fan art of Toys Are the Way as Deb Nolly. I will be Athelo. Yeah, here we go. And then we need Evan. Evan can just be Obi-Wan with knees down at his
Yes,
arms.
yeah.
That's what
Just me, but just my knees are just so low. So low.
Knees down to his ankles. He said so low, and then Ben goes, "What?
Yeah.
Anyone gonna be me?"
Oh man, painful.
Oh
well,
my god.
I definitely look forward to seeing that on our next get together. Oh shit.
Yeah, if
But,
I have a slow work week, I'm done. I'm gonna make Splits transmissions for sure.
hell yeah.
I don't even know what it's gonna look like. It's just evocative and it gets people talking.
Splits
Gonna get 'em talking,
transmissions.
man.
Crack
Gonna get 'em talking
crack the lat.
Crack.
Talking to random
Crack the
kids
leg,
apparently
yeah.
about action figures.
Yeah, dress him up.
Oh man, oh shit.
And then you're gonna make Tommy as Asolo.
Oh yeah, just
I'll be holding a dirge figure. I'll just be holding up.
yeah.
Hey,
you're just,
kid!
you're just
Welcome
dropping
to the
real low.
Galactic Army.
He like turns around and like knocks the kid out with his hips. It's like,
Fired.
oh shit, sorry kid.
Tommy's got the strength to carry this community because he spent his whole life hauling around that.
It's called birthing hips, brother. I was born with them.
Oh my god.
Oh man, where can they find you these days, Bert? Get out of here.
Well, I'm on this fan called only patrons for Cantina patrons only. So
Only patrons. No,
Yeah.
stop.
Only Shadra fans.
only.
No, no.
Oh shit, this is pretty good. Dumpy
Oh my
transmission.
Dumpy. Dude, the fact that there's still 47 people watching this shit.
It just jumped
Impressive.
up. It's 49 now.
Most impressive.
Dude, most impressive.
Oh shit.
Wow.
Dude, oh my god. I love this.
No. In all seriousness, it's been good.
Completely off the rails, yes.
Yeah.
we really did go off the rails towards the end there, but
Hey,
no,
that's
it
when
was-
that's when the fun begins, you know?
Yeah.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
But no, man. Definitely loved having all you guys on here. It's always a good time to
It's a pleasure.
chat.
Thank you.
Wipe my tears
Rob.
real quick.
Great to have you on here for the first time.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
Appreciate
Yeah,
it.
dude.
With you, Tom.
Rob,
Yeah.
it was great to put in FaceTime with you.
Likewise.
Yeah. It is always
Absolutely.
interesting to learn what everyone looks like.
Right? Yeah.
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 So that's cool, man.
Apparently, a really random dude coming up to you with an action figure. In a big ass.
Hey, little boy, welcome to the collecting community.
If you don't have this one yet, you're gonna love it.
You're gonna love it.
Gonna
Do you
love
do you like this Mandalorian figure? I have more in this van over here.
it. Oh,
Oh,
no. This stream got.
Mm.
Oh,
got
I don't know
loose,
what you're
man.
talking
Got
about.
loose. But shit. Where was I? Oh yeah. Rob, where can people find you, man?
Pardon, say that again.
Where can people find you?
You can find me at my_SW_guys or my_plastic_guys on Instagram.
Heck yeah.
oh,
sweet.
Yeah.
Tommy, what about you? Pretty sure people can find you.
Again, only patrons. I'm over there. You can find Asolo is my handle.
Split transmission.
I also Hashtag crack the lat. I also have another page called Blitz Transgressions. If you're interested, it's my hate page. So if you're interested, you can go check that out. All my haters, because for some reason I have a lot of them. But I always say if you don't have haters, you're not doing it right.
Oh man.
So I am primarily on YouTube and I'm very heavily on Instagram, but I have a bunch of different social media. You'll find the link to my link tree on all of my social media. I do Star Wars action figure content primarily. And I have hopefully some reviews that I'll have coming out later this week. But aside from that, that's pretty much all. I do my after action figure report where I cover the week in Star Wars toy news for all Star Wars toy lines, Hot Toys, Micro Galaxy, everything, every Saturday. And then I do my Blitzcast every Sunday, and then just kind of whatever else throughout the week. And I have to shout out Sarlacc Digest podcast. I go live with them every Monday at 8:30 p.m. We do our Sarlacc Digest toy chest. So we cover all things Star Wars toys there as well. That's all I got. Yeah.
Right on, man. Ben, what about you?
Sorry. Yeah, you shit.
Ben
You
got
can
wrecked
find,
on the street.
you can sorry. You can find me on Instagram. You can find me on Instagram at Findor Moon. I do toy photography and dioramas and Jesus, guys. Dude, I haven't ever fought for my life this hard on a stream. This is yeah, Findor Moon on Instagram. I do toy photography and customs. And then I've got other pages too. Like I've got a Twitch that I'm trying really hard to use to show like behind the scenes kind of stuff, like just like live stream my diorama builds and stuff. I've got Blue Sky, Facebook, YouTube. Even if YouTube is in case you want a really good laugh, because I haven't touched that in like 9 years, something like that. But yeah, no, mostly Instagram. And then whenever I pop up on lovely streams like this,
Heck yeah.
so
Heck
yeah,
man.
yeah. So, whew. Okay, I made it. I made it,
dude. You got it. You got it, bro.
I did it.
Evan, saving the best for last. Where can people find you?
That's false, but thanks, man.
Saving the best for ass.
Yeah. Woo. Why go for the best when you could have the rest, baby? So I am at Mile High Ground on.
Good God.
You guys are killing it. Everyone's on point.
Dude, it's Wednesday.
Yeah, that's not good. Tomorrow's a work
Wednesday.
day, fam.
Dude, I know. I gotta go to school tomorrow.
All right, I'm Mile High Ground on Instagram. You can see it here. I don't know what I do anymore. I don't care. But I'm also a team member of at SWTVC. We are aggregate page. Dude, what? At SWTVC on Instagram, YouTube. We do the SWTVC show. We've actually got it came through via my text while we were streaming. We're going to be streaming on Friday this week. So there's a show this week. Bet you missed us. It's really hard for 5 grown men to figure out their schedules to do things.
Heck yeah.
We got that. We talk about TVC. We share toy photography. We talk about news. We do think pieces. We talk about what tooling Hasbro can use. Again, we talk about what figures we like, what things that they could make, what would be neat, and how much I have a problem with knees. Yeah, so at SWTVC, we're good. The end for me. My master. Oh my God.
13-year-old version of each of you is on the stream.
True that. Well,
That's
to
so
the 50
true.
people who are still here for some reason.
It went up.
It went up.
did.
Thank you. Appreciate
Dude,
went up.
it so went up. It
Uh.
went. That means someone in this chat went, dude, you're missing out. Like, please get back on.
We just came with that spicy docky energy, but it took it to another level.
Oh,
Yeah.
that reminds me. Did I make some kind of promise about dressing up as Spicy Docky for
At a
celebration?
con, yes.
Yep.
Yeah,
yes.
but was it contingent on something? And why do I have a weird fear that I've lost whatever bet this is? Or was it just a I'll do it just because
I
for
think
the
it was
love of the
just a, I'll
game?
do it.
I think you just committed with
Yeah.
no stipulations whatsoever. Because
Dang, dude, that sucks for everybody else.
because yeah, it's weird. He didn't even ask for anything.
Yeah.
He just said
all
he
for
would
the
do it.
All
Yeah,
for
man.
the love of the game, man.
Just for the love of the game.
The love of the game. But with that, 46 of y'all, thanks for hanging with us.
Dude, we went down 4.
Toys, thanks for hosting this, man, and great to
Thank
see
you for
everybody.
having
Yeah.
us.
Oh, yeah.
Oh
As
my
always,
God.
y'all.
It was a pleasure.
As
Yeah.
always.
Yeah,
And
it
to
was
everyone
awesome.
else, may the force be with you and keep 375 alive. Later.